Hello, everybody. What's going on? Election 2024. We're here. Today's the day we all have been waiting for, especially if you have voted for Trump in 2020. I'm sure you voted for him again in 2024 today. Yeah, it's going to be a fun time. Pennsylvania's gone, gone, gone. What's that mean? But the first votes, I guess, tallies are going to come in about a half an hour, 45 minutes. We're going to watch some of the commentary, of course. And we're going to have our own commentary here. But I got the camera on tonight. Got a beautiful, beautiful Sony camera, A6600. It's a beautiful camera. I look fucking beautiful tonight. I look very dapper and handsome tonight. So we're going to get into some of the commentary now. So, but before we do that, let's check out what I think the map's going to look like. So this is what I think is going to happen tonight. So for all the swing states, Wisconsin is going to go to Kamala, I think. Michigan, leaning Trump. Pennsylvania, leaning Trump. Virginia, North Carolina, leaning Trump. Georgia, I think that's going to be good for Trump, I think. Trump's going to be likely there. And Nevada, I put Trump, likely in a lot of the swing states. So pretty much the lower east side is going to be Trump. I have him taking New Hampshire. That's one of my states I think is going to flip. So New Hampshire and also, what was the other state I had? Trying to see here. I think it was just New Hampshire. I think New Hampshire is going to flip. They were saying that, Kamala was up by like 5 or 6% in Iowa. That's 100%. That's not going to happen. 100%. That's not going to happen. So, but this is what I'm going with. 319 to 219. So I think Trump is going to win by at least 310, 312. So I do have New Hampshire in there, but if that goes blue for the Democrats, it'll be 315 to 223. But I'm going to hold this as a lean-in Trump, New Hampshire. I saw some evidence today that the registered Republicans up in New Hampshire has been pretty insane. Same with Philadelphia. A lot of early votes in Pennsylvania and New Hampshire, so I think they're going to lean Trump. Georgia, Trump, of course, North Carolina, Virginia. I think it's going to pretty much look like this, guys. That's where we're going to be at. I think. That's what I'm going with. So we'll see how accurate I am during the night. So how's everybody doing? What's going on? So let's check out some Young Turks. The Young Turks. The fat brown buffalo.
Yeah, Democrats are cheating. Great. No, we'd call them out instantly, and we'd be furious about it.
Yeah, I'm like, they had a meltdown in 2016. It was fucking insane. I loved how much Anna Kasparian fucking had a meltdown. It's fucking insane. I should find that clip and play it for you. But let's watch a little bit of this. And I want to get to what Elon Musk said yesterday on Joe Rogan's podcast. And we know that Joe Rogan last night endorsed Trump, which is, I knew that was going to happen. As soon as Kamala gave him the foot saying, yeah, you got to come to me to interview me. I'm only going to give you 45 minutes. It's just absolutely fucking insane. So, but let's see what the fat brown buffalo has to say
about it. And in fact, we call him out on the private.
And by the way, everything he says, like 95% of shit that he states, is fucking wrong. So
primaries left and right 100 times over. That's another story that's coming up later in the show about it. So this is all nonsense. And in fact, CBS is reporting, Anna, they reported it earlier today, that Donald Trump is preparing to declare a victory before anyone knows who won. Which is, of course, he's always going to lie. Even his own supporters knows he's a pathological liar. They all know he's going to declare a victory, whether he won or lost or got landslided. That's obvious. The scary part is apparently a lot of Republicans in the House are saying they won't certify the election if Trump lost. Of course, if Trump wins, they'll certify the election right away. Well, that's how you know they're the cheaters. So it's not close. It's not close. If you're talking about controlling mainstream,
fucking Jank has all the balls to say that the Democrats or the Republicans are going to cheat. Fucking insane. It's really insane.
Media, Yeah, that's more Democrats in different ways. If you're talking about how terrible their primaries are, yeah, that's the Democrats, right? But you're talking about general election, all these nonsense claims of voter fraud and cheating when it is at most a microscopic part of the vote.
Yeah, so
Well, if that's indeed the case, Jenk, if you are 100% correct on that, right? And I'll give you that. If that's the case, then guess what? Trump's going to win. All right. I think Trump's going to crush it. People doubt me, but they say it's incredibly close, 48% to 48%. But on the betting apps, like Polymarket, I think it's called, all the betting sites have Trump up by 9%, 10% on some of them. Polymarket or whatever it's called, I think he's up at 63%. The probability of him winning the election. So yeah, go bet. Try to win some money.
I want to be clear, absolutely no evidence of cheating, no evidence of voter fraud. But I will say, I'm happy that
Anna, there's a lot of fucking potential election fraud going out there. I'm like, there's hundreds of fucking videos. I'm like, just go research it. It's not hard to fucking research.
Judge stepped in and extended the amount of time that people in the county can cast their ballots. That means that
And by the way, some states, some counties are not even checking IDs, Anna. And they're letting illegals vote in some states. I'm like, the videos are out there. I wish I was prepared and had them, but they're out there. Later on, maybe I'll try to find them, but they're out there. They're out there. Despair Doctor, what's up, man? Fallen Angel, what's up? TYT Meltdown again this year. Probably Fallen Angel, probably. How's everybody doing? It is insane. Yeah, it is, man. So thanks for joining me tonight, guys. I'll be here probably until like 12 o'clock. So another 6 hours, 5.5 hours. So I need some coffee. I got to brew some coffee here in a little bit. But yeah, it's going to be a fun time, man. We're going to have a fun time tonight. And we'll see what happens. Did you guys see my prediction? Let me show you my prediction. So this is the website is 270towin.com. So this is what I filled out. Like I said, I think he's going to get the lower, southeast. He's going to pick up Virginia, North Carolina, Georgia, and Nevada on the west side. And then up north, he's going to pick up Michigan, I think. Wisconsin's probably going to go to Harris. And my guess for a flip is going to be New Hampshire. So we're going to keep it like this, and we'll check back as the tallies start coming in, and we'll go from there, man. Here you go. TYT Meltdown.
it's going to take a little longer for us to know the results.
It's just amazing how TYT is so angry. They're never happy. Like when they cover the election, every 4 years I watch them, they just melt down all the fucking time. And they're melting down right now. I'm good. How are you? I'm good. I'm good, Despair. Hopefully you guys are doing good too as well. But we'll be here for the most of the night. Stop back in if you have to leave, whatever. But we'll be here.
Results, of course, but
just let me know if the volumes are good.
Downside of individuals who are waiting in that
the volumes
long
are good. Just let me know. They should be good.
But had to leave because they have to go to work. So hopefully those individuals go back to the polling place and cast their ballots. They will have the ability to do that.
Well,
because
so positive.
the time has been extended by an additional 2 hours. Go ahead.
So
Jim.
two quick things about that. So look, I'm always in favor of extending because I want to let as many people vote as possible, and that doesn't matter if it's a Democratic district or a Republican district.
Okay, check. It's the election. Some say the best election, and the very best was very fine people. Yeah, they're very fine people on both sides. That's a good one. Yo, Demonic, what's up, man? How you doing, buddy? Yeah, we just started, so we're just watching some coverage right now, and we'll get into it. I got my camera on tonight. You get to see my handsome face tonight. So got everything all set up for you guys. Got a little red in the background. Looks orange over here, but it's trust me, it's red. It's the camera. All red in the computers. Red back. Oh, this was red. That was red. I'll change that later. But yeah. So I have my predictions. So we'll go over my predictions again later on since I just went over it twice. And let's get into some TYT fucking meltdown.
District. And Republicans usually do this trick where they send in, if they control the state, they send in much fewer voting machines to Democratic areas like colleges,
I'll most likely
etc. So they make the Democrats wait on
play my
gigantic
celebration
lines
song. Yes,
as a way
let's
of
do
doing
it.
Voter suppression. That's almost ubiquitous in all of these elections. I want everybody to vote.
By the way, guys, I just want you to look at the background. What TYT has in the background, okay? Things on fire. That's their background tonight. So what they're saying is, this is intimidation right here. Saying, hey, listen, Democrats don't win. If Harris doesn't win, this is what the cities are going to look like. And you know what's happening in the cities right now, guys? I'll try to pull up some videos. Seattle, some places in California, Wisconsin, Michigan, I think, as well. There's a lot of states that are boarding up. Have you seen the videos today? It's all over fucking X, all over the social media platforms, where they're boarding up all the fucking stores in the cities, man, with plywood and shit. Plywood, it's going to help burn the building down, but people put wood up anyway. Plyboard, and it's just, I watched a couple videos today of cities and stores boarding up. It's just fucking hilarious, man, because they know if Trump wins, and people are suspecting Trump's going to win because he's ahead. If that happens, we're going to have problems tonight, guys. We're going to have Antifa and Black Lives Matter. That's not really anything anymore, is it? But Antifa scum, there's fucking people. They're going to burn down their fucking cities, I think. But we'll fucking see.
Of course, the ironic thing is then the Republicans will turn around and go, oh, it's taking too long. Stop the steal. Just declare Trump the winner. Just declare Trump the winner. No, that's not how it works.
See how he melts down?
See who voted. So I'm on the side of let them all vote as much as humanly possible within the rules.
How about the illegals that have been floated out to the swing states? That hasn't happened? Oh God. Let's get into that video. All right, so here is, if I can find it. I know I fucking had it. Here it is. So this is Elon Musk last night. Came out. It's at 10 million views already. 465,000 upvotes, only 12K downvotes. So let's watch this little snippet. It's like a 10-minute snippet of Elon Musk making a statement that changed Joe Rogan's mind for Joe Rogan to endorse Trump. This is fucking awesome. Watch.
Condo or a
right
or crocodile or something that's
or a
gonna harm.
chimpanzee. Did you see
Actually, I think it's at 110 it starts. We'll go at 108.
the kind of guy that if you tell him he can't do something, he's going to just
awesome.
keep trying? Like what?
It was a big mistake to rag on him so much at that White House Correspondents' Center.
Well, just look at the way they've attacked him with just using the legal system, like this thing in New York where the 34 different felony counts that were essentially misdemeanors, that there are bookkeeping errors that they decided, even though it passed the statute of limitations, they decided to try him for these. They didn't identify a felony.
Abuse of the law is what's going on.
But most people would have quit.
Yeah.
Most people, after the E. Jean Carroll lawsuit and this lawsuit and all the other ones, the insurrection thing, the Georgia thing, all these different things, they getting kicked off of Twitter, most people would have just like, this is too much. I can't take this. But he's so fucking crazy. He's like, all right, come on, we're going to war. And he just digs his fucking heels in and keeps going.
Yeah.
It's the wrong guy to do that to. Just like attacking him at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, most people would have been humiliated. He got angry. And he's like, yeah, all right. You say I can't be president? I've been thinking about running for about 15 fucking years.
Right.
Finally, I'm going to run.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what Joe Rogan is basically saying there is like when they had the Correspondents' Dinner, it's probably like 2015, 2016. No, had to be like 20. Actually, I think that was like 2010. Obama Correspondents' Dinner. You're supposed to roast the president, some other people, right? But you're not supposed to roast the guest because the guests are there to either donate, whatever, have a nice time out. Republicans, Democrats. It's a fun night out. They most likely should be roasting the president. Well, Obama got up and he roasted Trump like straight on out, like multiple times. And Obama basically said, or he did say, "Hey, listen, Trump. There's one thing that I am that you'll never be." That's president. Fucking Trump's face. When you see that clip, he's like, okay, motherfucker. Now I'm going to run. And I'm going to win. And he won in 2016. And of course, Obama probably hated that. Could you imagine that? Because Obama and Trump, when Trump wins and the president before, they got to meet up and they have to go over things to transfer power, And I bet you Obama didn't like that in 2016. Well, to be honest, 2017, January 20th, I guess it was. But yeah, fucking amazing, dude, right?
That was a real bad move.
Yeah, that was a real bad move on Obama's part to say that. That's fucking Trump.
But yeah, I mean, I can certainly understand like making some jokes about like a few sort of passing jokes on Trump. But man, I was there at that dinner and that they ragged on Trump so much it was insane.
The reason why I would push back on that because I would say there's a bunch of different speakers, right? And Trump would obviously be a target. And if they all attacked him, it's because he's like, if you're going to make fun of people in the audience, and especially in the zeitgeist, that whole birther thing was big.
Yeah.
And most people were dismissing it as being a ridiculous conspiracy theory. So who the fuck is this guy?
Trump
saying
did start
this?
that.
And so you have
where he plugged his heart.
8 to 10 individual speakers that are writing monologues. Of course, they're all going to hit Trump.
Yeah, well, anyway, obviously it was a mistake.
Yeah.
They shouldn't have done that. But
All right, here comes Elon, dude. This rant he does for like 8 minutes. It just tells you where the country's heading, and this got him big props from Joe Rogan. That's why Joe Rogan said, "Yeah, yeah," and that's the minute it clicked in Joe Rogan's head and said, "Yeah, I'm going to endorse Trump."
But I like invite people to watch the original source material, and I think a few jokes are fine. It's like, but it's like he shouldn't be it felt like he was the primary object of the roast.
Yeah.
Which is that's not the whole point of the thing. Is it's the roast of the president. Not
Guys, don't worry, we still have 40 minutes
The
or
thing about
30,
it is,
35
he's
minutes
easy
before
to
any
roast.
votes come in.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
then on top
Or
of
anything
that,
is,
Obama
tabulated.
was like loved and cherished by the left.
Yes.
And most of those people are on the left. There's only so far you can push. You can't ask him about his chef. There's like what happened with the
Petered
chef,
out. What's
bro?
up, man? Let's
You can't-
fucking rock,
there's, like,
bro.
certain things you can't
So
bring
you
up.
want
Got another half an hour.
Yeah.
What's your favorite sport? Paddleboarding?
Yeah. Isn't that guy?
We're gonna get some votes coming in.
Tell me what happened.
Yeah, exactly.
You can't bring that up. Like if you're gonna roast Hillary, you can't bring up the death count.
Like Hillary, what's the best way to stay in touch? Email?
I forgot about that one.
Yeah, it's if you're doing one of
That's a
those.
good one.
Destroyed the servers and poured like bleach on the servers, like computers.
She poured bleach on them.
That's what I saw. Yeah, that's what I believe. That's
Wow.
Like it wasn't just like they took a hammer.
Hey, guys,
to
if you're here, smack that
destroy
like button.
There was no possible way to actually get forensics on the thing.
What was in there?
I only see 3. I want another
What?
10.
What?
Let's go. Smash that like.
I mean,
What was in there? What was in there?
why would they care so much?
That's so crazy.
Yeah.
The whole thing.
And
is
there was
so crazy.
no legal action against that, which is clear destruction of evidence.
Well, it's also there's this other narrative that always drives me crazy is that he's going to destroy
All right, let me get to the part that I want to bring up. See if I can find it. It should be
democracy.
right here.
So in order,
Right.
which is crazy,
Let me explain why. So
Here you go. This is it right here. Here it is.
change, even though she's the sitting vice president.
Now listen to what every word Elon Musk states. It is 100% true. I researched it today on the government websites. This is 100% true.
And then on top of that, this idea of change when the Democrats have been in control for what, 12 of 16 years?
right.
Which is crazy. Like, this is the change.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I view this election as a turning point, like a fork in the road of destiny that is incredibly important. I've not been politically active until this election, and the reason I've been politically active in this election is because I think if we don't elect Trump,
Truth bomb.
I think we will lose. We will lose democracy in this country. We will lose the two-party system.
Mm-hmm.
And let me explain why. So
he's going to explain why. I'm stopping him here because I want him to go all the way through and explain it. So he's going to explain why that the two-party system might be fucked, probably for like the next 10 years, say. Now you got to remember, which I had a thought, which I'm trying to remember the thought, is that with immigration, just flooding, 12 million, upwards of 20 million, they say, illegal immigrants. But let him talk, and I'll remember my thought afterwards.
There's only like six or seven swing states. The margin of victory in those states is small, often like 10 or 20,000 votes. What the Democrat administration has been doing is importing vast numbers of illegals into swing states. You can look at the numbers on the actual government website, meaning you don't take my word for it. You can just look at the numbers as reported by the government, which is controlled by the Democrats.
Yep.
And what we're seeing is triple-digit increases in the number of illegals in every swing state. In some cases, 700% increases. These are gigantic numbers. So if you have a state that has a 10 or 20,000 vote margin, and you put 200,000 illegals into that state, you 10x you swamp the. It's not a swing state anymore. It's going to vote blue, and then once the swing states vote blue, there is no election anymore. There's only a Democrat primary,
which is so crazy, and it's so crazy that people are fine with that.
See, now look at Joe's face. Joe's just thinking, he's like, wow, you're right, dude.
Well, I guess people on the left will be fine with that because they think that's a good idea.
They just want to win. They just want to win.
Correct. Like the thing is, one does not need actually any grand conspiracy theory.
That's why they're not
for
doing
this.
anything about
It's
immigration.
a simple matter of incentives. If the Democrat Party wants to win, like basically achieve permanent victory, all they need to do is turn the swing states,
Swamp them.
turn the swing states blue.
The illegals are going to vote Democratic.
And then we're a one-party state, and then they will keep doing that. Obviously, they will keep stacking the deck by bringing in vast numbers of illegals into the swing states. Keep stacking it so that the next election, each successive election, will be worse than the last one.
Yep.
And that's what's happening. If you want to see, like, well, is this actually going to happen? Look at California. California is supermajority Dem, 70%.
70%. Yeah.
Dem. A month ago, they passed a law making it illegal to show ID in any election in California.
Yep.
So
Research it. It's out there.
In Palo Alto, because he was like, "Is this for real?" He tried to show his ID, and they reacted like if you show a cross to a vampire. Okay, they're like, "No, we can't even look at that ID." It is illegal for them to even look at your ID if you want to present it in California.
How insane is that?
Why?
For any election at all, even like city council.
What logical reason other than to cheat,
To cheat,
would you
that's
ever
all it
have
is.
that law?
The reason is to cheat.
But the
Obviously.
only like you can never make an argument any other way. And I think 84% of people polled believe that you should show ID to vote. So it's against the will of the people.
Yes, and we are extremely rare. We're an outlier in not requiring ID. Basically, almost every country on earth requires ID to vote. So as soon as you ban ID for voting, it makes fraud impossible to prove.
It's insane, isn't it?
Because how do you trace the fraud?
Right.
It's crazy. Can't really trace it
Yeah, it's
unless you
insane.
do the count all over again.
It's insane.
It's
There's
insane.
Joe.
And
what I'm saying
Joe's
is
bringing
that-
it all in,
How's it
man.
legal?
Joe's like,
is that what I'm saying is like this election is the last chance to preserve democracy in America. Mark my words. Everything they accuse Trump of, they are guilty of. And if
Exactly.
Trump doesn't win, this will be the last real election in America. And we will, if the big government Kamala puppet machine wins, they will legalize the illegals in the swing states. There will be no swing states. Every election going forward will be a guaranteed Democrat win.
true.
And it'll actually be worse than California. The reason it'll be worse than California is because the one thing that keeps California from being super crazy is that you can move out of California, like you and I did.
And a lot of people have.
You and I used to be in
A
California.
lot of celebrities
Oh,
have.
we moved to Texas. We're still in America. But if the Dems win this election, they will legalize enough illegals to turn the swing states, and everywhere will be like California. There will be no escape.
That is so insane.
This is the final. This is it.
This is it.
This is the last chance.
The last chance we get.
Has anybody tried
And
to
I
push
just want to
back?
go out and vote. Vote like your life depends on it. Vote like your future depends on it, because it does.
By the way, I never noticed, but Elon Musk has a lazy eye on the left eye.
This is the last chance, man.
Is there any argument against this? Has anybody tried to debate this?
No, because they don't
Has
want
anybody tried to say that this is
no,
nonsense?
they
this is a
don't-
conspiracy?
they don't want
Has
exposure
anybody
to
made
it.
any
The
sort
Dems
of
don't want it. They don't want exposure to it.
argument?
That's why.
The left actually, interestingly, does not want to pick up much on this argument because
Yeah, they don't want to
because
expose
the
it.
more attention the more you look at it, the more obviously it is true. Because you just say like, well, are the numbers correct? Are there really this many illegals that have been imported into swing states?
Yes.
They haven't just walked across the border. They've been flown in airplanes.
Yeah, using a shipping app.
Yes.
Yeah.
They made an app.
And by the way, well, they didn't make an app, but they had an app. But to expand on that is that there are airplane pilots that have actually admitted to this, saying that they were bringing, a whole plane full of fucking immigrants across the border and dropping them off in swing states. I'm like, this is true. It's happening. I'm like, it's 100%. I'm like, there's no debunking it. I'm like, it's just the facts are out there. It's on the government websites. I'm like, you just gotta look at the government websites for these states, and it's there. Homeland Security, I think it is the website, homelandsecurity.gov. But yeah, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. And the other thing about this too is, they say that all these claims recently saying that Trump's going to imprison all the people that were naysayers against him, that don't like him, that done him bad, say all the district attorneys in New York City, whatever, he's going to jail them and whatever. But Trump's not going to do it. He's never said he was going to do it, and he had the chance to do it to Hillary Clinton. He had a chance to jail Hillary, and he says, "Why would I do that?" She was Secretary of Defense, and the wife of a president of the United States. He goes, "Why would I do that?" He had all the chance in the world to jail Hillary, and trust me, she would have been jailed, right? But Trump's not going to do that. He's even said he's not going to do it. He's not going to do it. And saying that he's a dictator? Come on, please. Unbelievable claims by the left. So I just that's what I want to add in there before he spoke, but I let him spoke to remember what I want to say. But yeah, but the funny thing is, they went after Trump, dude. When he said he was going to run again for 2024, I'm like, since the very beginning, they called him Hitler, a Nazi. All his supporters are white supremacists. I'm like, that was the beginning of it. And then what happened after that? Since that didn't work, he was gaining support again. What happened after that is, well, they try to convict him. They try to charge him with anything possible. Now, there's a lot of cases that got dropped, especially with the, down in Florida, I think was with the, sealed documents or whatever. They threw that out of court like 2 months ago, 3 months ago. And he got convicted on 34 felony charges. All charges he got convicted on felony in New York. Come on. If you don't think that's a fucking fuck you to Trump, to convict him on 34 felony charges, come on. They're trying to get him. And of course, since that didn't work, he didn't get jailed for that, and he was allowed to still continue his campaign, they try to shut him down in states, saying, hey, listen, we're going to take Trump off the fucking ticket, off the ballot. That didn't fucking happen. And then what happened after that? They tried to assassinate him 2 times. So Butler, PA, Pennsylvania, since the first assassination attempt where he got shot in the ear, almost got killed. The guy should have killed him. I'm like, it's not a hard shot. But yeah, I think that's why Pennsylvania is going to be in favor of Trump, because of that, assassination attempt. People ain't putting up with that shit to silence dissenting opinions. It's not going to happen. So that's why I say I think Pennsylvania is going to go to Trump. So, yep. It's my opinions.
Well, the app always existed, but it used to be for people coming over here, like shipping with goods, so they could track you while you're in America. So you could.
All right, we're done with this. Let's go to another site. Let's see how TYT's. Let's see if they're still melting down. How's TYT doing? And then we'll go to a couple people I want to really look at. A couple people covering the election.
In Michigan, from things like the Arab American Museum there. Well, it turns out Uncommitted was taking a giant amount of money from the Democratic Party.
Right.
So
from day one.
So even though I'm in the Democratic primary, and even though I'm Muslim and in favor of peace,
you're not Muslim. You are not, dude. You are not Muslim, bro. You said you're a fucking agnostic, dude. You're an atheist. You don't believe in God, dude. You're not a Muslim. You don't pray 3 times a day, jank. You fucking fat brown buffalo. He always says that. That's his new thing now, recently in the last few years. I'm a Muslim. When he said he was never a Muslim. What a fucking idiot.
Which they did win in Michigan and Minnesota. They decided not to back an actual human being because I criticized the Democratic Party.
Well, you know what Papa Kasparian says, Cenk. The cash is talking.
Well, apparently the cash was talking. So, I mean, there's a guy in that group who's ruined a lot of groups he's been involved in. But anyways,
look at her background. Why would you put a background like that up? I just don't get it. I don't get it. How can people not call that out? Like, if we don't win, this is what's going to happen. And of course, look at her text. It's like broken walls, like cracking. The walls are cracking. TYT, the final election. Funny.
So, look, unfortunately, I think what we're going to find out is after the election is that the Democrats flooded every group and every influencer online except us They go, oh, we don't kiss their ass, right? And so they didn't even do any ads. They didn't even send a single surrogate on here because apparently they don't want progressive votes. But if you promise to serve them loyally,
Yeah, he is demonic.
Flooded online with money.
It's insane.
So we'll probably find out a lot about that after the election.
Yep.
And I don't mean in traditional ads. I mean in like, here's money. You say what we want you to say. So Uncommitted has a huge number of issues. And what happened? Kamala Harris didn't move an inch on Gaza. Not 1 inch.
Who didn't move an inch on Gaza? I'm sorry, I missed that.
We'll probably find out a lot about that after the election.
Yep.
And I don't mean in traditional ads. I mean in like, here's money. You say what we want you to say. So Uncommitted has a huge number of issues. And what happened? Kamala Harris didn't move an inch on Gaza. Not 1 inch. And they bowed their heads anyway.
No, when she was in Wisconsin or Michigan, I think it was Wisconsin. Where's all the Muslim? Dearborn, Michigan, right? Dearborn, Michigan is where there's a big, huge Muslim community. She rallied out there, and she said she would support like all the things that happened with, the Palestinians. Oh my God, this and that. And of course, when she was in Pennsylvania, she appealed to the Jews. Like, we have to back Israel. We have to help Israel. We got to support Israel, right? So she flip-flops, dude. Contradictions throughout the fucking... Dude, she contradicts herself depending where she's at. Trump, on the other hand, he doesn't contradict himself when he's at rallies. He just says what he's going to do. He has plans. She doesn't. That's the big difference here, guys. She tries to she pays these millions of dollars out to all these, all these rappers and shit, all these performers and shit like that, and musicians and was Megan Thee Stallion? She's called twerking on stage. Like, come on, man. Do you think people want to see that shit? Come on, stop it. It's embarrassing. She's an embarrassment to this country, man. I'm like in the primaries. What was it? The primaries 2016? No, 2020. 2020? Yeah, 2020. She only had 5%. She was one of the first ones out, if not the first one out. Dropped out. Come on, man. She's fucking horrible. If you voted for her, you fucking suck too as well. How about that? I'll go as far as saying that. You suck.
Let's take a break. When we come back, we'll talk about how Whoopi Goldberg should be banned from commenting on politics. Come right back.
Yeah, okay. Nice try, Anna. Like, people don't get banned anymore on X because, Elon Musk took it over. It's where free speech is now. So let's check out my buddy here. Stay safe.
Nuts, just fucking nuts. Fucking nuts. But it seems like this kid was actually part of a network. It wasn't just him. He was working with other online swatters that were doing the same thing. Part of a network of other swatters.
So he's talking about news.
So he wasn't a lone wolf. He was just some fat 17-year-old kid in California, and they got him. Mm-hmm. They got him.
Got him. What's that one I got? Hold on. Clips.
Got him! Got him!
Got him! Got him! He's still bitter about his political aspirations being shut down. Yeah, of course. I love how when he went back, there he goes. As I was saying, as if he wasn't shot at all. Oh yeah, shot at. Yeah. I know what you're saying. Sorry, I can't read. Sorry, I apologize for that.
Active, and we're back. Never mind, we are not back.
And eventually, when all is said and done, Pennsylvania, that would get her to at least 270 electoral votes. That's the easiest way for her, working his way up the I-95 corridor.
I'm like, whoever takes Pennsylvania might have it. So if Trump gets Pennsylvania, he has it. Kamala Harris, I don't know.
I actually consider this guy to be a friend of mine. He got it in his head that I hate every Jew. He convinced himself that I just like indiscriminately hate Jewish people, and that PI actually started working with Zico and Peyo to try to get me canceled. Like
Peyo's a piece of shit. That fucking streamer.
I was like,
Peyo's a piece of shit.
Like, dude, I thought we were cool. He convinced himself that I hate every Jew in the world and that I am like.
I'm gonna take a piss, guys. I'll be right back. Listen to this guy. I'll be right back, and then we'll check out some other live feeds. I'll be right back.
Trying to ruin my life. Very weird, and it's like after I discovered that like after I caught wind of like that's what he was doing, I actually sent him a message. I was like, dude, like I don't hate Jews. Like I told him like dude, I considered you to be a friend. Like I don't like what's going on here. I don't know. He had a mental break or something. I don't know.
North Carolina violated the Constitution.
In the aftermath of the Supreme Court decision to end affirmative action in college admissions, uncertainty sets in for some students of color.
Affirmative action really gave us an equal...
Okay, don't care about that. Dude, commercial breaks. Every channel commercial break. Every channel. Every channel. You know what? I'm pulling up the Indian news. I'm going to India right now. Hold up. Live news. I'm going to see what's up. Stay safe. Do you prefer subs on Twitch or Kick? Can I tell you something? Okay, real quick. Part of the Twitch terms of service is that I am not allowed to explicitly tell you guys or direct you guys to go to a different streaming website. So I couldn't say, hey, go watch me on Kick, everybody on Twitch. Not allowed. You can't do that. You can't do that. It's not allowed. So that's a rule on Twitch, by the way. But I will say this. I can say this. Going forward, 85% of my streams are going to be on Kick. I think I'll be streaming once a week on Twitch. I'll be doing some gaming content on Twitch once a week. All the other streams going to be on Kick.
All right, we don't care, dude. Let's check out something else here. Hold on. Let's check out some MSNBC. Oh boy, this could be good.
Literally only fewer than.
Fuck you, commercial.
Center for Fulton County elections. This is the elections hub. I can give you a quick look inside right over my shoulder. This is where we're going to see the tabulations.
Trump's going to get.
I spoke with a top county official who tells me how this process will unfold through the night. Basically, what happens when the polls close here in Georgia, about 3 minutes from right now, poll managers are going to take the memory cards and they're going to take the paper ballots. They're then going to drive them to one of 7 check-in centers that spread throughout the county, and then all.
Isn't that a Franco-Canadian WoW streamer? I don't think he's from Canada, dude. Stay safe. I don't think he is. If that's who you're talking about. No, I think he lives in Texas, I think.
All of that information, all of those things are going to come right here. It's going to be an interesting thing. We're going to see each one of those precinct managers walk in, escorted by a law enforcement officer to bring those memory cards and the paper ballots, and that's when the tabulation process will begin. Now, of course, the big question is how long is it going to take? Well, we know that Georgia law now requires them to start being uploaded.
That's right.
The early voting ballots and the
That's
absentee
right.
ballots
Right
to be
fuck away.
uploaded within an hour of polls closing. So
That's right. Right the fuck away. That's how it should be. Like every state. Now, Pennsylvania came out, I think, last week saying, you know what, it might take a day or two for us to tally all the fucking votes and come up with a final number. I don't think that's going to happen tonight. I don't even think I think we're going to know who wins tonight. What do you guys think? Do you think we're going to find out who the winner is tonight? I think so. I think it's going to happen. So, like I said, I think Trump's going to crush it, man. I'm like, Peo, who seemingly has beef with him. Peo. I don't know where he's from. He's, I think he's Mexican or something like that, or Hispanic, but which doesn't matter. But he's just a piece of shit. He grubs for money on Twitch all the time. He's like, oh, guys, I'm gonna do this, pay me this, pay me that. He's asks for money all the time. He's just a piece of shit. I don't like him. I just don't like his attitude. Just fucking wrong kind of guy. It's the kind of guy I don't like. I don't like that kind of guy. All right, you cool on that? All right, let's go.
Around 8 o'clock, we're going to start to see those results. They'll be shown on a big screen that's not too far away from where I'm standing. And certainly all of this is going to start to come alive once the polls close in about 2 minutes, Savannah.
Cool.
All right, Blaine, thank you
very
very much.
guys.
Now to our panel. Hallie Jackson is our senior Washington correspondent.
Polls are closing. We're going to get some results here soon.
Press. Hallie, let me start with
Time
you.
to get excited. This is where I'm telling you right now.
Finally.
This is where the excitement begins. This is where Trump baby. Oh, my friend just texted me. Trump baby. He's probably watching, my friend Al. But here we go, baby. We're gonna get some results very soon.
What are you thinking?
Listen, Georgia is going to be a critical state here. This is a place that had a very, very close razor-thin margin back in 2020. So what happens in Georgia is going to matter. A couple of things that I'm watching as I'm digging into those exit polls, which we'll get to after the polls close. Independents, who's doing well there? Non-white voters, black and Latino voters, especially when you're looking at places like Metro Atlanta. We're always looking at young voters, and we are always looking at the gender gap, of course. We know that is one of the dominant
the headline of the night.
Yeah, exactly. And so we'll see if it continues to be. I think a real tell for that is going to be after 8 o'clock when polls close, and we can start to report out more.
Georgia was one of those traditionally red states that Democrats had thought about and dreamed about for many years, and not until 2020 did they finally get it. It was the swingiest state of the 2020 election. Trump won it by 200,000, I think, in 2016, and then Biden barely eked by. So what do you expect tonight?
Well, I think there has been
Fucking these people are just as bad as TYT sometimes.
So much focus on African-American voters and black men in particular. I think about former
black
President
men are
Barack
supporting
Obama,
Trump
who was
big
out
time.
on the campaign trail with that
Like
very
that's evident.
blunt message for black male voters. Don't sit on the sidelines. Get out and vote. So we will see if in a place like Georgia, the Atlanta suburbs, that paid off.
All right, we are have an election alert now as we approach
Here we go,
the
guys.
top of the hour.
Polls are closing. Here we go.
We're about to start getting interesting.
Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Vermont, and Virginia. Virginia's going to be nice. It's good to see. So we're really looking at Virginia. Here we go.
All right, 7 o'clock in the East, and we will not waste any time.
Here
this
we
is
go.
The moment where we move from those months of speculations to actual results.
That's right. The polls have just closed in 6 states, and NBC News is ready to make our first projections of the night.
Here we
Which
go.
is the state of Kentucky.
There,
NBC
bingo.
News projects that Donald Trump will win in Kentucky tonight. Let's move to New York.
Bingo.
NBC News projects that Vermont will go in the Kamala Harris
Of course, we
column
knew that.
this evening. This is where it brings us on the road to 270 right
Dude,
now. The
Trump
early
is
start,
winning
Donald
already,
Trump
man.
out
No, I'm
eight
just kidding.
Electoral votes, 3
It's
for Harris.
way too
Long
early.
way to go to get that 270, but that's where we
Mean
are
Street
right now.
MMA, dude. What's up, dude? How you doing, bro?
The ones we haven't called
Good
yet.
to see you, man.
Indiana, South Carolina,
What's good with you, man?
Virginia, and that all-important state of Georgia. And here's how we're projecting it right now. Too early to call. It may come tonight, but it's not coming this exact moment. So we will continue to watch.
Yeah, I know so many black men vote for Trump. So do I. I got one at work that's voting Harris. Dude, we got into it a little bit, and I bet him $1,000. He didn't want to bet, and I said, "How about $100? No. How about $50? No. $25? No." He's like, "No, I don't want to bet." And he bets on like football all the time. So I was like, "Okay, dude, you're that confident." East Coast results incoming. Yes, that is correct. I know so many black. Oh, we already said that. What's up, bro? What's up? Oh, it's Tommy from the Bronx, dude. Motherfucking Tommy from the Bronx. What's up, dude? What's going on, bro? Hopefully you're doing good, Tommy. It's good to see you, bro. Seems like you're a moderator on this channel. I gave you a fucking wrench probably like fucking 15 years ago to moderate this channel. No, probably not that long ago. Probably like 10 years ago, 12 years ago. Tommy from the Bronx. My man, how you doing there, bro? All right, let's get through this, guys.
Done very, very well in elections past. If you go back here, Trump in 2020 won by about 16 points. Before that, it was even higher
Same old,
against
bro.
Hillary Clinton.
It's good to hear from you, man.
This is a state that Republicans are going to be safely in the win column, most likely. One of the places we can start to get data from is Hamilton County, with 60% of the vote in. This is not a great sign for Trump right now, but again, I want to be very clear. It's only 60% of the vote in, and this is what I'm talking about. 52% is what he won in 2020. She's on top right now with about 49, 50% of the vote. There's about 1,300 vote difference right now. Again, still very early, but this is the first data we're getting tonight, so we're kind of parsing what we can so far. There are big areas like South Bend, Pete Buttigieg, who is the mayor there, obviously, where Notre Dame is as well, and the big city of Indianapolis, Evansville, there's a university down there. If we look at the map in 2020, these are mostly rural counties, red counties where Trump can really run up the vote. But again, in some of these smaller counties, he wants to be 60, 70% to make sure he can overcome what she's going to get in Indianapolis. But still very early.
Yeah, it's still early. I'm like, a lot of the suburb counties, they take a little bit to calculate all the votes, which, of course, you can see most of those counties are red. So once those red counties start coming in to play, you're going to see Trump's number go up. So right now, it's close. It's good. It looks good for Trump in Indiana. Of course, he's going to get it.
tonight, Savannah. We're going to get a lot of data as it's coming in, hot and heavy throughout the night. But right now, still very, very early.
This is when we get the tea leaves out. This is the tea leaves portion of the night. And, you have
You
the
mean
red
tea
states,
bags?
that Indiana's going to
We're gonna get out tonight.
prevail most
Some
likely.
tea bags.
Same thing with Kentucky. But sometimes we can look into those counties and particularly the suburbs because that is where we're starting to see a trend. Did I read your mind? You're giving me that
Savannah,
look.
we're mind melding because I'm looking at Hamilton County and I'm going, okay, people at home are probably going, wait a second, Hamilton County, was I supposed to know about that one? Was that one of the big ones? Here's why it's so interesting. It's because of the tea leaves, Savannah, and because of the trend lines as well, right? This is a county where Republican margins have been shrinking over time. Democrats have been making inroads. It is a suburban county.
I can't wait to see all the people crying and breaking down again. Yeah, we're gonna watch it tonight. Trust me.
And elsewhere.
Once they declare the winner, once they declare the winner, it's all.
So that's why we're
gonna have fun.
interested in it because it's at least some data that's coming into us. But that's part of the story here.
You can see the importance of some of these places by how many times the candidates have visited. Donald Trump, 8 trips to Georgia, 7 for Kamala Harris. I mean, we cover it every night, them in this state and that state, but when you see it laid out, it's quite amazing.
It really is. And when you think about the state of Georgia, we'll be looking at those Atlanta suburbs. What types of margins?
And by the way, guys, we're going to check out a couple different live streams tonight, so we're going to be going back and forth to a lot of who's that? Georgia? Oh, was being counted. So we're going to be checking out a lot of live streams. So we'll be here for like 15, 20 minutes. So we'll go to a couple other places. So Fox News, we'll go over to Fox here in a little bit. So
will run throughout the night. Kamala Harris has to get the turnout up in the city.
hit that like button. If you just got here, hit that like button. Thank you.
Suburbs and why she has to make up for the rural vote that is expected for Donald Trump. And he has been very good in past elections at finding these voters who aren't traditional voters who come and vote for the first time.
Absolutely. That's where the ground game is
Kentucky.
so significant. And tonight will be, to some extent, a test not only of their campaigns, but of the ground games. Was the Trump campaign able to get out some of those voters who don't?
By the way, thanks for joining me tonight, guys. I really appreciate it, man.
One note about
We'll have
Pennsylvania,
some good commentary
one of the
here.
biggest states we're going to be watching
We'll
throughout
chat
the
it
course
up.
of the night. Joe Biden won it, not just by running up the margin in the Philadelphia county, but in the suburbs of Philadelphia, those collar counties that make all the difference. Hallie and I are both from Pennsylvania.
That's our Bucks County in the House, folks.
Yeah, what do the exit polls tell you?
Okay, so let me disengage myself from the chair here because we can start to get into some of the vote breaks here in Georgia. And here's what's really interesting. We've talked about people who identify as independents. This is a category, right, of a voter that Vice President Harris really extended an olive branch to. She wanted to win them over. But look at this. Based on our exit poll data, it is Donald Trump winning independents, nearly a double-digit margin
Georgia. I told
over
you
Vice
that.
President Harris in the state of Georgia. Here's your grain of salt caveat. These
Here's
are
my,
early numbers. They
map,
may shift
Georgia.
a little bit throughout the night, but
I got
this
a
is
Trump.
really
This is my map
interesting
I
here.
made.
And if you're wondering, well, how does this compare to 2020? Let me pull that up here because he is overperforming. Donald Trump is overperforming his numbers with independent voters in Georgia
Of course
this
he is.
cycle than
All
he
over.
did last cycle by a significant margin, by about 10 points as well. The other piece of this, too, let's look at the gender gap in Georgia. The gender gap, it exists here, folks. We are seeing, and we'll pull up this board in a second here, Kamala Harris.
Whoa, where's all
winning
the
with
other
women,
fucking genders?
Donald Trump winning with men. And I'll tell you, as I walk back over to the table here, that is something else we'll be watching here throughout the night.
Yeah,
She's
me
got
too.
to do really well with
I gotta
women.
think
He
about it.
wants to do really well with men. And in my conversations with campaign sources just in the last couple of hours, they're looking at that as well.
Fuck, is NBC News saying there's only 2 genders? What the fuck? It's fucking discrimination, motherfuckers.
Called this election perhaps the battle of the sexes election, so we'll see how that plays out. I think we've got a winner to announce, key projection in the state of Indiana. And no surprise here, Donald Trump will win that state again. Here's the data that's just coming. Let's see if we can get some numbers. And you now know, because we've taken you inside the decision desk, how is it that we can project this with just 15% of the vote counted? It is because we're confident that the margin is sufficient to make
Trump
that
wins
call.
Indiana.
So, let's go to the
Let's
270 map. We're going to see this a lot, and we start to fill in some of the gray. Indiana red for Donald Trump. Let me go right over to Tom Yamas, who's actually looking at Florida. So Florida had a poll
I had Indiana,
close.
didn't I?
Or is it about to poll close?
Yeah, they've closed. We have
Yeah, of
some
course I had
data.
Indiana.
And we have in Osceola County. I wanted to show this, why this is important. So here in Florida, we have the I-4 corridor, right? And this is kind of the central part of the state. It cuts right through here. When you think about Florida,
please,
you
this
think
is
about it in
all
3
red.
parts. The Panhandle
This is
is
all
very
red.
That's
Down
Trump
here's
country
red.
in a
Tampa's
lot of
gonna
those
be
counties.
blue.
South Florida,
Orlando's gonna be
usually
blue.
reliably
Jacksonville's gonna be
Democratic,
blue.
but
It's gonna
Republicans
be
have made some
all
inroads.
red.
And it's this I-4 corridor that is
This
really
is
the swing
nothing.
region. It's
That's
also
nothing.
the area where you find a large number of Puerto Rican voters as well. So when we come into Osceola, I wanted to highlight this because we have 71% of the vote in. This is usually a reliably blue county. for Democrats. Again, not all of the vote is in. It is still early, but you can see Harris is underperforming in what is historically a blue county for Democrats.
Of course she is.
56 for Joe Biden in 2020, 51 for Harris right now with 71% of the vote in. Again, it's still very early. So how is Trump doing? Well, in a county that he usually does very well in, Volusia County on the East Coast here, 56% in 2020 with 70% of the vote
performing
in.
very
He's
well.
now at 59%. So he's overperforming. Again, still a lot of vote out. Still a lot to do here and kind of see where the vote is going. But those are good signs for the president.
So we're very infantile. We're very like in beginning stages. So far from NBC here is Trump's overperforming in a lot of these states already that he already has taken. I'm showing you something right there. Already. It's still early. It's still early. It's still early. Okay. I'm not predicting anything right now. Hold your horses.
Listen, Florida has been trending red. Trump won it in 2016. He won it in 2020. Actually, in 2016, when that political earthquake happened, it really happened once we started calling Florida.
Did he just call it a political earthquake?
The map gets very
earthquake.
hard for Trump if he
Never heard of
doesn't
that
win
before.
Florida. Without Florida, his sort of strategy in the blue wall and everywhere else kind of collapses. He needed this in the win column.
All this is
Still very
red.
early
All
right
this
now,
is red.
statewide,
All
only
North
18%
Florida is
of
red.
The vote is in. We can find out where that remaining vote is tonight. So you can see in the major cities, Tampa. We're still going to find out how that hurricane.
Tampa's going to be
Helene affected voters there. Pinellas County, just to the west of that, a big swing county. Orlando, that's a hub for Democrats. Duval County, we actually have some vote in Duval County.
It is demonic.
This
it
is
is.
Governor Ron DeSantis' old district when
It
he was
is.
a
Minnesota
representative.
is. That's why I called it for her.
County. Biden won it, but Trump won it in 2016. Harris is doing pretty well. In 2020, Biden was at 51. She's now at 50%. 66% of the vote is still out. This is a county that Republicans had hoped to flip. We're going to have to wait and see. But again, that vote's trickling in, but we can start to kind of read those tea leaves, Savannah and Lester, and kind
Trump's
of see
going
where
to
the
take
vote's
Florida.
going.
Seriously.
Again, still very early, but this
By
is
at least
gonna be,
5%.
This has to be a win for Trump. If not, it's going to be a very long night for Republicans.
And a rapid pace there as well in the counting. We're seeing that.
Of course, David says it's going to be Trump.
We anticipate
Trump's going to get that by 5-6%.
Tom was saying that Florida is a
my
big
God
state for Donald Trump.
Shout out to
It
Al
is
right there.
also the
Al's
first
dad.
test of Trump's strength. So that is why all of
Oh
those
my
areas
God,
that Tom is
19 to
just laying
3.
out, these are again very early data so far, but significant nonetheless because it will help us once we get in more understand how strong he's.
Oh, it's going to get crazy in 2 hours.
Remember the hanging chads of
Dude, another hour and a half, 2 hours.
Florida,
It's going to
in
get
the wake
crazy.
of that debacle has some of the fastest vote counting in the country. So I tell you, you will not be waiting for Florida for very long tonight. They really get that vote counted very, very quickly. They have the modern machines. They're allowed to pre-process the ballots. So you won't have to wait too long for that.
At this point, are we seeing anything unexpected, though?
So far, I do think the independent numbers are going to be really interesting to watch throughout the course of the night,
Yeah,
especially in
you
what
already
we
just
saw
said
in
it's
those
going for
early
Trump,
national
most of them.
exit polls that a lot of people were identifying not as Republican, not as Democrat, but as independent. So that's a storyline to watch. I'll tell you another trend as we're talking about Florida. Osceola County has a large
we're gonna
Puerto
watch
Rican
another channel.
population, the biggest of any county, I believe. in
Puerto
Florida.
Rico!
And I've heard in my conversations with Democratic campaign officials and those close to the campaign that they feel like that is a part of the Latino population that they can really try to move the needle with here after those controversial comments from that opener for former President Trump.
Well, actually, let's go over to Tom on that. I should say the polls close at
All right, let's check out Fox News, guys. Let's check out Fox News. There we go. Fox News has no volume. Okay. Fox News has no volume. And the site's not muted. No volume on Fox News. That's fucking fantastic.
8 o'clock in Florida, but you.
Fucking commercial. What is it with commercials? With breaks? Nobody's live. Oh, here we go.
Full blast here. Oh no, now it's back to music. Sorry.
We got a little.
So I'm going to do a bunch of interviews over the night. We got cool people here. Gavin Wack.
We got Compound Censored. I don't even know. I should be playing this fucking on YouTube.
We got a bunch of liberal media like New York Mag, CNN. So I'm going to try to get them in front of the camera. That won't be easy though. They don't like exposing themselves. They prefer ruining other people's lives.
Right.
But a lot of these New York. Like remember Ann Coulter said our blacks are better than their blacks? Yeah. Our Republicans are better than their Republicans. Because here in New York, if you want to be Republican, you want to be conservative, you better know your shit. Because your family doesn't want to talk to you. You're about to get fired. So you end up.
That's true. All right, let's get back. Come on. Let's watch some election. Come on. Somebody go live. Oh my God. No volume. Oh, dude, you suck, Fox News. All right, well, I'll talk to you guys in the meantime because nobody's showing any results yet. Everybody's in commercial. Everybody. Guess that's going to happen all night, but, what's your thought, guys? What do you think? What's your electoral, counts look like? Let me know. What do you guys think? You think Trump's going to be over 3? My thing is Trump's going to be over 310. I think he's going to be at 310, 312, maybe 319. But we're in commercial right now, but yeah, it's pretty exciting, man. We get to do this together. I think I've been doing this like for the last 10 years, maybe even longer than that on this show, Skip the Fence show. But I always host presidential elections, but every 4 years. But, it's fun. I enjoy it. Hey, if Trump loses, whatever, we're fucked, but whatever. It's what it is. If Trump wins, we're going to have chaos in a lot of the far left progressive fucking cities like Seattle. It's going to get ugly over the next 2 or 3 days. So, whatever. Crybabies. We're going to have that girl again. No. We're going to see a couple of those on social media in the next, probably tonight. Oh, come on, people. Get over it, man. Like, Fox News. Let me see if I can get Fox News going. Hold on. Live. There we go. Live. I think I got the right one now. No? Oh my God. Fuck you, fucking Fox News. Fucking bitches. They have no audio, no volume. All right, here we go.
Virginia, but you can see Donald Trump at a widespread right now in Georgia. That's, of course,
there
the
we
first
go.
big prize in the
there we
swing
go.
States right now. Donald Trump with 90,000 votes. Kamala Harris, 86,000, but that's too early to call.
Oh, come on. 3% in? Oh, come on.
That's some of
Trump's
our
up in
first
Georgia.
postings. We await Arizona in a couple of hours from now.
we're
11
live.
electoral
We're
votes.
back.
We've got Gotti Schwartz there in Tempe, home to Arizona State University. Big lines there. A real split that you're seeing, that gender divide, Gotti.
Gender divide.
Absolutely. Big lines, big turnout here at ASU. This is the 75-foot line. That's where the line starts.
Look at
Let's
homie.
take a walk.
Look at my homie right there behind him.
77 minutes long if you're looking at the app. But the line extends all the way down, and you're seeing so many of these students turning out. You were just talking about that gender gap, and we've been talking to a lot of the students here, a lot of the female students. They say that they've been
I said
driven to
New
polls
Jersey was going to
by the
flip,
issue
but
of,
I didn't predict it.
The issue of how they think Donald Trump
It's just my
treats
personal
women.
opinion.
And then you see a lot of
Wow, look at
males
her.
in this
Hot.
line.
Ooh,
Young,
she blew me a kiss.
Guys here at ASU. Many
feel
of them
special.
wearing those MAGA hats that have been given out along this line from organizers here. And they have been telling us that the reason why they are turning out is because of the economy, because of masculine identity.
Not
They've
immigration?
also said,
Really?
Interestingly enough,
Immigration.
People have been talking about the podcast wars here in this line.
Podcast words. Nobody is concerned about immigration.
Talking to a couple of guys
Insane.
just a little while ago, they said that they were open to the possibility of voting for Kamala Harris, but when the decision was made not to sit down with Joe Rogan, that influenced their vote. So it wasn't necessarily economy for
Hey guys,
them,
we have
but it was
200
the
views
idea
through the room.
that,
15.
Harris was not going to sit
20
down,
viewers. Thank you.
not going to show what they said was her true personality.
It's gonna
and so
get
that's
ugly.
why they decided to vote for
It's going
Trump.
to get ugly in the next 2 hours.
All right, Gotti, thank you.
Both candidates have been courting Latino voters, a huge voting bloc, more than 36 million in the U.S.
Let me be honest with you. At the recent poll that came out about a week ago, Latinos support Trump by 56%, way more than 2020 and 2016. Just so you know, like the polls are out there on that.
Day of, but it is early, right? So these numbers could shift a bit. But what we're seeing in Georgia on the Latino vote is interesting.
Smash that like button.
It is,
Let's go.
Kamala Harris, who is winning the Latino vote, 56% to Donald Trump at 42%. But
Wrong.
interestingly,
Lies.
if you look at the comparisons, former President Trump is doing slightly better with Latinos in Georgia than he did in 2020.
Trump's
He is
doing a
slightly
little bit better.
overperforming with that demographic group. And Jose, you know, and Savannah and Lester and Kristen, this is something the Trump campaign talks a lot about. They think that Donald Trump is going to do better than he did in 2020 with these demographic groups, including Black and Latino Latino voters?
Well, let us bring Jose Diaz-Balart, our colleague, into this conversation because, this effort to try to win over more Latino voters on behalf of the Trump campaign, it's never been about can we win the Latino vote. It's can we cut into her margins enough to make a difference? And are we beginning to see perhaps that strategy pay off?
Seven, I think
North
the course
Carolina,
for
that's
the future of America tonight will have been chartered
closed.
by Latino America. And we're not talking just about places like Nevada and Arizona.
And illegal Mexicans too as well. All right.
We're talking about Georgia, for example. 400,000 eligible voters are Latinos. We're talking about Pennsylvania. More than 500,000 eligible voters are Latino. And
He has to say it like that, Latino. Oh man, they were giving out mega hats. They didn't when I went to vote. Of course, I'm in a blue state. Yeah, it happens in blue states. Not really. I'm like, yeah, actually in Pennsylvania they were giving out hats too, which is not a swing state, but
democratic experiment. Our American democratic
experiment.
I think what's driving that is that there is no Latino vote. There are Latino voters, each with their own individual American dream, with vicissitudes and barriers into what they see as the best future for their children and for themselves. And so I think that what we're going to see in Pennsylvania tonight will have a direct impact on what Latinos come out to say tonight. And in Arizona and Nevada, yes. But
why does he say that? Latinos are what, 13% of the country, 15%?
We're starting to see this flesh out a little bit. Jose, stand by with us. We're moments away now from another round of poll closing. Some big states at stake, including the former battleground, Ohio, and one of the newest battlegrounds, North Carolina.
North Carolina.
We are moments away from the polls closing in 3 more states, including battleground North Carolina.
President Trump has won this state twice.
We're going to win North Carolina. We're going to defeat Kamala Harris.
But this year,
North Carolina, we will win.
Kamala Harris is making a serious run for its 16 electoral college votes.
North Carolina.
Keep it laughing.
It all comes down to this.
Plus 2 major wild cards. Hurricane Helene decimating the western part of the state.
Yeah, that fucked everything up, huh?
And the Trump-supported candidate for governor.
Now to the scandal that's rocked the governor's race in North Carolina and could have national implications.
A possible drag on the Republican ticket.
We are standing by for the first vote count and new exit poll information for the Tar Heel state as our decision desk gets ready to make new calls on the road to 270. So that sets us up for nicely Sam Brock, hard-hit Asheville, North Carolina. This was the part of Western Carolina that were really hurt by Hurricane Helene. And you're in Asheville now. What are you seeing there?
Sure, Savannah. So where we are right now in Buncombe County, which is the home of Asheville, certainly this is one of the most directly impacted areas by the storm. They're starting to pack up now. Just about an hour or two earlier, there was large applause here because they reached 1,000 people voting in person here at this precinct. And what's so interesting about this particular location is that it wasn't intended to be the voting site. In fact, the church that was supposed to be had helicopters delivering supplies, which is why they had to shift it. It's one of about 17 different locations in this county, Savannah, that had to shake things up. And as I talked to residents today, they basically told me they had a lot of confidence that the communication was good. They were able to find their location. And in Buncombe County alone, you had 116,000 people early voting and then 25,000 more today. These were record numbers in terms of just the overall presence. And the western part of the state, Savannah, and this is really what I want to drive home, outperformed the rest of North Carolina when it comes to early voting. That was at 56.7% in Buncombe, 58%. But then there were 11 different counties that exceeded 60% before people even came on Election Day. And I say all of this as you see cases of water over my shoulder, right? People are still doling out supplies. And just to give you a snapshot of what's going on the ground right now, people don't have potable water. You're staying at hotels where families are still displaced and they are just wondering when are they going to get their loans for their businesses? When will their employees be able to have stability? These are all the things that are weighing on folks' mind as they're still voting. Now, we talked about North Carolina as a wild card, as it projects strength in terms of some of the turnout here in the rural communities.
Guys, look how strong the Senate is right now. I'm like, I know it's early, but look at the Senate, 39-28. It's pretty good. So, again, still early. I'm like, we're not going to really see something really good here until another hour and a half. So it's going to get good.
You also have a scenario where women, 52% versus 41% for men. There was a big gap so far in early voting of women who are voting. And the conversations I'm having, many of them tell me that they do think abortion is front and center for them. We'll see how that plays out here in the hours to come.
All right, Sam Brock in Asheville, North Carolina, part of the region that has just been through so much, and yet so many people came out to exercise their right to vote. I want to go over to Tom Yamas, because this is the battleground in 2020 that Donald Trump actually won, and he wants to try to hold on to it.
Savannah,
Albert Long.
That he
What's up, buddy?
won in 2020, but it was his closest margin of victory. Let's take a look at
Albert Long, let's go Trump, baby. Every state is red so far besides Vermont. It's still early to tell. All right, Albert, stop getting your panties in a bunch. I'm going to go on a limb and say we win the popular vote. It's not going to happen. I would love it, but it's not going to happen.
Flip the state, but their margins have come down just slightly. I spoke with Governor Roy Cooper, the governor of North Carolina, who told me this is going to be their year. So how do they turn out the vote out, and how do they flip North Carolina from red to blue? The three places they have to do it. The first one is Charlotte, Mecklenburg County. This is a majority-minority county, right? Jose was talking about the Latino voters. You have about 16% in Mecklenburg County, about 30% black voters there. They have to drive out those voters. The second place...
Latinos and blacks have been on social media all over supporting Trump, man, all over. They're sick of it.
In Durham, you have Duke, and then right next door to that in Orange
And the one thing I want to talk about is, like, when it comes to the black voters, everything I've been researching is that there's a lot of rappers making videos supporting Trump. I'm like, they're just sick of it. And the thing about the people in, say, the inner cities, the hood, the ghetto, lack of better words, even people in the ghetto, like at convenience stores, they're recording, like, who you vote for, Trump, Trump, Trump. And you know what they're saying? A lot of these black people, they're saying, like, no, I'm going to vote Trump because these people that are coming from Venezuela, well, I can't pronounce that fucking country, and the people coming from Southern America, they're taking their jobs. So they're taking the minority jobs from the people that have been living here for many years or decades or generations. So these Mexicans that are coming in, these people from South America coming in, they're being flown into a lot of liberal cities, and they're taking jobs. So that's why the minorities, blacks, Latinos, they're supporting Trump this election season. It's just fact. I'm like, go out there and research it. It's not hard to do, man. I'm like, you look on social media everywhere. There's all these shorts and Instagram videos coming out where Latinos and blacks, they're just fed up, and they know Trump's going to treat them good. And Trump did treat them good, in his, in 2016. So 2016, 2020, whatever. But yeah, it is what it is. So deal with it. All right, let's see what's going on here. We got a commercial, which sucks, but let's see what we got. See what we can find. See, I don't think this is live coverage. See, it's not live. How come Fox is not live? Can somebody send me a Fox link, please? If everybody got Fox coverage, let me know, because this apparently is not. Yeah, apparently this ain't happening. Oh, this is fucking horrendous. TYT, they're see what TYT has to say.
The other pollsters are right, then we're right back into the.
All right, let's watch it. Cenk Uygur. John Adirola is there. Look at him. He looks very smart with his glasses on, even though he's this stupid fucking idiot. And Alex Experian. There we go. Let's see what they guys say. I'm pretty sure they're getting pissed off right now.
Is worth something to them. It's very easy for the right to be like, they're just doing it to dissuade people from voting. As if a poll that shows that Harris...
And watch how negative they are. Everything they state. Like 90% of the shit they state is very fucking negative.
And also bear in mind, it's one state. It's not a national poll. But also, I do want to mention one thing. So obviously, we're curious about some things that could indicate that stuff is going to be better for Harris than we thought it might be. So in Florida, for instance, right now, we're at 64%. So there's still a lot of the vote to come in. But what I've been doing is looking at the results that we do have for
John, Kamala's not going to take Florida, you fucking idiot.
And comparing it to the share of the vote that Biden got in 2020. And it seems like in most of them, Harris is doing like a point or two worse than Biden in these individual counties.
There we go, John. You're being honest. Good.
County right now, bearing in mind that there's still a quarter of the vote to come in that particular county, she is at 52% of the vote. In 2020, Biden won slightly more than 56% of the vote. In Orange County, Orlando. So she's at 58% of the vote with 61% of the vote in right now. So at 58, Biden won 61%. So it is still possible that inside of the individual county, there's not an even distribution of the votes based on when they come in. But we have a good chunk in those individual counties, and it looks like she's slightly underperforming Biden. So not necessarily cause to believe that she's going to end up doing better statewide than he did.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So, and whenever I read you guys' member comments, no disrespect to the members, we just haven't had a chance to verify them. So take it with a grain of salt whenever I read any member comment, including this one. Junk Rig Sailor said, Hamilton County, Kentucky, Harris doing 5% better than Biden. There's your nationwide polling error that has undervalued the Democratic voters. It's over. It's definitely not over, okay? So that's an interesting data point, but John just gave you a counter data point. Once again, getting back to, I don't know. If you've never watched The Young Turks, I love knowing ahead of time.
No, a lot of people don't like The Young Turks. We just watch you like I'm watching you to fucking have a meltdown. It's the only reason why I watch you.
Predictions don't come out of thin air. I'm not a Swami. I can't read the future.
I'm not a Swami.
I'm just telling you my analysis of the information. So we're going to take a break here in a second, and we'll come back. Some of you wrote some beautiful comments that I'd love to read as well. But right now, I wanted to say one more thing about what you're seeing on screen next to us. So you see why the Senate balance is 29-39 is those were seats that were not up for re-election in the Senate. So that's where we start the night, but Democrats have more seats that are up. So don't get discouraged by the 39-29. It doesn't mean anything yet. Democrats have to hold more seats, which is more challenging for the Democrats. But they've got more incumbents in those races. So
wow, I like that he's actually being sort of honest this year, which is great. All right. Get back to NMSNBC. Here we go.
They now turn to the state of Montana. They
40.
turn to the state of Ohio. Sherrod Brown
one gained
looking for a fourth term there.
Republicans gained one seat in the Senate. Beautiful.
He has gotten a pretty fierce challenge from Trump-backed former car dealer Bernie Moreno. So we'll see how that pans out. But one of the things, just zooming out a little bit, a lot of these Senate races have gotten a lot closer in recent weeks.
Yeah, I mean, Florida, man, isn't an urban legendary for nothing. Yeah, of course.
Closer to Election Day, have seen that margin really narrow. And again, this brings us back to this discussion of split ticket voters. In 1988, 17 states had.
By the way, how's the volume? My voice is not too loud. I'm a little bit higher than them, right? So everything's good volume. I got good volume control. I haven't done this in years, guys.
Joe Biden. So we'll have to watch that very closely.
I think I'm spot on.
We were expecting that result out of West Virginia.
Ticket splitting has become more rare in the Trump era. However, it's making a comeback in some of these Senate races where people.
Thanks for joining me tonight, guys. I appreciate it.
And
gals.
Than they do for the Senate.
That's one of the things we'll be watching closely.
And how are you doing some more exit duty on North Carolina?
That's right. So now that North Carolina polls have closed, I want to talk you through some of what we're seeing from these exit polls.
North Carolina. Here we go.
It is interesting here, right? First, we're going to take a look at the non-white vote in North Carolina. These are the black voters, include Latino voters that Tom was talking about in some of those key counties in North Carolina. As expected, Vice President Harris is winning non-white voters based on these early exit poll numbers. But take a look at Donald Trump here. He's got that 25% slice of the pie. Let me show you the comparison. He is outperforming where he was 4 years ago with non-white voters in North Carolina. He was at 19% in 2020. However, two things are also true here. Let me show you white voters here, and we can take a look at the comparison here. You can see that it is former President Trump winning with white voters at 61%, Kamala Harris at 39%. But again, take a look at the comparisons to 2020. She is actually outperforming where President Biden was back in 2020. She is doing better with white voters in North Carolina. So you might look at that and you might go, as we take a walk back to the desk here, you might go, okay, well, those two things, do they balance out? Not really, because white voters make up a
Trump is at
larger
23.
share of the electorate in North Carolina than non-white voters.
Trump
So
win?
she might be willing to make that trade, essentially.
Trump just won another state.
Thanks. I want to go back over to Tom. Tom, you've got some more information in Florida, but before you get into that, just to be clear, there's 2 poll closing times in the state of Florida.
Yeah, it's what we
Popular
call a
vote.
split
Trump is
poll
killing it so
closing.
far,
on
which
the
is still
eastern
early, but-
portion of the state, we have data coming in because
Florida,
the polls
Trump,
have closed
there
there.
we
We
go.
can tell you about the data.
There
And some of the
we go.
further parts
I told you,
of
5 to
the
6%.
Panhandle, they haven't closed just yet, so we won't be giving you that data just yet. We'll probably wait another 30 minutes.
So what do you got to look at too, guys? And I hate to cut it off, but all these other little tiny counties, all of them, every single one, especially on the left side of Florida, this is going to be all red, all fucking red. So Trump's going to kill it. He might actually win Florida by 12 to 15%. He's got it.
I want to show you something that's somewhat surprising. It may surprise you if you watch presidential elections and you follow election nights like
Your
this
breath
one.
clear. Thank you,
Donald Trump right now with 73%
Despair.
of the vote in is up 55% in Miami-Dade County. Again, this is where Democrats find their votes in the state of Florida. Biden won Miami-Dade County by 53. They've now flipped those numbers. This is pretty astonishing when you think where Hillary Clinton was in 2016. 63%, 53. Now tonight, 55. Again, there's still 73% of the vote
huge.
left. This shouldn't be a complete shocker because Governor Ron DeSantis won Miami-Dade 2 years ago by about 11 points, which was a surprise at the time.
And of course, DeSantis really helped Florida vote for Trump. Trump's going to crush Florida. It's like, don't even cover it.
Some potential
Just
good
give him
news,
30. Just give him the
possibly
30.
for the Harris campaign.
Possible
if they're
good
watching
news.
tonight. So we're watching some of the vote come in Georgia. Remember, I told you more than 50% of the vote from Georgia is going to come around the Atlanta metro
It's only
region.
9%
Let's
in.
take a look at some of these counties around Atlanta. 74% in Douglas County. Look at her number, 65%. Biden was at 61. So this means she's overperforming in the exact counties where she needs to find those votes. Let's look at another county here. Right now we have Gwinnett. We don't have any vote just yet in Rockdale County. This is another big one. She's at 75%.
Trying to make fucking
Biden
Kamala
was
look
at
good
69.
in
So
Georgia.
she's overperforming right now in some of these counties in the Atlanta metro region. Again, guys, this is
Doesn't
where she
matter.
has to
Most of the
drive up the
counties
vote.
are for
If
Trump.
she can expand the map, scale the Democratic vote there, they can hold Georgia. You remember this was such a close
Which,
race
of course, is
4 years
less
ago.
people.
Any
The
votes they can
populations
find in that
are less,
Atlanta
but-
region is going to help them. Guys?
It's going to be crazy.
All right, Tom, thank you so much.
Trump's
We've
already
got
at 23.
guests over at our insiders desk today. And we also want to ask them what they're thinking of some of these early returns. We're starting to see some themes come out. We've got Cornell Belcher. We've got Mark Lauder. Cornell, I'll ask you what you think about what Tom just talked about. You had the story in Miami-Dade where it's potentially a big victory in that county, signs perhaps that that outreach to the Hispanic vote is working for Donald Trump. And yet in Georgia, you're starting to see some of that suburban vote really being ramped up for Kamala Harris.
No, I think that's right. Look, Florida is. I think Democrats are going to look back at how we've not invested in Florida since the campaign I worked on, the Obama campaign.
This guy looks
We've
like a
not
professor.
invested in Florida well, and Florida's like a country. It's a really big, expensive state. I think we've taken those resources and we moved them more to battleground states like Georgia and North Carolina, where you see a sort of a difference. But Florida, it's a state that
We might see the red wave tonight,
Democrats
guys.
Did not invest a lot of money in, did not run a lot
Still
of
early,
advertising
but-
in, and it shows.
Let me bring in Mark Lauder.
Still early. Red wave is looking good. We'll see. If he takes Georgia and Florida right now,
Pence, Mark, give us your view as we wait for a call in North Carolina. What is the Harris camp right now?
thanks guys for your support tonight. Click that like button on your way in.
I think, and really for both sides, it's going to be all about turnout. Do you get your voters out? I've seen some, I've heard anecdotally from some of my colleagues on the campaign that turnout is not where it needs to be in the urban areas for Kamala Harris. It's overperforming in some of the rural areas, including the hurricane impacted areas. So I think that's a good sign for President Trump, but we're going to have to see how that plays out. Another thing I'm watching, and I know.
I love how all these guys right now, which are you gotta remember these channels that we're watching right now are left leaning. They're far left leaning for the most part. They keep on saying like, yeah, Trump's looking good here, Trump's looking good there, Trump's looking good here. Compared to numbers from Biden and Hillary, oh, Trump is up in here, Trump's up here. Yeah, it's just telling you something already.
We're in the make or break state of Pennsylvania as the polls get ready to close there.
Oh, I just started and it's red. Good. Thanks, Al. Thanks for the update. Ohio's looking good. Which, of course, is going to go to Trump. All right, let's see who else is. Let's see who doesn't have a commercial. Oh, Cenk Uygur, look at this. I'm a big fat brown buffalo. Sorry, had to do that.
Been having fluoride in the water, et cetera, et cetera.
Et cetera, et cetera.
Trump, not RFK Jr. in your vote, but apparently not working perfectly, which is good news.
I'll tell you right now, dude, RFK fucking helped Trump out big time with independent voters.
That we're interested in too. In North Carolina, Harris is at 68% of the vote, which is only 2% of the total. But you know that something.
He goes, it's only 2%, and Anna goes, oh.
Fictional momentum, I think, is the best kind of momentum.
Is
I
it?
think,
It's
but
amazing.
anyway, and 7% of New Hampshire is in, and she's at 56%. So. A little bit premature.
New Hampshire, that's my state.
Two things, guys. At 7:30
my
Eastern,
state.
the reason we just told you about West Virginia is because West Virginia.
I said New
Ohio,
Hampshire
North
might.
Carolina
She's only at
goes.
56%.
So West Virginia is
I don't know.
red, unfortunately, these days. So that's gone already. So Ohio these days is less of a swing state. If it is, then Kamala Harris is going to win. But North Carolina is a critical state. So now the votes coming in that we're reporting to you from North Carolina are real votes.
Yeah. Well, and if I could add, so we were talking previously about the third-party candidates, and I'm speculating that maybe, especially Jill Stein.
I still can't get over their background. Like they are, just trying to intimidate you. Basically, like if we don't win, this is going to be the world. This is what's going to happen in the inner cities. There's going to be fire. There's going to be businesses burnt down if Trump wins. Just make sure that's their visual here that they're portraying to their audience and to the people that disagree with their opinions. Of course, it's fucking insane.
Since she was saying that it's strategic, she's trying to take votes. She has personally said that she's trying to take votes away. The advertising will probably be more focused on a few specific states. So again, only 2%
I think so.
vote in
You know
North
what?
Carolina.
Hold on, wait. I
She's-
want to talk about that. So Tommy, you might be right on that, dude, because she's been red pilled on some issues already. So Tommy, you might be right there, brother. You might be right there. I don't know if she voted for Trump, but she might be on her way out if there's election season. She might see the tides turning, that people have called her out over the years, and she's starting to think now. Like she's starting to be a little red pilled. She's starting to agree with certain issues that she disagreed with many years ago. I don't know. That's a good point, Tommy from the Bronx. That's why I love you, bro. Tommy from the Bronx, dude. It's good observation. I like that. It's good.
Is at 0.5% of the vote. Chase Oliver at 0.4, Cornel West at 0.2. And so that's that's almost twice her share in some of these other states. And again, it's
You're
not
right.
a
You're
lot
right, Tommy.
of the vote,
100%.
but some of these polls in North Carolina have been very, very close. So 0.5% of the vote,
Only
theoretically,
2% votes in.
significant.
Stop.
Again, a lot of this is based on
idiot.
assumptions that people would vote a different way if they weren't voting for someone. I think there's a lot of reason to question that in a few different ways.
For sure, I
but
agree.
hypothetically, particularly when you have 30 candidates who might appeal to different sides of the race.
So you saw the
Fucking
Sherrod
cuck boy.
Brown race pop
He's a
up
fucking
next to
cuck
us.
boy.
We're going to come back to that because that's a
He's a
critical
fuck boy
race
too, probably.
to see who's going to control the Senate. That's in Ohio. Sherrod Brown, longtime Democratic senator, very pro-union. We'll come back to that in a second. So as you look at those,
Look at him, Georgia. Kamala was just at what? Here we go, 61% Georgia, 9% in.
those North Carolina numbers on the screen there, it looks kind of beautiful. But so of course,
Yeah, it kind of looks beautiful with 2% in. Jank, fucking idiot.
2% doesn't mean anything yet. Two things about
Just
all,
like I
all
said.
the numbers John gave you. Number one, I'm going to double down, quadruple down on if people voted for Chase Oliver or Jill Stein, especially in this election, they were so unlikely to vote for either.
Trump
of
is
the
leading
other
Florida
candidates.
54.3
So if they weren't in the race,
44.9.
I don't know that
Trump
if
has
Chase Oliver wasn't
Florida,
in the race.
like it's
were
no
they
brainer.
really going to go to Trump instead? Those votes? I don't think so. I
Maybe
think
a
the
small
people.
All right, I can't listen. I can only listen to these guys for like 10 minutes at a time. That's it. That's all. Sorry. Let's check it on censored.tv. How about that?
brings it to vote for Donald Trump. A stable currency, national sovereignty.
In Milwaukee, downtown, where they are counting all of the absentee ballots and early votes at once, that the city of Milwaukee had to restart the processing or counting of those absentee ballots. They say an observer saw that while the ballot tabulators were sealed, the door wasn't.
As well as national sovereignty. And you know, there was a shooting in Chicago where a Muslim illegal immigrant shot a Orthodox Jew. And
this guy's Jewish. You tell.
The officials, the police,
his curly hair,
identify the person as being an illegal alien or even a Muslim who shouted Allahu Akbar. So this entire illegal immigrant thing, it is hurting not only just Americans, it hurts Jews. And now we have.
By the way, this guy down here is the leader. While he starts Proud Boys, Gavin McInnes. Which I shouldn't be showing his podcast, but whatever.
She was saying, we have had enough. They're going to be voting 100% for Donald Trump. If not 99%, of course.
Thanks, Albert. I appreciate the update, dude. Thank you.
Last time, okay, let's go with Lee Zeldin. Lee Zeldin last time won about 83% or 81% of the Orthodox Jewish vote. So, I mean, if white people voted like that, we would have a completely conservative country. There would be no.
True. All right, let's go back.
As it relates to these age groups, we know, right, the Biden coalition in 2020 that propelled him to the White House involved
West Virginia.
Young voters, right?
Trump
And
just
for
picked
our
up West
purposes,
Virginia.
Young is 18 to 29 in
Oh,
North Carolina.
shit.
I want to show you here. You can see that for older voters, and I'm talking senior vote here, former President Trump.
Bros, he just picked up West Virginia, which of course we knew he was going to.
He's
But
long thought that he would do well with seniors. But here's what's interesting. Look at Vice President Harris. She's got 47% of the senior vote. She's doing better than President Biden did with seniors in 2020 in North Carolina. So she is outperforming where he was 4 years ago. Then you look at that youth vote, right? Again, not unexpected that Vice President Harris would have a slight lead. And I would say this is very close. We are waiting for more numbers to come in, more of these waves as they're called from the exit polls, but still interesting. But again, look at 48% for former President Trump. He is outperforming among young voters in North Carolina. So you have that kind of conventional wisdom. They're overall sort of winning the groups, at least to a degree that we thought they'd win. But each of them are overperforming on the sort of flip end of that.
All right, well, Savannah Sellers is here to talk about a huge role that the youth vote could play in the outcome of this election. What have you been seeing? You've been tracking a lot of the polls leading up to tonight.
Yeah, I absolutely have. And first, I want to dig in a little further.
when are they going to add fucking Trump for West Virginia? I'm trying to wonder that. So he's over he's at like 40 right now.
On North Carolina and what Hallie just said, because if we dig even deeper in and we talk about gender in that under 30, it's similar to the trends that we've been discussing. Trump has improved what he did with young men. Tonight, 60% in our NBC News exit poll there.
Fucking right.
That is up from 42% that voted for him in 2020. Whereas with Harris, she's performing
West
even better than
Virginia,
Biden
Mountain
did with
Mama,
women. 65%
take me
saying that they support Harris in this exit poll, when 58% actually supported
Is that just North
Biden
Carolina, or is that a national
That's just
poll?
North Carolina.
Okay.
That's our North Carolina exit polling tonight. North Carolina is really interesting to me because I've been talking with college Democrat and Republican presidents on campuses there. But the college Democrats were so organized in this state. Like what they did on these campuses was really amazing. They lobbied the state to have more polling places on campuses. They even had it be made that the student ID could be an acceptable form of ID on several campuses, which was not the case prior. We're also seeing this kind of play out to be right what we're seeing with that young men appeal for Trump seems to be working in some places. I'm interested to see if that continues throughout the night. We heard Gotti mention like those podcast appearances earlier in the night, Joe Rogan, Logan Paul, things like that. This seems to be where he is gaining that ground. I'm interested to see if it continues in other battlegrounds.
And just underscoring how important the young vote is, the Harris campaign tonight touting the fact that they have Paul Rudd, for example, out trying to energize college voters in Pennsylvania. Jennifer Garner as well.
Keep them in line.
Stay in line.
Mark Cuban is FaceTiming voters in a 4-hour line at UNC Chapel Hill right now.
It speaks to how close this race continues to be as these results come in. On the other hand, you have the Trump campaign saying, hey, we're seeing good turnout in Philadelphia, yes, in the Trump areas. We'll have to see how that actually bears out when we start to get results in Philadelphia. But it does speak to the fact that there's a real focus on this epicenter.
Real focus.
And when we talk about young men in particular, and to the point that you're making here at the table, that the Trump campaign has really looked to turn those young men out. They're not typically the people who show up to the ballot box every 4 years. They're what's called those low propensity voters we've been talking about. I will tell you that the Trump campaign feels like they've been doing a pretty good job trying to turn those, not always voters into voters at least this cycle, because for them, that's one of the big keys.
I'm pretty happy with the stream. The stream is pretty flawless, man. It's pretty clear. Looks good.
Up, whether that was early or whether that's now, they're feeling like they're going to have some wind at their back.
It's, you take a step back, the story of this election is the gender gap. Yes. It's the battle of the sexes election, and whether you want to say it's young men or senior women,
binaries or
men and women. If Trump
turns out
Spear
more
men, he wins. If Kamala Harris turns out more women, she does. It's kind of as simple as that.
No doubt about it. And what's so fascinating is that the Trump campaign tried this
Twin Spirit, whatever it's called,
unconventional tactic to get out the vote, which was to outsource it to Elon Musk, to other outside groups. And they were quite bullish heading into tonight, saying, look, we feel good about this decision.
And remember, the Harris campaign was concerned about black men as well.
I got to take a piss and be right back.
President Obama to make the case. Any evidence right now how that appeal has translated into votes tonight?
Well, that's one of the things that she has talked about on the campaign trail. I sat down with the vice president not too long ago, and she feels like she needed to earn every single one of those black male votes just as much as Joe Biden would have. That's why you saw her. We talk about podcasts, doing like an NBA podcast, a football podcast. Sure, she did call her daddy to try to reach out to those young women. That's the name of course, that very popular podcast with women. But she also was trying to extend an olive branch to men. I would just say this. Two things are true, right? Kamala Harris, let me say it this way. Donald Trump is doing better with men based on public polling right now than Kamala Harris is doing with women, though that gap exists. But also remember that historically, women have turned out more than men in every election dating back to 1980. And so that is going to be one of the big key factors into tonight.
And that's why that moment with former President Obama was so significant when he called on them not to stay at home.
All right. Well, we're just a few minutes away now from a big batch of poll closings at 8 o'clock Eastern time, including the one that everybody's been watching, Pennsylvania. And we'll be right back.
Yep. Fucking commercials, dude. Fucking commercials. I hate commercials. They gotta do commercials, of course, because that's what they get paid for, right? So what's going on with TYT? Let's see. Stay safe. Stay safe.
Muslim voters. And then they'll say, it was your fault. And you made us have Trump. That's it. We're not doing anything. Bill, have you noticed that? Then you're going to lose the next one, and the next one, and the next one.
All right, we'll move this one.
Democrats never learn that lesson, especially when they lose. Their go-to move is blaming the voters.
All right, let's watch the TYT breakdown, the fucking meltdown with their beautiful fucking background image. Man, who fucking was the decider on that fucking image?
And who cares about the Muslim American and Arab American vote in regard to, Gaza?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Trump has the Muslim support. He really does, which is sad for you, TYT.
In Israel and all of that. We can win without them by appealing to moderates or even some
Trump finally hit a 10-point lead in Florida. Thank you for the update, Al. Appreciate it. Al just updated on Florida, 10-point lead. Trump, thank you.
If he said ceasefire, if he said, I won't send weapons anymore because I'm the anti-war candidate, he would have picked up a lot of those votes.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, Jesus Christ, he's really going to say that? All the fucking billions. All the multi-hundreds of billions of dollars we gave the fucking Ukraine, and of course Israel too, to a certain point. Israel, they're winning that war. It's going to happen. They're just going to wipe out Hamas. We killed the Hamas leader, and I think who was the other leader we killed? Great, yes, absolutely makes the world a better place. And yeah, it's great. And Ukraine war, we should never have been involved. Never. I'm like, that's way too much money to give to Ukraine. And that money is well spent here, or better spent here in America, which is just absolutely insane. We're giving illegal immigrants way more money than our homeless or our vets. It's just insane, right? So I think it's up to $12,000 now for illegal immigrants that we're giving money. We're giving them room and board. We're giving them rooms. We're giving them credit cards, $9,000 on it to feed. And it's just been insane, guys. We're just giving illegal immigrants. And you got to remember, there's a lot of illegal immigrants that are they came from, countries in South America where they unloaded their prisons and sent them here because we had open borders. And now we have all these, convicts, murderers, rapists, on the border in the last 4 years. There have been let me tell you this, guys, this is the truth, reported minimal 30 30,000 children that have crossed the border that we don't know where the fuck they're at. Sex trafficking. This is where the cartels and the caravans and the coyotes make their money. Billions of dollars. Sex trafficking. Over 30,000 children in America. Fucking sad. Embarrassing. Close the fucking borders now. Kick these fucking people out. Get them the fuck out. We don't need this in America. We don't need it in Springfield. We don't need it in Aurora, Colorado. We don't need them taking over apartment complexes with fucking, assault rifles. Fuck that. Come on. You guys know the fucking videos. You've all seen it. You know what's fucking happening. And this is what we get. These fucking people supporting that shit. Fuck that. Bullshit.
And instead what he said is Israel should bomb Iran right away, and they should bomb their nuclear facilities. They should bomb them more.
There we go.
And I'm going to let them run wild, and I'm going to let them finish the Palestinians. And you started using Palestinians as an insult.
Mafia, love it.
And Netanyahu is definitely, and Ben Gvir and Smotrich are rooting for Trump. So both sides are.
By the way, TYT hates fucking the Jews. They hate Israel. They support Hamas. They support Palestinians. Fucking embarrassing.
Awful on this. And both sides said, I'd rather have the donors than win the state of Michigan and maybe win the entire election. You know what? In a sense, even more so for Trump. Because if Trump wins Michigan, he definitely wins the election.
Of course.
And he's like, no, Miriam Adelson gave me 90 million. That person.
No. He has the support from the Muslims in Michigan. They already came out and supported him, so.
Drain the swamp.
That's going to hurt Michigan. And wait, what do I have? Oh, what did I predict? Michigan? Did I predict Michigan?
Hold
on.
I think purely hypothetically.
Oh shit!
And
I predicted
generally,
Michigan.
He has been able to get away with taking whatever position he wants, even if it goes against prior conservative orthodoxy. Like he can change all of Republicans' views on Russia, for instance. They go from hating it to loving it in the span of 5 years. But
I'll be honest with you, man. I'm really hitting my fucking predictions so far. Out of the 5 or 6 states I'm pretty spot on. I'm 100% right now.
At a couple rallies, they booed him, and he stopped. And now he's talking about potentially banning some vaccines
for everybody.
And I don't know for sure that switching up and being, a human being on Gaza would be that second wall, but it feels like it might be. Saying that Palestinians are humans deserving of life, that probably is a non-starter for a lot of his base.
Yeah, look at your background
I can see
screen.
them being pretty angry about that. Now, maybe if he said it really close.
I'm like, these guys are stating this shit, but look at your background. The Capitol on fire. Like, come on, dude.
Republican in the modern, especially MAGA movement.
Embarrassing.
I don't know about that, John. Because the MAGA movement. Oh, sorry, Anna. Go ahead. You go.
Yeah, let me jump in.
I'm sorry.
Look, the Republican electorate is
another
not
hour. It's going to
your
get crazy here.
Bush era electorate. Okay, it's not full of neocons who love war. It's full of people who either have family members or they themselves suffered multiple deployments to the Middle East. They have soured on the notion of U.S. intervention or U.S. involvement in foreign conflicts and stuff like that.
But I don't think this would be about involvement. This would be about who is worthy of life. I mean, when he goes on the stage and calls Chuck Schumer a Palestinian or whatever, or talks about, I'm going to deport pro-Palestinian protesters, he does that not because
he's never said that, John. Lie. Fucking lie. Trump has never said he was going to deport fucking pro-Palestinian fucking protesters. You fucking douchebag. You fucking idiot. You fucking dork.
He has some sort of strong personal attachment to the issue. He does it because he gets applause for it.
No, the point I'm trying to make, though, is the war hawk Republican is less appealing to the Republican
You're right,
base.
Despair.
So I
Probably.
do think that there's a significant contingent within the Republican Party, meaning the voters.
Oh boy, look at Georgia. 20% in. Trump at 60%. North Carolina, which is nothing, 3%. He has Georgia.
Who would be supportive of him, saying, "Nah, we're not going to send military aid and more funding to Israel to continue prosecuting this war in the way they've been prosecuting it."
Yeah, so
prosecuting it. I got to get rid of these fucking people. Like I said, I can only deal with this fucking TYT, the Young Turks. By the way, the name, the Young Turks, the name, the Young Turks. You know what the Young Turks is? They were part of the genocide many years ago, decades ago. The Young Turks were part of the genocide of the Armenians. So yeah, you guys know that. You know the history there when it comes to the group called the Young Turks, right? Armenian genocide. It happened. Cenk denied the Armenian genocide for his whole life until about 2 years ago, 3 years ago. He denied it. And you know, Anna Kasparian, she's Armenian. Anna Kasparian is Armenian and Cenk is Turkish. So, yeah, that tells you a little something when it comes to TYT. That's their name. Fucking bullshit. Fucking sick of these fucking people. Fuck them.
It happens, and we are so honored to have both Kristen and Hallie, people who know about Wawa. They know about
I love Wawa.
They know about steaks. Come on. How good is Wawa?
Phillies.
Always.
The best.
Always.
But Tom, you forgot to ask
Wawa
them cheese
is
steaks.
fucking good. I
Wit
agree
or
with them.
wit out?
Wit.
Okay.
Whiz without, babe.
Okay.
Whiz without.
All right. Well, we have a lot of time just to do Philly talk. We won't leave Pittsburgh out, but we got we're coming up on a poll close.
Yeah,
here.
21 seconds until the top of the hour. Another poll close, and we're going to hear from about 17 states here coming up at the top of the hour. And there's our election
17
alert
states.
as
Here we go.
stand by, and the drama building now because as we've been talking
Here
about,
comes
we're going
the
to see
states, baby.
Pennsylvania.
I told you around 9 o'clock.
Other states that
It's 8 o'clock now. Another hour. We're going to see a lot of polls.
1 second.
A lot of
We'll get some characterizations for you here in just a moment. Look at those 8 o'clock poll closings.
A lot of
Here's an
projections, I
NBC
should
News
say.
projection. State of Florida. NBC News projects that Donald Trump will win Florida and take its 30 electoral
30,
votes.
baby.
State of Massachusetts, Kamala
whatever,
Harris,
take
the
it.
projected
Kamala, we knew you got
winner
that.
tonight with 11 electoral votes. Donald Trump, the
Tennessee,
projected
11,
winner in
bingo.
Tennessee tonight. 11 electoral votes there. In the state of Maryland, NBC News projects that will go in the Kamala Harris column. We move on to the state of Missouri. NBC News projects that Donald Trump is the victor in Missouri.
got him.
All the votes are counted. Here's what Alabama looks like. That will
Alabama,
also go
got it.
to
Bingo.
Donald Trump.
Oklahoma,
State of Oklahoma, this
bingo,
will,
got
be
it.
projected to go to Donald Trump. And in D.C., District of Columbia, 3 electoral
Take
votes
the
at
three.
stake. NBC News
Fucking
projects
take
that
it.
Kamala
Bullshit,
Harris
whatever.
will win there. So where does that leave us now on the road to 270? Here it is,
Oh,
90
shit.
for Trump right now, 27
The red
for Harris,
wave has
270,
started.
Of course, the magic number and the keys to the White House.
But we await calls in those all
Yeah,
important
despair. It's coming in.
battlegrounds, and there are still outstanding states. Just as polls closed at 8 o'clock, we will wait for New Jersey, Illinois, Connecticut, and of course Pennsylvania
I think
as
New Jersey
well.
might be an upset for Kamala.
What we can right now in Pennsylvania.
I didn't
No
predict it, but-
surprise here. It is too early to call. North Carolina, same story. They do
Yeah, no
count
votes
fast
yet.
there, but not fast enough to call it. It's still too early to call. Just 5% of
in.
the vote.
Trump just
in,
picked up
and
a lot
in Georgia,
there.
We're seeing a lot more of the
There
vote,
we
but
go.
still too early to
Georgia,
make a projection.
Trump has it.
Let's go to Tom, who's starting to look at some of the numbers here. And I see you've got Virginia up there, which is a potential bellwether, something that
It
might
is.
give us some indication about how this night might go.
Yeah,
Ride a wave,
it's a state
baby.
that we can look at to see how the suburbs are going to perform across the country. I know a lot of you guys know the D.C. area very well. 30% of the vote is going to come from these northern suburbs. It's a good barometer to know also how Harris is doing with suburban women. So let's go to 2020 to compare here. So Prince William County, it looks like Harris is slightly down with 75% of the vote. in. This one stood out to me. 95% of the vote is in Loudoun County right now. Biden was at 61%. Harris is now at 56%. Again, there's a difference about 30.
Look at this. Look at the difference from 2020, guys. I'm like, Trump is just killing it in every state so far.
Votes remain in Loudoun County. So she's underperforming a little bit there. As we keep going here, Fairfax County.
Let's
40%,
go. Let's
she's at
go.
68%.
Let's go.
Let's see how Biden
Here we
is doing
go.
there.
Here we go.
69, about the same. Something else that's interesting that's happening in Virginia. Virginia Beach. This is a swing county.
Woo-hoo.
Trump won it in 2016. Biden was
Like
able
my
to flip it.
sound bites.
Tonight, Trump
Be
is
right
on
back.
top, but only about 20% of the vote is in. A lot of the western part of the state, as we know, is going to be more rural. Some of that coal mining country, it's going to resemble West Virginia. We have some of the vote in a county like over here, Wise County. This is a good Trump barometer. He's at 78%. He was at 80% in 2020, but 41% of the vote is out. He's underperforming slightly. I guess the thing that sticks out to me, which it's too early to know if it's a red flag, but Loudoun County, again, this is a place where Democrats want to run up those votes in Virginia. Not that Virginia is in danger for Democrats because they were able to run up the score in 2020. But Trump in 2016 got close. He got within 5 points. A number like this, it's going to worry them a little bit. But I know you guys know much more about that area than I do.
Well, actually, we're honored to have a resident of the Commonwealth of Virginia with us, Chuck Todd. So, I mean, you look at that, you know those suburban collar counties around Washington, D.C. very well. Is that a warning light if Kamala Harris is not performing as well as Biden did in some of those suburban, exurban counties?
Soundbites are great.
It could be if we're going to see that if it's moving. You know, Virginia is sort of the gateway now to the north rather than being, I always joke, it's sort of seceded from the Confederacy, right? It is the one southern state
Confederacy, they got to bring up.
Democratic state, not even a swing state anymore. So if that is consistent, yes. One thing I've learned, though, with the Northern Virginia vote, you may have 95% of the vote in, that 5% can account for a lot more uncounted vote than people realize.
Correct.
So, and there is a sense, so that's a wait and see. Look, the bigger thing that I've taken away so far is we've been in the middle of a political realignment for a decade. And every one of these presidential elections, we're like, hey, look at this. The fact of the matter is Donald Trump's makeup of his electorate this time is much different than it was in 2016 or 2020.
Sure was.
And I think we're seeing it both
a lot better
on ethnicity and geography.
Oklahoma.
So it looks like that Donald Trump's going to be
hold on.
the Southeast. Why? Because he is doing better
Oklahoma.
with
I have
Hispanics.
Oklahoma.
And there is a larger population of Hispanics in the Southeast
Where's
and the
Oklahoma?
Southwest than any other part of this country.
Yeah, I had Oklahoma.
The exit polls indicate that she is going to do better with older white women. I've been messing around with Indiana. Indiana's not going to, it's a red state. Donald Trump's underperforming about a point or two in almost, even in the rural counties. Indiana's a very white state.
How
That's
dare you?
Yeah,
I just throw it out there. It's a tea leaf. They obviously border
where those voters go.
No, that she's performing a couple of points.
How
better.
dare you?
So clearly
And that's
there
why
are
you
some
think it's the
older
older-
whites, and we could
Older
really see
whites.
this country divided.
The whites.
She's stronger in the north because she's
Oh my God.
improving with white voters, and he's stronger in the south because he's improving with voters of color, in particular Hispanic voters. We're not seeing as much evidence among African American voters, but definitely Hispanic.
Guys, by the way, man, when it comes to the electoral vote right now, I'm like, we haven't got to the Midwest. I'm like, those numbers for Trump are going to add up big time. Just so you know.
Latino men, according to our exit poll nationally, a demographic group that Joe Biden was plus 23 with 4 years ago. So it is definitely a shift, and it is definitely one of the headlines that we're watching as we're seeing these exit polls come in.
And we see that, I mean, the Latino vote is not just concentrated in the Southwest.
That's exactly right.
It's not just the Southeast. It's also in Pennsylvania. There's a huge Latino population in Pennsylvania.
We have been talking about the ground game quite a bit. It's been heavily focused in Pennsylvania on trying to energize Latinos on both sides, Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump, really focusing on that in places like Allentown, in places like Reading, Pennsylvania, trying to make
4%
sure that they are getting them out to vote and flipping them if necessary.
And let's
to
not
their
forget,
side.
Kamala Harris wrapped up her campaign last night in Philadelphia, showing once again demonstrating the importance of that state.
Oh,
as
yeah,
we're
bro.
going to find out here in the hours to come, and perhaps days.
And Hallie, you've got some more from
Days.
your exit polls.
Days
You know, it's interesting.
embarrassing.
Chuck's talking about the graceful
Embarrassing
removal from the
that you
chair.
gotta
Thank you all for bearing
count
with me.
votes
Chuck's
in
talking about the
days.
realignment here and where people are sort of politically. One of the things we're watching on that front is this idea of independent voters. We know that they are going to be potentially a crucial voting bloc here. Vice President Harris had made overtures to this group in the closing weeks of her campaign, really trying to win them over, to get them over to her side. Look at how they're breaking nationally here. She is winning independent voters nationally, 51%, Donald Trump 44%. Here's the thing. Nationally is not how you win or lose the White House. You win the White House in the battleground states. And look at the state of states, Pennsylvania, right? The most key battleground this year. In Pennsylvania, it's the opposite. It's former President Trump who is actually leading with independents over Vice President Harris in this really important state where the margins could be really close here. You can see it here. He's at 50%. She's at 44%. Again, that's in Pennsylvania. So you might
Trump has
ask, okay, well,
popular
how does
votes so
that
far?
compare to how
Yeah.
he did 4 years
We
ago?
don't have
He is
California yet.
overperforming generally
change
with
things.
independents now in Pennsylvania. You see in 2020, 44%. He's doing a bit better now in 2024, 50%. And Savannah, Lester, Chuck, Chris, and I'll toss it back to you at the table.
I told you. I already told you. I already told you that guy. Whoa, why is it zoomed in? Holy shit, I'm zoomed in. That's insane, bro. Yeah, we'll change that. Yeah, of course. Like they said, independent voters, and I knew this for about a week or two. Independent voters, Trump taking lead with that, man. Taking the percentages over by like 6 to 8%, 10% in some states. It's just, he has it. I'm like, why is this fucking orange? It should be fucking red back here. It's red back here. Why is it showing orange? Fuck you, orange. It's camera. The camera picks up different colors. Okay, whatever. Red for Republican. Okay, for Trump. 2024 bitches. All right.
Who's president?
We are keeping a sharp eye on the state of Georgia. We can show you where things stand. But we've just had a change of characterization here. Our characterization from the decision desk now is too close to call.
No,
it's
not.
About a 267,000 vote difference
up by
between the two.
13%.
37% of the vote in. But again, the NBC News characterization at this point, too close to call in Georgia.
We've got a lot of contributors lined up to talk to you
whatever.
tonight. We've got Senator Claire
That changed a lot, didn't it?
over at our insider's desk. And Senator,
what's North
I wonder
Carolina?
What you
That's why I would
thought
love.
about that.
That's what I want to
some
know.
are seeing is something of an alarm bell. This Loudoun County, suburban Washington, D.C., Northern Virginia, where it seems that Kamala Harris is underperforming. And as you well know, the suburbs in the battleground states are key to her victory.
Yeah, listen, this is the witching
Let's go
hour.
red. We got,
you know, this is when
it is
very
it's
early.
Looking good
we
so
have
far.
exit polls, and
I'm
by
like,
the way, if exit
still
polls were
too
correct,
early for
I
me.
would be governor and John
So,
Kerry would have been president.
I'll let you know when I predict
and
it.
Hillary Clinton would have been president. So
it's only 8 o'clock, so
I think we've got to take all of that with a big giant grain
Trump
of salt
already has 90
and wait
already
for the actual
this early,
numbers
so
to come in,
that's
because
pretty good.
as we all know, these come in from different places, typically rural places.
You can
come
have
in
Maryland
before
where Steve Shives
urban locations.
lives. Fuck Steve
So
Shives.
I think she's going to be fine
have Maryland.
in the suburbs. I think,
No, she's
and I
not.
don't think the exit polls will actually reflect
28%
accurately
in.
what will
Trump's
happen
gonna
with
fucking-
independent voters. I'm not saying she's going to dominate
All
independent
this is
voters,
red.
but I'll be very surprised if there aren't a whole lot of women that call themselves independents that don't vote for Donald Trump.
At what
I'm
point in all this do you begin to let out a sigh of relief?
NBC is reaching right now. NBC is reaching.
Listen, I think depending on what happens
Shout out
in
to
Georgia
Al.
and North Carolina, if by any chance she wins those two states, then I can breathe again. If she does not, then obviously Pennsylvania becomes even bigger. And don't sleep on Nevada. I think
She's
that
not
may
gonna
be
get
the
North Carolina.
closest margin in this race. I
no
think
way.
it may be literally maybe 500 to 2,000 votes separating
She's
the
up,
two
but I'm not worried
candidates.
about
I think
that. It's only like
close in Nevada.
36% in.
Well, we're waiting
Not worried
polls
about it.
close there in less than an hour. Nevada and Arizona, those big Western battlegrounds, but we do not expect results there, frankly, for days. So
Trump
I guess
just
Senator
got
McCaskill's
Missouri.
going to be holding her breath for a very, very long time. We've got Sarah Fagan
Did Trump
here,
only
too,
get
a veteran
Missouri?
of Republican campaigns. And again, with all the caveats, we are reading tea leaves right now, Sarah. What are you looking at? What are you noticing? And how do you see this shaking out?
So if you look at Florida, you look at Virginia, Donald Trump is running about 4 points better than he did in 2020.
Of course he did.
But then contrast Georgia and North Carolina, where I should
Florida
caveat
crushed
that
it.
less
Thank
of the
you.
vote is in. He's running 1 point ahead in Georgia. He's running a little behind in North Carolina, where he did in 2020.
Oh, look, he's
And
coming back up in North
that
Carolina.
says to me, perhaps,
Oh.
that the Harris
geez.
GOTV effort is
Jeez.
quite strong.
Kamala was at
that she's
63%. Now
pulling her
she's
votes
only
out
at
in places
54.
Where
What's that tell you?
the campaign organized.
Oh, my God.
She's holding
Oh,
that
my
margin
God.
closer.
And the GOTV, for those of you just joining us on Political Nerd Fest, get out the vote, the ground game, when we're talking about it. You know, this is about when you say, you pull the...
Yeah, you could tell they're starting to get uncomfortable, right? They're talking about other shit. So you could tell NBC getting a little uncomfortable.
The fact that, for example, they knocked on 3 million doors over the weekends. It winds up being
Kansas
numbers,
is 100%
though,
Trump.
until people
Oh my God.
actually go to the
Obvious.
polls and vote. And I do think,
Come
just
on, Al.
bouncing off something that Chuck said
Thanks for
earlier,
the update, Al.
it's just to zoom out for a moment. Remember that one of the biggest issues of this campaign
We got
was
this, Al. Don't worry.
change. What people really want is change. And so what you saw in both of their closing arguments was an attempt to
Yeah,
argue
we had
they're the
345
change
people through the room
candidate.
tonight.
And so
Good.
what we are
Thank
seeing,
you
for
guys for
example, with
support.
independents, I
Click that
think
like
is
button.
notable because I think the person who winds up winning this race will be the person who ultimately voters say that's the change candidate.
And like everything in this election year, it's complicated because you have a former
Absolutely.
president,
That's
so there's
right.
a certain
Sitting vice
incumbency
president.
there, and a
Yes.
sitting vice president, and there's certain incumbency there as
There's
well.
something baked into Donald Trump's call for a change here because he
Baked
was already
in.
in the White House
Baked
for 4
in.
years. Same thing for Vice President Harris as you're looking at the popularity or favorability rating for President Biden, which is low. And so the question, is that going to be a drag on how she
Tennessee
does? To your
goes
point on the
to
get out
Trump.
the vote effort.
There we go.
This
We
is
knew that was
why
gonna happen.
early vote was critical for
It's
both
11
of these
votes
campaigns.
right there.
With some 79
Trump's
million
over
people
100
voting
already.
early. Better to bank those votes. What if somebody gets sick? What
Trump
if
needs
somebody's kid has to stay out of school?
171.
Or whatever? Get those votes in now to get them locked and loaded.
Let me just change the conversation just for a moment because we do have another
171.
call to make, and it's an NBC News projection in the state of South Carolina. South Carolina will
picks
go
up
to
another 9.
Donald Trump when all the votes are counted later. And here's where the breakdown right now that Donald Trump, again, the projected winner.
Bye-bye, Kamala. Bye-bye.
Vote difference of about 104,000. But
It's
again,
the only
Donald
Trump impression you will get from me tonight.
Leaves us on the road to 270. Donald Trump out in front with 99. Kamala Harris, 27.
We've got
Bye-bye.
battlegrounds where polls have closed. They're counting, but we don't have results yet.
I'm so glad to be here.
either too early
Despair,
to call or too close to
I'm
call.
glad
Let's
you
go
came
NBC's
to watch
Garrett
tonight.
Hake's
I
at Trump
appreciate your
headquarters
support.
in West Palm
Thank
Beach,
you.
Florida.
I haven't been here
Mar-a-Lago. Tell us what the campaign is
in a long
saying
time,
to you.
and it feels good. It feels good. Thank you.
Well, Savannah, what seems
West
to be
Virginia.
calming nerves down the street at Mar-a-Lago is what they're seeing out of Georgia right now, a state you were just discussing, where their key to victory was essentially blowing the doors off in rural turnout and improving their margins among minority voters, Latino voters, black voters. The campaign
Latino
is
blacks
seeing
love
in the same
Trump.
exit polls we're
Bye-bye.
looking at, improvement among black voters, particularly black men, who the Trump campaign
This
has
guy.
spent
This guy's
heavily
drunk.
for
That's
months and
where
months
I'm
and
going to be
months
in next
try to
hour
recover even
with
just
this
a
guy.
few percentage points, the kind of thing that could make a difference in a state decided by fewer than 12,000 votes 4 years
Can
ago.
we get one more
The other thing
impression
that I
when he
think has
wins?
accrued to
Yes.
Trump's favor
Yes.
in Georgia is
Yes,
the
Al.
resumption
How long?
of
I
unity
will.
among
I will.
Georgia
I'll
Republicans.
give you
Remember,
another
there was a
impression
huge fallout
later
with
on
Brian
in the
Kemp,
podcast.
the popular Republican governor there after 2020. Trump and Kemp made amends, although they rarely appeared together on the campaign trail. The two singing from the
Yeah, I'm like, let's talk about that. It's a good point to bring up. Despair is like, I think I stated this like when I first started to stream. Like Kamala, nobody liked her. 2020 or 2019 when she was in the race in a primary, Democratic primary to run for president. Out of like, I think it was like 10 or whatever, how many there were. She was the first one to drop out at 5%. Nobody liked her. Let's do it, Trump. Nobody liked her. She's gone. I can't do Trump. Bye-bye. All right, you get one more. That's it. One more. That's it.
Small thing, which is this, because Kristen will get into, I think, how controversial this Republican gubernatorial candidate
You're
was.
leaving that to me?
But just remember the ticket splitting piece. This is a state that has ticket split president, governor before. That's it, right? So this, I think.
And let's be honest with you. I'm like Pelosi and her. They kicked Biden out. No reelection for you, bro. A coup. They call that a coup, by the way, guys. So it's called a coup. And she didn't even get any votes to become the nominee to become a presidential nominee. No votes. Nobody. Just her. They pushed her in. No votes, no nothing. She just got pushed in. Amazing. You know why? Diversity. DEI. That's why.
One of the controversies. I'm giving you the biggest one. The question is, will
DEI, if Trump wins, DEI will die really fucking quick.
we do know that in 2020, President Biden was not able to win this state because there was, in part, it's believed, a controversial Democratic candidate for Senate. And that did sink his chances.
Oh, no,
Now,
1%
just to
in.
Zoom
Look
out
at
a
them.
little bit. Democrat
Let's
hasn't
put
won the state of
Harris
North
at
Carolina since
89.7.
2008,
Okay.
when Barack Obama did it. Trump added 3 campaign stops
Do I have
in
Trump
these
for Illinois?
closing
I
days
think I
of
do.
the race.
Spent the whole
Tells you-
weekend there,
That's
3
right.
days
That's
straight
right.
in North
Tells you
Carolina.
how
Man, my
important
map
this
is
state
looking
to his
good.
Also, a
So
sense
far, I
of
got
Biden
everything.
slipping away and trying to shore
So I got everyone.
North
I'm
Carolina
100% right now on my
was very,
prediction.
very tight in 2022. Trump
Dude,
won it,
I am
but it
fucking
was
awesome.
right up there in terms of narrow margins.
Which is
absolutely,
and it's a good reminder that even if the electoral vote count ultimately has a pretty wide gap, these margins can be very tight, and those electoral
go.
votes, listen, they all go to the winner, right? So that's what matters here in a state like North Carolina.
Well, we already talked to Garrett Haake, who was in West Palm at Trump headquarters. Let's go.
Hey guys, can you do me a favor? Can you get me a Fox News live like this, like NBC is doing? Fox has one. I can't find it. Please, if you can find a Fox News live feed for the election, let me know, because I want to see what Fox News has to say compared to these people. So if you can find it, let me know. I just don't. I'm doing a live show. I can't really get to it. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
I'm hearing from senior officials within the campaign as they get ready to start the program here is that they are seeing really good enthusiasm among those youngest voters, those college students in particular right now. They're talking about long lines. You know what? Let me do this. They're starting the Star-Spangled Banner. I'll give it back to you with respect to our country.
Grant is here. My boy Grant.
All right, Peter, that
What's
is
up,
Harris
Grant?
headquarters in Washington, D.C. We've got Tom Yamas over.
How you doing, Grant? Pulse of Defiance. My friend. My long-term friend. A friend I've been friends with quite some time. Pulse of Defiance, Grant. Welcome to the Skeptic Fence Show, which you were part of many years ago. Thanks for stopping by, my friend. How are you? What's going on, man? How's the kids? How's the wife? How's your... Well, the one thing I would really want to ask you is, how's your garden? How's your garden? All right. The jokes still come. Fucking Joe still has it. All right. Love you, bro. Enjoy it. Good to see you, man.
Newt Gingrich represented Cobb County, and look how Democrats have been able to run up the score. From Romney in 2012, Clinton flips it, and look how they're growing the margins. And tonight, that's exactly what Kamala Harris is doing. She's growing the margins in Cobb County.
Dude, Grant, I hope you fucking voted for Kamala. All right, in Virginia. All right, did you?
Into metro region. Let's see over here. Gwinnett, we only have about 1% in, not really worth a discussion there. Clayton County, 70% in, slightly overperforming Biden. That's pretty good. We'll keep moving. Henry County, 1% in. This is one of those swing counties we can talk about. You know, 1% in. I don't know how much we're going to be able to say there. Rockdale County, again, those Atlanta suburbs, 77% of the vote in. She's overperforming there. Okay, that's Harris. That's the Democrats. Let's go to these rural regions. Rabun, 95% in. Trump at 78 in 2020. He's at 78 right now. You can see he's holding his marks.
He did not.
Union County, a little bit lower, but again, he's around the 80% mark where he should be, and overperforming in White County. Again, those are the rural counties. Let's go to Georgia's Black Belt, where they have counties with lots of African-American voters. Here in Doherty, this is about 70% African-American here, slightly overperforming Biden. So again, guys, what I'm trying to say here is that right now, it's very similar to what we saw in 2020. Trump seems to be hitting his marks where he was in the rural counties. In those African-American counties and around the Atlanta region, Democrats are hitting those marks. It's going to be very close. It's
very close to Georgia, guys.
Right here. It is literally just too close to call, guys.
All right, Tom, we got a lot of
Even though Trump's up. Trump's up by... Okay, so Trump's up by 11% in Georgia. I want to know what's going on in North Carolina.
Electoral college votes.
That's what I want to know, North Carolina. Fuck, commercial! Fuck you, commercial. All right, let's check out the Young Turks, maybe? How's the Young Turks doing? Are they surviving? They're having a meltdown already.
The fact that they had such a weak candidate in North Carolina.
All right, let's watch TYT for like 10 minutes.
Just a little bit of context for that, at least as of right now.
Let me add a little context
Trump
for that.
Is down in North Carolina by about 3.5 points. Mark Robinson is down by about 21 points.
He's picking up 9% in on North Carolina. 9%.
Yeah,
Trump just picked up 13% in North Carolina when it was at 3% to 9%. So
let's go back just a minute.
Trump has North Carolina.
He's the
this fucking guy.
Governor.
Yeah.
This fucking racist piece of shit. This guy right here, this black guy. You know, I love my black guys. I love my black friends, but this guy right here is a racist piece of shit. This motherfucker.
He's currently
and TYT has him on.
He always has had this connection
Thanks,
to
Grant.
rhetoric.
Yeah, I don't know why Fox doesn't have a link going right now. It's really weird. I try looking, man. I just can't find Fox link.
He's not down 21
Thank you for
points
trying.
because he said he's a black Nazi. He's not down 21
CNN?
points.
Maybe we'll go to CNN. Thanks,
he basically
Grant. I'll find that.
threatened violence against members of the LGBTQ community.
LGBT?
He's down 21 points.
There's a P in that?
Because Republicans figured he may be a member of the LGBTQ community based on some of his adult
He said be there.
habits. And he refused to get out of the race when they attempted to basically leverage him out. But
I can only stand, like I said, TYT for about 10 minutes. That's it at a time.
done.
We'll hit something else
It
here
is
soon.
nowhere near as egregious as what Trump has been convicted of. So they're penalizing their lieutenant governor for doing what's non-criminal, okay? But he's a hypocrite, obviously, for how he has contextualized things. And
how he
Trump
textualized
is still
things.
competitive, but he's convicted of things we would all agree are actually egregious in nature.
All right, I'm done with this fucking guy. This guy's a fucking idiot. Let's go to Gavin McInnes, Censored.tv.
An exclusive. That's awesome. I would think she'd be very busy.
There he is.
On this election evening, and there she is with Gavin McInnes. Yeah, that girl's hilarious. Her videos are so fucking funny. She does TikTok the faces too. Those inebriated faces that she makes.
He's fucked up.
Oh God! If we get a drunk fucking
You're drunk
woman, Indian black woman president, I am just going to be so fucking upset. We really need.
He's like, if we get an Indian black president, I'm going to be fucking pissed.
To see these liberals lose their minds.
They are.
That's more important to me than Trump actually being president.
Yeah.
Trump being president is probably second. Number one is I want to see it. I want to see the now again, and I want to see fucking
so do I.
All those celebrities, all the shit.
Oh, like I said, like I told you guys, like probably like an hour ago, I said, oh, dude, all I want to see tonight after they project a winner, like Trump, if it's Trump, all these people on social media, I'm gonna be looking at social media like 1 o'clock in the morning tonight because I got off tomorrow, which is great. So I got off tomorrow. I had off today, and I got off tomorrow. I took 2 vacation days for this because I know I was going to stream it. Dude, what I want to see is like again. No, it's gonna be awesome. I am looking forward to it tonight, man. I hope. Knock on wood. I thought that in 2020, but yeah, we got screwed late night on that. But amazing. No.
Inflicted on this country, we could give it back to them. All the misery they'll feel, worse than 2016, they will feel a misery. We will see it on videos. We'll see them lose their what's left of their little minds. That's what I want to see. That'll be heaven for me.
All right, let's see if I get CNN up here. Hold on, let me get CNN live coverage. We haven't seen CNN tonight. CNN News Live. Let's go. Predictions live. Dude, what's going on with CNN, dude? Come on. CNN live. Click it. Live right now. Watch the ballots. What the fuck does that mean? No, I don't want to watch the ballots. What the fuck is this? I don't got a link to CNN. CNN is not live, guys. I'm like, they're saying live, but I don't see it. They just got fucking processing ballots. That's all they have. Is there anything else live? I don't see anything else live. Grant, if you can give me that link, let me know if they just started. I'm excited for that. Just like that guy, yeah. Grant, yeah. If you got a link, Grant, just post or hit me up in Discord or whatever. I don't think you're on my Discord. Just send me a link in chat and I'll check it out. All right, let's go to. Here we go.
Older women.
Yes.
I live in that place.
Is this the battle of the sexes, or is that being overplayed?
Well, I do think that college-educated women are a critical, if not the critical.
Who the fuck is this bitch? She has Kamala Harris earrings, the ones that have microphones in them.
In 2020, it was 52.
Sorry, joke.
Now, 1 point doesn't seem like a lot, but if Kamala Harris drives up her,
all right, let me check it out.
Her results among women in these close contests like Georgia and Pennsylvania, like that could be a deciding factor.
You know, I can't believe we haven't actually talked about it yet tonight. Reproductive rights. This is the first presidential election post-Dobbs, the decision that overturned Roe versus Wade. We've seen the potency of that issue. Abortion rights measures have passed every time they've been on the ballot since the Dobbs decision, but we haven't yet had a presidential election. Do you think
we'll go to that in a little bit.
Has its potency and
we'll go to that in like 5 minutes.
Hold on. A weak spot for Republicans?
I think it has its potency
it's
for
like
sure.
A pregnant woman.
It definitely cuts both ways, meaning you see about 10% of the electorate on both sides of the issue for whom that is the most important issue. But there's no question among younger voters, especially younger women, that's an issue that is driving them out. And so the question is, really, is that the main issue they're voting on, or is that one of many issues they're voting on?
Yeah, I think, frankly, when we look at this, if Kamala Harris wins the presidency, we're going to talk a lot about how the women got her there, but I don't think we should ignore the fact that college students are playing a big role today. The lines, the overperformance at college campuses right now, whether you're in North Carolina or Pennsylvania or Wisconsin or Nevada, on the ground, I've talked to the team that's running the ground game in all of these states. They have never seen this kind of response on college campuses. So we may have a divide there between kids in college that are voting age and kids who aren't in college that are voting.
Is that playing out just in a few states or across all the states?
In all of the states, they're seeing
Missouri, Trump, there we go.
Exceeding their model on how many people are voting at these college.
It's getting crazy, boys
places that are
and girls.
Primarily college.
Yeah,
campuses.
we can put up the Florida abortion ban. Remember, there are 10 states with abortion on the ballot tonight, and we can show you how
who
Florida
fucking cares?
Amendment 4. This,
like,
by the way,
how many people care about abortion right now? Seriously, why do you care? Who cares? You can get abortion. Doesn't matter. I'm like, do you understand that Roe versus Wade, when it comes to the third trimester, it goes to the states after that, their trimester. The first and second was protected underneath Roe versus Wade federally. But they kicked that out, say, go back to the states. That's fine. Not a lot of states are really, really banning abortion. Maybe some counties or whatever. But you can still get an abortion. Women's reproductive rights and women's rights are on the ballot for Kamala Harris. Fucking insane. Pathetic. Fucking insane. Women, you have the rights. Same equal rights that I do. And minorities have more rights than, let's be honest with you. I'll be honest with you. More rights than I have. So affirmative action is one. So, okay. So
State,
what it is.
But there's a Senate race out there that I've got a half an eye on tonight. And I think when you have women dying who want to have the children, who are suffering a miscarriage and can't get.
No, the doctors in that hospital are not going to let the woman die. It's their call, you fucking douchebag.
Like we have in 2024. And I think the campaign has certainly emphasized those stories and the brave women telling them.
And I also think that
this is pathetic, dude.
To find the footing on. Sarah and I have talked quite a bit.
Let me just pick up that thought in a moment. We have an election alert now. This is a poll closing here
Arkansas,
at
Trump,
the 8:30 hour in the east. Arkansas will be closing here momentarily. We'll perhaps get a characterization. That's the only one at 8:30 we're going to see. And here's the projection. NBC News can project that Donald Trump will win in the state of Arkansas. All the votes are counted, 6 electoral votes. Here's where we are on the map to 270. At least Donald Trump at 99.
Embarrassing so far for Harris. But it's still the beginning, guys.
Battlegrounds. Georgia's race for president too close to call at this hour. 53% of the vote
Georgia,
and just too close to
Trump
make a prediction there. Pennsylvania too early to call. They're just getting started in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And North Carolina also too early to call. We do have more votes.
Oh, Trump picked up. Trump picked it up in North Carolina. She was at 63% with 6% in. So that's a good sign.
Fast counters. And we may be able to make a call by the middle of the night or in the early hours this morning, and that would be quite telling.
Yeah, our decision desk guidance is that Georgia and North Carolina both improving the way they tabulate votes. We should have
Let's
a
go,
projected winner some point tonight. Those will be the two first battlegrounds
Red's gonna go. Let's
we
go.
hope to project, and we hope to call at some point earlier tonight. But we'll have to wait and see. We're ready for anything. We could be surprised by anything. I want to talk about Virginia for a little bit, and a caveat here.
That's right. Let's go. Got him.
Northern Virginia, the suburbs, they do sort of report late. That vote is still coming in, but we still see some troubling signs for Kamala Harris, at least in some of these counties. Biden was at 61%, 95% of the vote is in, and I just want to highlight this. There's only about 2,800 votes remaining, so not a lot of votes going to come in. She's at 56%, 57%. 61% was where Biden was. As we keep going around, my team flagged another county. Fairfax County, she's doing fine. Prince William, though, underperforming here as well. 80% of the vote is in. Biden was at 62. She's at 58. Again, these are suburban women, highly educated, college degrees, sort of your establishment Democrats. These and a growing area of Virginia as well. A lot of people move here for the jobs, to work in government as well. For Harris. Again, it's still very early. We're still waiting for all the votes to be called in Virginia. An area we watched
all these counties are Trump.
This is just
all these
south of Richmond. African Americans who originally lived in Richmond moved out to places like Chesterfield and Henrico as well. It's one of those swing counties. Biden won in 2020. Trump won it in 2016. So we're keeping an eye on it. And you see, this is where Biden was in 2020. This is where Kamala Harris is tonight, 49.4, but there's only 35% of the vote in. So still a lot of vote to be counted there. So we're going to stay and watch that. As we move further
we're
west,
going to watch it. Don't worry about that, bro.
This is Wise County. This is Trump country near West Virginia. You can see 94% in. He was at 80.4.
He's producing well.
81.6. Again, how does he win states like Virginia? They're going to run up the votes in the suburban areas. The Democrats.
It's so funny. Every time they look at the counties and Trump, like 90% of the time they look at it, Trump's always up. So that's good indication when it comes to these states, and they're going to the counties in each state, and they're picking like, Trump's overperforming. Trump's overperforming. Trump's overperforming. He's performing better. 3%, 5%. He's overperforming. It's good indication where this election's going tonight. So hopefully, fingers crossed. All right. So.
Right now, the state of Delaware, the home state of the sitting president,
that's gonna go to
Joe
Kamala.
Biden will go for Kamala Harris as expected. Here's how the vote shook out, just 48% in, but this is an easy projection with the margins as they are expected to be. So here's where we fill out our map at 8:30
Oh my God,
on the East
105.
Coast. Delaware.
Dude, Trump's already at 1.5. This doesn't even count the Middle East or the Midwest. I mean, it's insane.
Are starting to report in. Speaking of the South, we've got NBC News correspondent Allison Barber. She's in the key county of Gwinnett County, Georgia. First vote starting to come in there. And what are you hearing?
Grant says the D.C. suburbs aren't a representative of Virginia. Of course, Grant. I know you don't want to be offended. You know, when it comes to Virginia, all right, Grant. We got you, bro. We got you. Thanks for that statement. It's true, though.
Around. What you're looking at are all of the precinct captains from Gwinnett County. Ultimately, what they're doing is they're coming in here. They have with them
a mask.
Bags that secured with
she's wearing a fucking mask.
On the top of the envelope and memory cards, and at least 2 from each precinct that have the total of votes for today. So they come in here.
Let's go to
they
that.
check in with these folks.
All right, Grant says go to CNN. All right, let's go to CNN. Where's CNN at? There we go. Thank you, Grant.
Saying it all hinges on Pennsylvania. But I have to say, many people, both Republicans and Democrats, are also nervous about Michigan and Wisconsin. Polls there are closing shortly. Again, if Kamala Harris is to win, especially as it seems that Georgia is leaning towards Trump at this hour, that so-called blue wall, right? Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania really must hold for Kamala Harris if she has a chance of being the next president.
Map's looking good so far. Still early, everyone. Still early. I'm not going to make a prediction yet. Still early.
Predict this race. Again, waiting for those crucial states to close.
My maps are looking good. I'm 100% right now on all my predictions so far.
I'll keep coming back to you, but for now, thanks so much for getting us such important information. We also have with us on the broadcast Ray Locker, author.
Oh my God! So thank you for your prediction.
Ray, coming to you. What an election it has been. A very tightly contested presidential race.
Oh shit! CNN hires anybody. DEI.
Most of the swing states as well, with both the leaders really going all guns blazing in attacking each other and also persuading the voters to vote for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Midwest starting to close. That's good.
And
Thank
these
you,
are very
Despair.
nerve-wracking
Appreciate the
times
update.
for both campaigns as the early returns come in. You know, I think it's
there.
Key
There it
some
goes.
of these major urban areas. I mean, you have
50%
Georgia up
in
on the screen now, and Trump is leading there. But the metro Atlanta counties have not really reported their votes yet. So you're going to see huge Democratic margins there, as you have in the past. And in recent elections, that's been enough to carry the day. I don't know about this time, though.
What is that?
And then you look in Pennsylvania, obviously the city of Philadelphia, crucial, but the surrounding suburban counties. How well does Harris do there among Republican-leaning women? I mean, the indications are that she's going to do well. But, you know, I mean, it's a secret ballot. People say one thing and vote another, you know, so it'll be interesting to see what happens.
Oh, that's true. And I think that's true for any election. We've seen that in India as well in the Lok Sabha elections. Ray, Mr. Mittal, coming to you now, let's talk about the swing states and how pivotal they will be in shaping the electoral map. Ray was speaking about Georgia, the significance of Georgia that traditionally in fact, has leaned towards the Republican, but then it kind of witnessed a pivot. And now what we're getting to hear from the early trends is that Trump is taking a lead in Georgia. So if you could just talk about the entire U.S. presidential election, campaign and just how high the stakes are for both the candidates.
Thank you for having me on. Yeah, the stakes are very high. And as far as the swing states go, there used to be a saying that the Democrats couldn't lose Michigan and the Republicans couldn't lose Georgia. And that made both those states may be in play this time, as with the last election where Republicans ultimately ended up losing Georgia. One of the factors this time that may be different is that in 2020 there was an African-American senator on the ballot.
With the map and everything.
And so many of the smaller counties, the African-American localities, came out to vote for him in larger numbers. And so this time around, we have an Indian origin and an African American origin presidential candidate. So it remains to be seen whether they're going to come out en masse and vote for her in the same numbers that they did for the current Senator Warnock from Georgia. And the same thing in Michigan and Wisconsin. The Wisconsin has a huge college-educated population and graduate students, and the suburbs had gone for Biden the last time. Remains to be seen whether they'll go for him this time, whether Trump's economic message wins out over the last 4 years of the Biden-Harris administration. And then with the look at the Wisconsin and Michigan are the Rust Belt. And so Harris can't lose the Rust Belt, but Trump can afford to lose, maybe Arizona.
So he can. So Trump is going to pick up another, 13, 23, 24, 26, 30, 33. Iowa, I'm pretty looking forward to. New Jersey hasn't had anything yet, which is weird. Like, there's no prediction on New Jersey, which is really weird. They might be holding back because Trump might take New Jersey, which I don't have it, but I have New Hampshire, which I don't know what New Hampshire is. So there's like another 40 or 50 coming to Trump here very soon on the Midwest. So, okay, cool. I like it. All right. This video is not what? This video has been removed by violation of YouTube terms. Thanks, Grant.
And then they ultimately come into town, which is a message that, if you're trying to reach female voters, I don't know how the females on this panel feel about that, but that's where that happened.
Not good. Don't feel good about that.
Yeah.
I think most women don't feel good about that. But, I come from a state that is very Trump heavy. So I
Trump 105,
know
Kamala
that
30.
there are women out there
Embarrassing for
that
Democrats.
have bought what he's selling.
It's still
I like
early,
to say
though.
I think there's about a third of the Trump voters that don't believe a word he says, but they really like the idea that their tax cut's going to stay in place, and they think their business interests are going to be better protected with less regulation. And then 2/3 of the Trump voters who believe every word he says and like it just fine.
Sarah, I want to get your thought on something at work right now. And there was a bit of a mixed message in the campaign, the Donald Trump's campaign, about early voting. Yes, do it, don't do it. How do you think that is playing out tonight?
Well, if you look at some of the early vote returns, certainly we saw higher numbers of Republicans voting early. It looks to me like a lot of those were election day voters previously who voted early. Okay, great for the Trump campaign. They banked votes. They can focus on those.
Yeah, they did, of course. But hey, guys, guess what? Tommy from the Bronx and Grant, since you guys know me, I bet at Dark Matter 25-25, John. I bet him $100. I said Trump's going to win. He's like, no, Kamala's going to win. I was like, all right, you want to bet $25? And John hits me up. He goes, how about 100? I'm like, yeah, sure, dude. Wow, I'm going to love spending that $100. And I'm going to send John a video of me spending that $100. It'll be great. I got $1,200 in bets, by the way, guys. $1,200 fucking dollars on this election tonight. So yeah, I'm going to be up all night till I know the projected winner.
Now they're actively encouraging Republican voters to go in and early vote, and Republican voters seem to have answered that call.
That's right. It was a huge strategic.
I can't wait for the DEI and gender theory to get dumped. It will.
That perhaps he would.
Just like BLM. BLM support went down massively. BLM organization, they got caught stealing money. The organizers, they're done. They've been done for years.
It's a prudent thing to do.
To be clear, the Republican apparatus absolutely made a big push this cycle to get voters out to vote early. Donald Trump himself was all over the map on that. You see it at his rallies. He talks about at one rally, he would say, go out and do it. At another rally, he would cast doubt on the validity of ballots that were put.
Trump did fucking 66 days or 67 days of rallies. Multiple rallies a day. Kamala didn't even fucking touch that.
A former president who, over the summer, you look at, let's say, 20 rallies, at 5 of them, he cast out on the results of the election even before votes were counted. That ramped up in just the last month. At 14 of 20 rallies, he did the same thing. So he has not been super consistent on this.
Okay, whatever.
Let's go to Tom Yamas right now. Tom, as we speak, North Carolina, Georgia, and Pennsylvania are counting votes right now.
Yeah, and we're getting ready for poll closings in places like Nebraska, and Nebraska could be the key to it all. And I know what you're saying, Nebraska? Yes. So when you look at our beautiful map here, you see the maps, the states that are red, the states that are blue.
Look, they got Kamala at 226, 219. Trump, that's funny. Their prediction, of course.
Fact. When we hit it, here's why. Nebraska and Maine, they both give out their electors a little differently. Their electoral votes. If you win the popular vote, you get 2 in Nebraska, and then they give them by congressional district as well. Trump is going to win 2 of the congressional districts, most likely, in the popular vote. But Congressional District 2, CD2 in Nebraska, is a battleground district. And the entire election, I say, could come down to this. Let me explain why. So let's take you to Nebraska and show you where CD2 is. It's essentially the city of Omaha, right? I'm going to draw it for you and then show you the congressional district. It's the city of Omaha, a little bit of Saunders, and then a little bit of Sarpy as well. I should say all of Saunders as well. That's essentially the way it looks, right? I'm going to give you the congressional map so we can cut it out a little more. So this right here, that's Congressional District 2. It's a swing district, as I said. 2016, Trump wins by 6,000 votes. In 2020, Biden wins by 20,000 votes. So why is it important? Because if we come down to that scenario where it's 269, Savannah, I gamed that out. It's going to come down to
Trump's
to
close in
Nebraska
Maine.
too. So every vote does matter.
Guys, 1% in. Trump is close in Maine. Holy shit, 1% only, but
Like they say, they've never seen
Don't
anything
get worried.
like it. They've been
Don't get-
inundated
don't get-
with
don't-
ads saying on the television, on
Don't
the
get too
radio,
excited.
people calling them unlike anything they've ever seen before. Again, it likely won't come down to Nebraska too, but it might, and that's why every vote matters. Again, Omaha, the biggest area of Nebraska, fastest growing area, and tonight we'll be watching it.
Tom, you promised me you would not raise the specter of the 269 to 269.
It could happen. We're ready for it.
It could happen. The Constitution has provisions for it, but can we just all agree? Let's hope we don't
Wait,
get
what's that
there.
sound? Is that Chuck Todd's music?
Yeah, no, is that Chuck Todd's head exploding? Yes, perhaps it is. But
I love raspy voice with females. Her raspy voice is sexy.
it's actually nice to see. I think we've
Look, her
divided
voice
our
is
country
sexy,
so
very
much
raspy.
into red and
I love
blue.
it.
It's nice to see that once you get on a county by county level, all of these states they're not monolithic.
Love it.
There's more to it, and we
She's
still
probably
do
smoking
live
hot when
right
she was
next
younger.
to each
Not gonna
other.
lie.
And
Being
Nebraska
honest,
is a very
man.
good example of that.
Yeah, but I would say you're right. We live right next
Same
to
with
each
her.
other. But the folks that live
Who
in
knows?
Omaha, I guarantee you, some of the folks that live out
We can
in a
imagine.
very sparsely populated rural county don't relate to some of the same issues that the people in Omaha think are important. It's much more of an urban area.
There's also a hot Senate race there right now where the
There
Republican
is.
was expected.
How
You would
dare
think
you.
you would just cruise to re-election
all
there,
right.
but there's
I'm
an
sorry.
independent candidate, Dan Osborne, who's really giving a run for her money for Deb Fischer.
Yeah. And I will say that one of the things about the urban-rural issue is when you think about the ground game, I don't think we talk about this enough. The ground game for the Republican Party is much harder. Going door to door in rural communities
Isn't Trump at like 130? Why do they still have him at 105?
in a densely populated area, it's not as efficient. It's more difficult. Frankly, a lot of folks out in the rural area don't want strangers knocking on their door. They're not used to having people they don't recognize coming up the driveway 2 miles down from their nearest neighbor. So it is harder for the Republican Party to do the ground game, the GOTV, as you talked about earlier, than it is for the Republican Party. But it'll be interesting to see how this independent does in Nebraska. He says he's going to be independent. He won't caucus with either party.
All right, guys, at 9 o'clock, we got more polls closing in the Midwest and also pretty much on the West to a certain point. You're going to have Texas at 9 o'clock, I think. So Texas is big. It's big for Trump. We got some of the, Mississippi, Georgia's going to be decided here very soon, of course. So they got some no, of course it's not. Sorry. I was looking at them. But, yeah, we got some polls closing at 9 o'clock. And like I said, 9 o'clock, between 9 o'clock and 10 o'clock, it's going to be huge. So, huge. We're going to see a lot of things going on between 9 o'clock and 10 o'clock. That's like pretty much where you can decide where it's going to go. So, we get a good indication. Looks good. Trump gets North Carolina. He gets, Georgia. It's pretty much over. Pennsylvania. I think Pennsylvania is going to play a lot of tricks. All right. Count me on that. Pennsylvania is going to play a little trick. All right. They're not going to have, they supposedly get 82% of the votes in. on election night, Pennsylvania. That's what I've heard. That's what I've watched. That's what I researched. And we'll decide if Pennsylvania is going to be for Trump or Kamala. That's the big state we're looking for, guys. That's what we're looking at right now. There's only 1% of votes in. Kamala is up, but we got to make sure that Pennsylvania goes to Trump. If Trump gets Pennsylvania, it's all over. Can he still win? Yeah, he could get Wisconsin or Missouri. Of course, he could do that. Picks one of those up, he could still win. But it's still way too early, man. Even though Trump's way ahead, it's still way too early, guys. So we got to wait between the hours of 9 o'clock and 10 o'clock, maybe to 10:30. Let's see what else we can get in here on the electoral map here, and it's fun. Trump's looking good so far, knock on wood, which we knew he would have a good start. See if he ends it. That's what it boils down to. All right. Let's check out some other streams. Let's check out Censor.tv.
White fucking clusterfuck.
Well, they were mostly peaceful protesters.
Here's Maddie. Oh, your life.
Yes, mostly peaceful, as the fucking fires are. They're incinerating businesses.
It's Maddie.
It's just
There's Anthony.
It's so fucking infuriating. I don't know.
It's insane.
I don't know.
She had Cardi
And
B.
then,
talk for her.
what's that?
She also had the Cardi B.
Yeah.
Talk for her.
Cardi B. And then the other thing.
Anthony Quimio is just so fucking drunk right
They
now.
talk about Trump like he's going to give tax breaks to his billionaire friends. They talk about his billionaire friends. Who the fuck was up on the stage?
Trump is leading North Carolina? Thanks, Albert, for the update. Appreciate that. All right, guys. My buddy Albert Long just said, because he's in the background, my buddy Albert Long, good friend of mine, he's in the background. Him and his father, his mother, his girlfriend, wife, I should say, they're in the background looking at all the sites, looking to see where everything's going. And Albert is giving us updates. Thank you, Albert, on the update. Trump is currently leading in North Carolina and Virginia, which is a good sign. It's a nice sign. Albert, thanks for the update. I appreciate it. I hope you're right. Let's go, guys.
Mars. I would love if we found out that his entire reason to try to get a ship that could go to Mars is just to ship black people there. I would love that. Thank you, dear.
Oh, look at him with his wine. He's getting drunk.
Corkscrew has been recovered.
We're all getting drunk tonight.
Cheers.
Oh, bye, Peanut. Oh, poor Peanut. Peanut
Topo
died
Chico.
last week. Poor Peanut. What a nice squirrel.
Not a corkscrew.
So bad.
Where's the bottle opener? That's how my nanny used to say.
Yeah, I remember how close to George W. Bush and Gore was. Yeah, so do I, man.
Sit on the chairlet if you got a stomach ache. All right. Let me burl
Dude,
some
look at
water.
that red wine.
Boil the water?
Dude,
No, burl
Anthony
the
is
water.
getting fucked up tonight. Look at him. He's
Burl,
like, let me get a drink of this wine.
Oil.
Look at him. Oh, another one.
Tastes like victory.
Anthony
Let's
Cuomo.
see, Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania, here we go.
All right. It's sort of a little, but again, all I'm seeing are these blue areas in these districts. It's like they're not even counting. McKean County, I don't even see votes in. There's no votes coming from Bedford County, Bradford, Tioga County, Elk County. Not one vote is being tabulated.
No, it's not tabulated. But Anthony Cuomo, good dude. My hair's getting fucked up. I'm growing my hair long, guys, by the way. I look super sexy with my hair growing long. So, I gotta comb it. See what else we got going on here. Here we go. We're back.
All right, it is 8:51 in the East, and here is where we stand right now on the road to
Look at that
270.
map. Looks good.
And it has been a night of big surprises so far, with more to come. We're now just minutes away from additional closings.
Yeah, we are, and we see that map starting to
it's
fill
very dry
out. So
wine.
we will
You are
watch
correct,
for those
Despair.
next poll
It's
closings.
very
It's
dry.
in all corners of the country now, almost at 9 o'clock in the East Coast.
I wish I had wine.
And they're some of
I
the
don't.
biggest
I have beer.
states to close yet.
At the top of the hour, a major round of poll closings with the most battleground states of the entire night.
Here we go,
15
Midwest.
states and
Coming up.
163 electoral college
Coming
votes
up.
up for grabs. including 3 critical swing states.
Will Vice President Kamala Harris hold on to the blue wall that cuts through Wisconsin
Good evening, Wisconsin!
and Michigan?
Michigan, we are not going back!
Or will former President Trump break through like he did in 2016?
We're going to win Wisconsin.
Plus, the first Western battleground,
Ah,
Arizona, moments away from closing.
A
Go.
very big hello, Arizona.
Here we go, guys.
Arizona.
9 o'clock's
we need
coming
to
up.
Fight this battle on every front.
Oh, shut
We are
up.
standing by for our first vote count in from these make or break states as our decision desk gets ready to make new calls on the road
Yeah, dry
to
wine is good.
270.
Red, dry wine.
Many votes to be counted. Battlegrounds
Gives
all
me a headache,
coming
though.
in. Michigan has 15 electoral votes up for grabs. A key state, and Jesse Kirsch
Michigan.
in Detroit for
Oh,
us
do I have Michigan?
today. Jesse, the
Hold on,
polls
look at my-
are just about to
Michigan?
close, moments
Oh,
away.
I got Michigan
What
for
do you
Trump.
expect? What are you
Here
hearing?
we go. Here we go.
Yeah, so Savannah, statewide, they close at 9 p.m. Eastern, but here in Detroit, in the East Coast time zone, the polls have been closed for almost an hour. You can see this ballot drop box is sealed off here. However, despite all of that, we're going to move down the block here. This is the city elections office. And what we've got going on here is people who have been in line well past when the polls officially closed to continue registering to vote. And inside, it appears we do still have some people in that line. We
Yeah.
had people telling us they'd waited in line
Fixing the vote.
for around
Fixing the
4
vote.
hours. One young woman told us that she almost got out of line
Fixing it.
because of that duration, dealing with logistics as well as just waiting to be able to register to vote, but was ultimately able to do so. Someone else
Good night,
told us
guys.
that they got
Beautiful
out
night
of
so
line
far.
because of the wait. If people got in line by 8 p.m. Eastern time and they closed the doors here at that time, people were going to be allowed to go through the registration process, and it seems people are still going through that at this hour. This is a traditional Democratic stronghold, the city of Detroit. However, when we've spoken to GOP operatives in the state, they tell us that they see Vice President Harris's base as, quote, crumbling. Because
Kalama. Kamala Harris's base is crumbling. Beautiful words coming from NBC News, which is a left-leaning Democratic fucking channel. I told you guys, Wisconsin. I told you, Wisconsin is going to fucking Trump. Told you. Key swing state. Told you. Oh, God, my predictions are fucking spot on tonight so far. Told you, Michigan. There we go. Michigan right there. Told you. I didn't even touch anything, guys. I didn't click anything. I'm spot on. I'm 100% so far. Michigan. The supporters for Harris is crumbling. It's beautiful words. Beautiful. Let's go. See what else he has to say.
We've been noticing here and talking to students about is the involvement of fraternities. Normally, fraternities, they may not be organizing.
Trump just took Missouri.
And may not be turning out to vote as much as you'd expect.
42 in the Senate.
At the
We only
ASU
need like
campus,
another
it
8
does
more in
seem
the
like,
Senate.
The
Good.
fraternities
Perfect.
have been involved in turning out the vote, and those that we've been talking to say that they are turning out for former President Donald Trump.
Yo!
A lot of other
The
students that have
turnout
been coming
for
out for
Trump
policy
in
issues.
Michigan.
There are several
Insane.
props. The
Or no,
issue
is that
of abortion
Arizona?
is extremely
Arizona?
important in turning out the vote.
No, what I got for Arizona?
Important,
I got Trump
but I gotta
for
say,
Arizona.
just eavesdropping what people have been talking about in line. It's been surprising.
Either am I,
how
but I picked
often
it.
The topic of the Joe Rogan
It was
podcast
for Harris.
keeps coming up. We've talked to several students now who say that they listened to that Joe Rogan podcast with the former president, and that was the deciding factor for them. And they also said
Motherfucking
that
Joe
if
Rogan.
Kamala Harris, the vice president of the United States, would have appeared on that podcast, they may have had their vote skewed. It's really interesting because
Fucking Joe Rogan.
Some people are talking about policy, others are talking
Flipping the vote.
kind of like vibes. Well, I like the vibe of Trump, or I like the vibe of Kamala Harris, but it's not.
And this
so
come from NBC News, by the way,
policy-specific.
guys.
That's just some of what we've seen. We're almost to the end of the line. We just wrap around this corner. But again, right now we're in Maricopa County. This is a county with 2 point something million voters. ASU has 74,000 students here, most of them voting age. So what we see here at Arizona is going to be very important in this election. Back to you guys.
All right, Gotti, thank you so much. Abortion on the
How,
ballot in Arizona.
how embarrassing is that this guy's doing a live feed for NBC News, and his live feed is like, hey guys, these guys want Trump. It's like, they watched Elon Musk with Joe Rogan, and Joe Rogan endorsed, which he was, young males. Joe Rogan's podcast is huge with the young males, right? So he just said it right there. He confirmed it in Arizona. I think it was Arizona, and he said Michigan too as well. Wisconsin? Michigan. And Joe Rogan did it, man. I'm like, he might be the deciding factor on his interviews with Trump, J.D. Vance, and fucking Elon Musk in 9 days, in the last 9 days. 3 huge interviews that produced over, probably my estimate is 400 million views on social media, on shorts, whatever. Now it's probably even higher than that, probably like 500 million. It's huge, huge, guys. So Joe Rogan did what he had to do, and he knew he was going to do it. It took him to the last day, but Joe Rogan did great on his prediction and support, and his support for Donald Trump, dude. He endorsed him, so yep, it is what it is. That's going to help, especially with the college voters. It's all over, guys. I'm not making a prediction yet. Still early. All right. Make sure we're clear on that.
President Trump. I asked him about this. He said it went too far. And then he was asked about it
Thank you, Joe
repeatedly
Rogan.
throughout
Yes,
the course
100%.
of this campaign. Well, how are you going to vote on this? And he was shifting his positions in the weeks leading up to this very vote. So it sort of underscores the point that Chuck's making. This is a very complicated
This issue has
for
Republicans in knots and Donald Trump in knots, and now it lives to see another day in Florida.
And this is why the vice president and her team have been pushing on this issue. It is on the ballot as well in Arizona and Nevada. Trump orbit folks that I'm talking to think that there is a likelihood of perhaps ticket splitters in those states, people who will back these abortion ballot initiatives, but who will also back former President Trump. But you have seen the vice president hammer this in the state of Georgia. She went to the state of Texas, which nobody really thinks is going to flip blue on the presidential race, but she wanted to use it as a stage to highlight that state's controversial restrictive abortion law. She did it in Georgia with Amber Thurman, and in Florida, she talks about it as a place that she is concerned about.
We don't have a ton of time because we're coming up on a poll closing, but in Iowa, whose polls are going to close, there was a late election poll. Iowa just had a very restrictive abortion ban passed, and this shock poll on the eve of the election had Kamala Harris carrying a red state. So it's just a very...
Yeah, she did. Guys, thank you very much. I appreciate all your support tonight. We're running until probably like 12 o'clock tonight. We probably got at least another 3 hours here. We probably will know who the president's going to be. And we got something going on here. So far tonight, I started about 2.5 hours ago. We had 417 views so far on this podcast, on the stream. 10 people here so far, 12 likes. Thank you guys. Hit that like button while you're coming in. Man, here we go. Trump got Texas. Of course, we knew he was going to get Texas. And he got North Dakota. Beautiful
in North
beautiful
Dakota
stuff
tonight.
here.
South Dakota, same story. That will also
And
go
South
into
Dakota.
the Donald Trump
Here comes
column this evening.
Here comes the Midwest, guys.
We move to the state of Wyoming.
Wyoming, got
Three
it.
electoral votes. It's
Bam!
Donald Trump, the projected winner in Wyoming. Here's the map. The road to 270 now getting interesting. 154 for Donald Trump, 30 for Kamala Harris.
Oh, baby!
Go to the uncalled
Bye-bye.
races just from those
Bye-bye.
poll closings, including New York, Colorado, Minnesota. So we still await
Bye-bye.
results there. But let's go to Michigan. That's the biggie at this hour. Polls closing in Michigan, and it is, wait for it, too early to call. We will be waiting for it perhaps into the wee hours tonight. Arizona also too early to call.
Woohoo! Let's go, baby.
9 o'clock on the East Coast. Polls just closed there. Let's go to Wisconsin, the other of the blue wall states, along with Michigan and Pennsylvania, too early to call. And speaking of Pennsylvania, too early to call. Starting to see more vote come in, but we could be waiting
Next
a bit
couple
for
hours,
that. And
Mountain
same with
and
North
Pacific will
Carolina.
be
They're
closing.
counting more
Thanks for the
quickly,
update
but
to
it's still
spare.
too
I
early for
appreciate
us
it.
to make a
Thank you.
projection. And in Georgia, it's not too early. It's just
Oh, North Carolina, he goes ahead. Oh, Georgia's ahead.
counted right now.
Oh,
And yet,
shit.
despite the margin that you see there, we project not.
Oh, shit, dude. North Carolina, Trump just pulled ahead when Kamala was at 63%. Trump pulls ahead by 5%. Georgia, he's up by, holy shit, another 8% in Georgia. Bingo. Bingo. Do I get the bingo? Do I get the bingo clip? Bingo. Bingo. No, I don't. Shit. I don't have it.
Gay!
I don't have that. Sucks.
bigger that bubble, that means the more vote that is out. And the more vote that is out right now is in the Atlanta metro region. Remember, I told you guys earlier that about 50% of the vote is going to come from this area right here. The election is essentially won or lost in the Atlanta metro region because the margins are so close. Every vote matters, but because the margins are so close, Trump runs up that rural
Georgia,
vote. The Democrats run up the urban vote. They run up the suburban counties around Atlanta as well. Let's take a look. Let's see how Atlanta and the surrounding counties are looking. The
keep on
ring
trying,
counties.
bro.
Cobb County.
You're reaching, bro. You're reaching, bro.
77% of the vote is in. Harris slightly overperforming where Biden was in 2020. Let's go over to Fulton County. This is where Atlanta is. A huge county for Democrats here. She's about where Biden was, 72% of the vote in. She can catch up and bring that up. Gwinnett County, again, these are the counties that Clinton flipped in 2016, and they just got bluer and bluer. And you can see what's happening here. 16% of the vote is in, but she's at 60. Biden was at 58. Let's keep going around here. Douglas County, 84% in. Here we go. Harris overperforming in that county. We'll come a little further out. Rockdale County will kind of move a little out the suburbs, the exurbs, if you will. 69%. Look at where Harris is tonight. 74%.
Doesn't mean shit.
She's running up that vote in the Atlanta metro region. If she can keep that momentum going, she could possibly take the state of Georgia. But again, we got to wait and see. I want to see how Trump is doing in some of his rural counties.
Bye-bye.
78%, 95% of the vote is in. So 78% in 2020. He's at 78 right now. Let me go to a neighboring Towns County right here, 81-80, and then in Union, 81-80. He seems to be hitting his marks too. I want to hit some sort of swing.
Oh boy,
Julie is
56%.
one of these. Trump won it in 2016.
Oh boy.
But if we go back, Obama had it in 2012.
Doesn't matter.
Tonight,
Still, 56
Trump is up.
massive.
He's building on his margins from 2020. That's a good sign for him. Let me see if
Massive.
Peach County is in. Peach County is another one that no vote is in. This is one of those swing counties. Not a whole lot of voters, but it usually sort of picks the winner. We like to watch it as we go around. Muskogee, this is 72%. This is one of the ones we're watching to see if Trump could make inroads with black voters here. Harris seems to be comfortable. She seems to be at the same watermark where Biden was in 2020. So guys, still very close in Georgia. As we said, too close to call. It was about 12,000 votes that separated this.
67% in. Trump's up by fucking 6, 4, 3, 7%.
It's changing. It's in the
Trump's up 7% in Georgia. Trump has 154 in already. Kamala Harris only has 30. Embarrassing.
Yeah,
let's hit North Carolina again. We're going to look at all.
Oh,
the
North Carolina! Oh my God!
County. This is where Democrats have to drive up the vote. Only 6% is in, but we can see
pulled
how
out North Carolina.
6% is in. I'm not going to really draw too much from there.
Now, guys, got to remember, like 6% in, or what it was, 60% in. When it was only like 6% in, Kamala was at 63%. Now Trump's killing her already in North Carolina. Insane.
Chapel Hill, the research triangle. You have medical research jobs, high-tech research jobs, affluent suburbs, highly educated Democratic voters. 86% of the vote is in. Let's see how she compares to Biden. Slightly overperforming Biden, not by much, but look, any little increment makes a difference when you're talking about a 10,000 vote difference at the end of the day. Right now, the difference is about 41,000 in that county. Trump is on top right now. He's going to run up the rural vote. We can check out some of his counties over here in western North Carolina, Graham County. These are some of the counties that were affected by Hurricane Helene and all that devastating flooding. 95% in, 81% in 2020 was at.
Hey, guys, you know why Trump is going to win? Look, I'm leaning back now. I'm comfortable. You know why Trump's going to win North Carolina? Because FEMA didn't help out fucking people in North Carolina. That's why. Trump's going to crush North Carolina probably by like 5 to 6%. He's going to win it. It's because FEMA did not help them. They were taking people that had all their belongings in their truck. FEMA took those belongings. They took them. So that's why Trump's going to fucking win North Carolina, because people are fed up. Kamala Harris, Biden did nothing when it came to these hurricanes a couple months ago. Did nothing. Nothing. Right? They're sick of it. These people in Florida, North Carolina, they're sick of it. They're done. That's why Trump's going to win.
Marks. Democrats are going to love that news, but there's still a lot of the vote is out, 76% in Wake, like we said. Let me see where else in the state that we're still waiting on vote, because there are a lot of rural counties. Listen, if right now, let me go to the entire state. So 41% of the vote is in. Look at this giant circle around Charlotte. I mean, Charlotte, a lot of that vote, Mecklenburg County, it's a county that is majority minority, right? Mostly black and Hispanic. And they're still winning a lot of the vote there. That could be a very good sign for Democrats tonight. But some of the vote is out, like in these rural counties right here. If we check out Johnson County, just outside of Raleigh, connected to that, I'm actually kind of curious, even though only 8% is in here. This was a county that they were looking at to see if Democrats could make inroads there. It looks to be about the same, only 8% in, guys. But we're going to keep a close eye on North Carolina as more of this map gets filled out.
All right, so here's where we are, 7 minutes after 9 o'clock in the East Coast. 6 polls have closed now of 6 of 7 battleground states, still waiting, obviously, for the 7th. Hallie, you heard the numbers. Break it down how we're viewing it through the lens of the...
People are scared. Through the exit polls. Which are
These people are scared. Look at them.
These numbers don't get finalized until closer to Thanksgiving, right? So we don't want to overread into them, but they are an indication of where things stand. And what I'm looking at, given that polls have just closed now in the rest of the blue wall states, Michigan and Wisconsin, here's something interesting. Look at the youth vote here. This is a little tricky to look at, but I'm going to walk you through it. Look at Vice President Kamala Harris. She is winning younger voters under the age of 30 in Wisconsin, but Donald Trump is right on her heels there with 47%. He is actually winning younger voters in Michigan, 51% to 46%. And if you take a look even further into this, you can see that he is overperforming where he was among young voters in the state of Wisconsin, 47% now. That's a double-digit increase.
So this is what I want to talk about. This is really good. Trump support among young voters. So this is huge for Wisconsin. Like I said, like Wisconsin, I picked Wisconsin, right? No, I didn't pick Wisconsin. Ooh. Oh, that might go red. It might go red. It might go red. Young voters, 47. Wow. Okay.
From where he was 4 years ago. It's a similar story in Michigan. And I will also tell you, it is a similar story in Pennsylvania as well.
Yeah, Michigan. There we go. That's what I have. Michigan, right? Yeah, Michigan. I got Michigan. Michigan, young voters for Trump, fucking 51% compared to 37. I'm telling you guys, he's going to win Michigan. If he wins Michigan and fucking Wisconsin, I'm like, Kamala, I have Pennsylvania. Doesn't matter.
See the Michigan numbers here. Similar story in Pennsylvania as well when it comes to young voters. Now, we've been doing a lot of counterpoint tonight, so let me fill you in as I walk back to the desk. One of the counterpoints here is in Michigan and Wisconsin, Vice President Harris is doing better with...
Holy shit. Trump is at 154 already? Kamala only has 30? Oh, my God. Oh, my God. It's like,
Got him!
Got him.
Got him!
older voters
than
she was relative to 2020. So there's some interesting dynamics at play here.
Well, it's interesting because we saw Gotti Schwartz in Arizona on the campus of Arizona State University, which gives me personal pain as a graduate of the University of Arizona. But I mean, he may be in ground zero of this very thing that exit poll is showing, which is young voters, young male voters, which the Trump campaign worked very hard to turn out, are responding accordingly. Some of them are talking about this Joe Rogan podcast. Can't say I'm a regular listener to it, but he endorsed on the eve of the election, and that was extremely influential.
It could be very influential. And remember, in some of these states, you have same-day voter registration. And who takes the most advantage of it? Younger voters.
That's right.
You know, it was interesting. A lot of Democrats were very optimistic about some of their chances in some of the big Midwestern states for House, Senate, and the presidency, because unlike 2020, the Ann Arbor kids are going to vote in Michigan this time. In 2020, they voted in their home state. The Iowa City kids in Iowa, the Madison kids, and that this time they were all going to actually be in the battleground states. Because of the pandemic, they were home. The pandemic, they were home and more dispersed. Obviously, a big chunk of Michigan voters are from Michigan.
So that's the big thing when it comes to the pandemic in 2020, right? So in 2020, the pandemic, I'm relaxing right now. I'm leaning back in my chair, just chilling. We guys, like you guys are. That was the big thing in 2020 was the pandemic. I'm like all the mail-in ballots, and that was a disaster. And yeah, the pandemic hurt Trump. I would say it hurt Trump. There's a lot of misinformation out there, but after Trump lost, all the truth came out when it came to vaccinations and stuff like that. So, yeah, I'm like, COVID was really bad for Trump. It didn't really help him because he was the president-in-chief. So he's the commander-in-chief. He was president. So I think he did pretty good. I'm like, he spent our deficit went up underneath Trump in 2018, 2019, 2020. The reason being is because he had to help businesses out. So he there was this I forget the name of the fucking plan or whatever that came out to help businesses. So all the businesses that were hurting, Trump approved these billions of dollars to support businesses, small businesses, big businesses, to overcome the COVID pandemic. So when he did that, there was a plan where the businesses had to hire all their crew back, and it would pay for those people that came back. So the government paid for salaries, their wages, employees. So Trump did that. They approved it. It was okay. It was great. But that increased the deficit by a lot of money. So when people say that Trump increased the deficit by a lot of money, he had no choice. If he didn't do that, we would be in a recession right now, or we would have been in a recession. So, all right, we got some. We got some Mississippi. Trump. All right, here we go. All right, Trump. Shit.
But again, Donald Trump, the projected winner in Mississippi. Here's the map. Here's where it leaves us in the road to 270. Donald Trump, well out in front with 160.
160 to 30. Embarrassing. Look at this. Embarrassing. But then again, we don't got a lot of swing states in, so it's still too early.
Good sources inside the campaign. What are you hearing?
Greetings,
Texas for Trump.
everyone. It's good to
Let's
see
go.
you. So what I am hearing is that Democrats
God, look at this fucking queen.
states, and I've been talking to party chairs, folks within the campaigns, but also the organizers on the ground. They're feeling encouraged by what they're seeing from college campuses specifically. In Wisconsin, for example, in the 3rd Congressional District, there are two large college campuses in that state. And as one individual in Wisconsin told me that they could flip a House district seat. In Philadelphia, the turnout...
Oh!
Surprise!
Wisconsin, Trump at 62%. Let's go, bro. Pennsylvania, there's only like 20% in. Oh, wow. You should get at Pennsylvania.
And they all went down and knocked doors in
He takes Wisconsin,
in
Missouri,
the Philadelphia area and Philadelphia suburbs. Well, the numbers coming out of places like Temple University, where the lines were so long,
yes, we know.
People were standing in lines for 3 hours. College campus, they had to add more voting machines. They were not expecting that. Democrats, particularly.
Only 18% in. This is only in Philadelphia County, by the way, guys.
Emphasis on the raw data they're seeing. So they don't want to.
Philadelphia County, Philadelphia is like 80% Democrat.
Yeah, Simone, what is worrying the Harris camp right now, looking at it from the other end of the glass?
Well, the lines are very long, and they want people to stay in line, Lester. I'm told that actually in Pennsylvania specifically, celebrities are FaceTiming in to the people who are in line, encouraging them to stay in line. So the organizers are out there with the phones saying, hey, so-and-so is on the line. There are concerts actually happening. They are looking at Pennsylvania very closely. And as the time that the vice president spent in the state, in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, I think is also indicative of where they see some gaps. Also, obviously, DeKalb County, in Georgia, the lines, the polling locations were staying open longer because of the bomb threats that were happening there and the evacuations that had to happen, encouraging people to know that it is safe to vote, stay in line, make your voice count. I think they want to ensure, they feel like that they can eke it out if people turn out to vote and stay in line.
All right. Simone, thanks very much.
We want to turn now to Garrett Hake. He's at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. And we just got the inside scoop from the Harris campaign. So what are you hearing from the Trump campaign about what they're seeing in these battleground states in the early going?
Savannah, the Trump campaign is very buoyed by what they've seen out of Wisconsin, specifically among black voters. They're pointing to our exit poll, which shows Donald Trump more than doubling his support among African Americans in Wisconsin. I cannot emphasize enough how much this has been an emphasis for the Trump campaign to try to improve their margins. So they got blown out with African American voters in 2020. If they were able to move the percentage that they got from 8% to 10, 12, 15, in this case, based on these early exit polls, getting 20% in Wisconsin, that's the kind of thing that could make a huge difference in a race that might be decided by 15 or 20,000 votes in those states. They spent heavily on television, they spent heavily on African-American media, trying to find celebrity validators for Donald Trump, and particularly to reach out to young men. If Trump pulls this off tonight or in the days that come, those small changes at the margins among African-American men, I think, will be a huge part of this story.
All right, Garrett, thank you. I want to go over to Peter Alexander at Harris headquarters, Washington, D.C. And how's the feeling there? What's the vibe?
Let's go, baby. The
Well,
vibe.
there's still a celebratory feel here right now. They're waiting for any particular data points that they can know if it's a good indication or not. The Harris campaign individuals still watching behind closed doors. The vice president watching alongside family and friends tonight. A lot of the donors and other.
Hold on. Look at all these fucking retards. Look at this guy with his headphones on, dude. Like, they're showing a rap concert, like, during election season. Like, that's so cool. I don't know. Whatever.
As well before they arrive here a little bit later this evening. I'll tell you some of the
Those
data
people
points
are
that
like-
they are pointing to right now is potentially
Low IQ. Like Kamala Harris, low IQ.
those 3 wards with the largest densities of Puerto Rican voters right now, that they say in those particular wards that they saw as of 5 o'clock, 3 hours before the polls closed, they had already reached the same number in terms of turnout as they had 4 years ago.
Oh, Jack Black. Jack Black is like, I'm like, once his musician was on stage, diss Trump, it's just fucking embarrassing. So that's why he had to cancel his tour. But Jack Black is a fucking idiot. And he doesn't talk too much about what happened, but of course to save his career. But yeah, because he would demonize 50% of his audience. Yeah, that's fucking idiot.
About what is really key to the campaign right now in these sort of late evening hours, even after the polls have closed. They don't close if you are already in line. It's a message that they're sharing right now, FaceTiming in Jennifer Gardner and to me, more among others, to keep those folks in line.
All right,
Yeah.
Peter.
Simone was making that point a moment ago about if they can keep them in line. They can.
You can keep them in line if Jennifer Garner
Oh,
is on the
no
other line
projection,
talking to your
Louisiana.
mom or
Trump, of
Paul
course,
Rudd,
yeah.
and that's the
There
strategy
we go.
there. We've got a race to call here.
Like Trump's,
Louisiana, no big
closing on
surprise.
200
If you're
already.
filling out your map at home, you can add Louisiana there. Just 22% of the vote counted, but again, the margin expected to be rather large. So here's the map for those watching at home. The South, of course, reliably red for Donald Trump, and at this early hour, he is far out in front, but we await those key battleground states. And I think we've got Tom over there talking the great state of Ohio, a former battleground.
Semi-battleground, right? We got exit poll data out of Ohio as well. 17 electoral votes, about 55% of the vote is in. Trump is on top by about 266,000 votes. I want you to remember that number.
Bye-bye.
Write it down if you
Go
can. I
home
know
to
it's kind of a big
mommy.
number, 266,000. The reason why I want to highlight that difference, because when we punch up Ohio here,
Louisiana,
so that's the
nice.
spread, 287. It just changed. That's how fast voting data is coming in. Again, you know I love going to this. The remaining vote that's there. Again, here's the issue. The remaining votes in the Democratic county.
Fucking Ohio. Embarrassing. All red.
Look at the numbers here. In Cuyahoga, look how many votes are still out. 377,000. She's on top by 71%. Let's see how she did compared to Biden 4 years ago. 66%. So she's overperforming in Cuyahoga, and there's still a
Doesn't
lot of that
matter.
vote that's out. Let's go down to Franklin County. It holds the capital of Ohio, Columbus.
Bye-bye.
68%. Overperforming there with about 60% of the vote that's in. And then again,
And you got to remember, they're cherry picking this shit right now, so to make Kamala Harris look good.
1 million votes. And that's way bigger than the spread for the entire state.
Hey, Tom.
Yeah, go for it.
I mean, when you talk about some of her overperforming in those areas, the reason we expect Ohio likely goes red, but let's talk about the Senate race there. Yeah, because we have the control of Senate hanging in the balance right now, and it hangs on this Senate.
Insane. Senate is 44 out of 33. So I'm like, Republicans only need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They only need 6 spots to really even it out. But yeah, that's not good. North Dakota, Trump.
There could be a split ticket issue here. Again, way too early, 56% of the vote in. But look, the difference here is 74,000. Remember that number I was telling you to remember? It was over 200,000.
Used
So
to
that
live
means that
in
Trump is
Cuyahoga?
overperforming right now. Bernie Moreno is underperforming the Republican
Cuyahoga.
candidate. The incumbent is still
I
down.
could
But
never
again,
pronounce
remember
that
what I told
ever
you,
in
there's
my
a
life.
lot of that vote that's out in Cleveland, in Columbus. I'm going to look in one more spot here. Let's get back to the president's race. In Hamilton County, which is Cincinnati, she's at 62%. Biden was at 57. Again, look, this could be some of the early vote that's come in. It could be some of that blue mirage. Again, we're prefacing this is all early, but I'm going to get back over to you guys.
Projection winner.
Yeah, Tom, we got a projection in the state of Rhode Island.
Oh,
NBC News projects that.
good for you, Kamala. You got 4 electoral votes. Where are you at? 34?
4 electoral votes for her.
Oh.
Here's where the breakdown
Rhode Island.
is,
Oh, another 4.
difference.
Good for you,
74%
Kamala.
of the vote in, but again,
we knew that's going to happen.
Winner there. Let's pull up the map. The road to 270. That brings
Embarrassing.
Harris now to 34
34!
electoral votes. Donald Trump still well out in
Embarrassing.
front with 168. Remember, 270 is the prize that we're working our way toward. We'll take a break here. It's 9:30 in the East. The vote counting coming in. Our decision desk standing by to make more projections just ahead.
Embarrassing. Okay, guys, let's go. Okay, we've been with an NBC for quite some time. Let's go to other coverages. See what we got here. Fuck this. I'm getting rid of this fucking tab. Let's go to TYT. Oh, look at this fucking chick. Jesus Christ. Dude, she has glasses because she looks smart. Oh my God.
News exit poll in the state of Wisconsin shows that Trump has doubled his support among black voters in that state.
Of course he did.
Now, again, this is
Of
an exit
course Trump fucking doubles his fucking support with black voters. Of course, because they don't want the immigrants.
I want to go back to that number.
Number one key with black voters in the city, they don't want the immigrants here.
Victory in the blue wall. I know
Illegal immigrants.
no lesson at all. In fact, they'll learn the opposite lesson. They'll be like, nailed it. Our
Bye-bye.
forward is more Cheneys. And Kamala Harris will almost certainly put Liz Cheney in the cabinet, and they'll celebrate and think that they're the champions of the world. If you think Donald Trump tried to destroy democracy,
Here we go.
and you're in the Democratic
Here's the
leadership,
negativity from TYT.
and you barely beat him,
Salty.
that is not like something to go right home about and
Salty.
brag about.
Salty.
And if you lose to him,
Salty.
but that's the thing, Nina. They're never going to learn a lesson.
dare
Look,
you.
guys, I need you to understand this. The
How dare
establishment
you?
is not interested in learning lessons. They're interested in only one thing.
Gay.
Money, Lebowski. Okay? So they're just going to go straight to the donor class anyway. They're never, ever going to learn. You have to beat them in a primary. There is no.
Did you notice that on the left here that which I don't have, which you can't see, that they're counting Kamala Harris's states that she hasn't even, like, they haven't even projected winners yet. So they have her at like 96 with Trump on 150. It's embarrassing.
Get 15% of it. So the lesson they're going to learn is
votes
raise
there are
more
beautiful.
donor money so
Nice.
they can have larger mansions.
Big time embarrassing,
You have
yeah.
to beat them in primaries, and in order to do that, you have to get past the monstrous mainstream media that.
All right, my prediction right now. You ready? Here we go. After seeing and listening to NBC and all the other outlets, which not too many that we listened to tonight, mainly NBC, for them to say Trump's polling more, Trump's polling better in this county, Trump did this, Trump did, even though they're starting to come out saying recently, Kamala Harris here, Kamala Harris, well, they have to, because they don't want to look too stupid. So they're not going to check the counties where Trump is overperforming. So Electoral College, they have Kamala Harris at 99 already, TYT, when she's basically at 34. Embarrassing for TYT to even fucking promote that right now. Embarrassing. She's at 34. So my prediction right now, if Trump gets North Carolina, Georgia, and Michigan, Kamala Harris could have fucking Philadelphia for 20. Doesn't matter. It's all over. My prediction, Trump is going to win. All right. I'm going to say right now, it's still sort of early. We're starting to get in it. Like I said, between 9, 10 o'clock, 9:30, 10:30, it's where we're going to learn a lot. All right. So I'm making my prediction now. Trump is going to win. There we go.
And my
Like
life
it or not.
are not vibing with the Democratic Party. I got two conservatives that I love and
Glasses do not make you smart. Take them off.
party because they don't see themselves in the Democratic
Especially those fucking glasses.
want black men who want to rock with the Democratic Party. I mean, I was just at church this Sunday, family, and this young man his name is Chris. He just came back from the federal pen. He is an entrepreneur. He's trying to rebuild his life. Well, I'm old enough to remember how the Democratic Party wanted to paint felons as somehow a bad thing. People shouldn't have a second chance because they're trying to get at Trump. Meanwhile, back in the hood,
Oh, wait. Let me get. So if you're a felon, that's not a bad thing. So she said, I remember I got all my friends, they were felons, and they were saying they were bad people. If you're a felon. Oh, God. My God, these fucking people that T bring on. Insane. Embarrassing.
Only black men feeling that way. President Trump is very good at what he does. He's a faux populist. And folks
He's a
are
populist,
vibing
sure.
with that. And again,
Sure.
I said on The Breakfast Club, if in fact the Democrats do not
You've been on Breakfast
bring
Club?
it here, do not blame black men, voters should not be blamed for making a choice. And it
Correct, I agree with her
irritates
on
me
that.
to no end that black men are being treated differently than any other male demographic. They got a right to make a demand. And my God, the last time I checked, they had agency. They should be able to vote for whoever they want to. As an elected official,
And they
as
vote
a
Trump.
politician, as somebody who has been on ballots and supported
And they
people
vote Trump.
who are running for office, it is always the way to go is to earn the votes of the voter and not blame them for your deficiency.
North
So
Carolina
black
for
men-
Trump,
but
are you?
black women
No,
too.
despair,
You know,
don't even
there's
tell me
some
that.
polling out that says
That's
that
big, that's
compared
huge.
to
That's huge.
President President Obama.
Let's go look
in
at that.
20
Oh, fuck this bitch. She's fucking low IQ. There we go.
Working class voters in those collar counties. One more point just to mention as we
Despair,
watch all of
you
these
better not
returns
fuck with me.
come in. When President
Can they
Biden was
change
at
the
the top
channel
of the ticket,
on
a
pink-
state like North
pinky
Carolina
glasses?
was out of reach for Democrats.
Oh,
The fact
Peter,
that we're talking
that's funny.
about it right now, the fact that there's been so much play in North Carolina that former President
Bingo!
spent so much time there in recent days underscores the fact that
Bye-bye,
they tried to
Kamala!
open up more
You're
paths
fired!
to see if that was effective at all.
I want to ask a little bit about Michigan. We haven't
Yeah.
really talked much about the Gaza war in Gaza and how that might affect the vote.
You're fired!
In Detroit and in parts of Michigan. Are we getting any read there at all?
Well, it's going to be something that matters, right? Because we saw that uncommitted vote. We know there's an Arab American
Lansing,
population.
Lansing,
in
one for
Washington County.
Trump.
It's only about 2%
Wow.
of the population, but it could
That's
be
huge.
potentially significant here. You saw Vice President Harris as
Only
she
12
was on
in.
the campaign trail just in
He's
the
gonna
last
get
few days
Michigan.
here, began
Bye-bye.
her rally speech, one of them in Michigan, by referencing, of course, Israel, Gaza, what was happening. She doesn't typically start off her campaign speeches, her stump speech that
But she's
way.
been heckled at times.
That's right. She
along the
has
road.
again and again. She has faced down protesters who heckle. She typically says something along the lines of, "You have a right to be heard. So do I." And I'm speaking now, which is a line that she's become sort of known for at this point. But the other piece of this too, when you look at this, Michigan is a place, it's going to be critical for her, as Tom has just laid out in the map. It is also the place where she started this shift in the last few days on her closing argument, moving away from this idea that Donald Trump was sort of looming large.
You know what I love is like they try to put Kamala Harris up like on early voting. Like, of course, yeah, because you know the cities, the inner cities, they get the votes in quick enough. But the suburbs take a little bit more time to come in, which most of the suburbs, most of the time, are
Surprise, but NBC News
big news here.
New York will.
Fuck you, New
Kamala
York.
Harris is the projected winner. I'll get this out. Projected winner in New York, and there you see the vote difference: 845,000.
Fucking New York, you suck.
33% in. Here's the
Have fun with your immigrants.
270 that puts Donald Trump out front with 168. Harris was 62.
Yeah. Have fun, New York City, where you're fucking immigrants. You fucking
Because
losers.
This issue that you raised, Gaza, Israel, this is a very potent
Losers,
issue
168.
with young voters, with the many students.
All right, so Trump needs not only, but it's a far cry, 102? 102
Bring up
Trump
that
needs.
kind of dissent that is going on. It's very interesting. In the primary, there was an uncommitted vote, sort of a protest vote.
I have a couple people on
against
X
President
that
Biden.
are
100,000
keeping me up to
people
date on the
voted
election. Thank you, Despair. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
The margin in
Good call on
2020
that.
was 154,000. So this is a
North
constituency
Carolina.
that very much matters.
Absolutely. And with young voters right now, we just had Hallie, you brought this up on the data wall a little bit ago. Trump is leading young voters. And again, that gender gap is playing out.
Of course, because a new generation of people don't want to fuck. They're going to college. Yeah, they got their colleges, their, whatever it is, college tuition paid for by Biden. But there's a lot of people that have been going to college campuses and, talking to college kids and swaying them. Mississippi.
Right now,
Let's
who
go.
does that mean did better on those campuses if we start to see those margins be eat away at?
And you recall back in 2016, sorry, Hallie, you'll recall in 2016, Hillary Clinton, when she did the postmortem of her campaign, the criticism was she didn't spend enough time in Michigan. And so what we've seen from the Harris campaign is she has been there. And Trump has certainly
14
been
events,
there as
yeah.
well. He closed out his campaign there.
boy.
And so
12% in.
The Democrats have tried to
Trump's
learn
gonna pick it
from
up.
the
Don't worry
mistakes
about
of
that.
the past.
Michigan, he's gonna get
Trump
Michigan.
has been very focused on that area as well because he knows he's got to
Well,
pick
just
up
to
one of those.
demonstrate how complicated
I can't believe
politics
Trump got
is,
Lansing.
Harris is on
Lansing-
defense to a
Lansing,
certain extent
Michigan
over
is
her
huge for
stance
Trump.
with Gaza and Israel, the Biden administration stance in Michigan, but then also losing some of the Jewish vote, for example, in Pennsylvania and Florida. We've heard about that.
Yeah, the Jewish vote is for Trump. They already said that, the Jewish people.
We can do some race checks here.
Which is rare, but it happened.
Put up there. Let's see what we've got in terms of results, and the votes are being counted in Michigan, one of those key Midwest battlegrounds. It is too early to
in.
call. That's just about a little over 10% of the vote, but now you've got an eye on what we've got there. Arizona polls just closed a half hour ago. Way too early to call there. It may well be days before we're able to call that one. Wisconsin, another in the industrial Midwest, too early to call.
Holy
just
shit.
Starting to get the votes counted.
8% in, and Trump's up. Pennsylvania, Trump's picking up.
Pennsylvania, and it is too early to call, but we're about
20%.
30%
It's no big
of
deal.
the vote there. North Carolina, also too early to call at this hour.
No, we already got
Staying
North
down
Carolina.
south
It's done.
In the Sunbelt state of Georgia, which President Biden carried 4 years ago, and former President
Georgia,
badly
Trump got
lost
it. He got it. The Associated Press has it 178 Trump, 99 Kamala, with Maryland, Virginia, and North Carolina, Georgia, Wisconsin, Minnesota, all red currently. 178, 90. Okay, cool. Thanks, Al, for the update. I appreciate guys update me so I could let you guys all know. Thank you.
Don't have the pressure of people
Appreciate
looking at you.
You want a fun fact? Fun fact alert?
We love it.
The last election
I got a fun fact. We're losing.
Was decided in 4 states by approximately 79, 80,000 voters. You could fit those voters into Cowboy Stadium.
Wow.
That's
You
what
did
we're
your
talking
homework,
about.
girl. Let me
We're
tell
talking
you,
about
Savannah,
budget. And believe
that
me,
is a good. That's
my
a good
husband's
nugget.
going to be very mad at me that I
You
didn't
brought
say
up the
Eagles
Cowboys.
Stadium, but it wasn't the right number for the stadium. I tried.
You stick with any stadium you want.
Yeah, have you got next polls?
He's sad about the link. Yeah, I do. And this is a more broad look at the issues that voters say are important to them. As we're talking about some of these issues and these.
Just so you know, man, the Senate looks pretty good for Republicans, which is good.
Right? We saw consistently in public polling over the course of months, it's economy, inflation, cost of living that voters said over and over again was the most important issue to them. But look at this electorate. From our exit polls that we're seeing now, and again, this could shift a little bit. These numbers could still change a bit as more waves of information.
Fucking the economy, state of the democracy. State of democracy, kick that the fuck out. People don't care about that. The most important issue should be immigration, number 1, the economy, number 2, and foreign policy, number 3. Abortion is a nothing burger. So if you want to kill a child, that's fine. I'm pro-choice, but I'm sort of pro-life to it in the same meaning of pro-life. I'm pro-life, pro-choice. Pro-life first, pro-choice, and I can explain to people why I believe in those two, and why I adhere to both of them. But okay, whatever. State of democracy, 34%, insane. Actually, you know what? State of democracy. Sure, okay, all right. So that's number 4.
More people who said that the economy or immigration were their most important issue backed former President Trump. That is not altogether shocking, right? Those issues, economy, inflation, immigration, it largely tracks with what we had been seeing over the course of many months since Kamala Harris got into this race in public polling. But here's what's interesting, and let me walk back to the desk with you to talk through some of these democracy issues here. This is a funny question, state of democracy, because there are Republicans who believe that the state of democracy is an existential threat, largely because of the election fraud lies that Donald Trump talks about. There are Democrats.
Here
who
we
believe that the state of
go.
democracy-
Lies. Okay, hold on. What you just said was just fucking silly, right? So what you just said was.
What we've got here is failure to communicate.
threat because of former President Trump himself if he
Yep.
were to be back in office. So this is a tricky one. It's not like it cuts obviously one way or the other. So there's some unpacking to do.
It's
That's
a Rorschach
the asterisk.
test. What is the
In
state
what?
of democracy?
That's exactly
It would
right.
probably be better framed as, what do you think the state of the country is? Do you think that this is a high-stakes election? Do you think it's a do or die? Is it existential? I think that's what people are responding to, and perhaps why we see that being the top issue.
Well, and it's so mirrored in what we saw in the closing arguments of both of these campaigns. You saw Vice President Kamala Harris try to argue that Donald Trump was a threat to democracy. You saw Donald Trump make arguments that his political rivals were
Guys,
the
people are
quote-unquote
idiots.
enemy from within.
Idiots.
And so it is a Rorschach test, and it also
dare
just speaks
you.
to why, as we watch these states
Fucking
come
idiots.
in, the battlegrounds seem to be
Well,
very sharply divided, as our polls indicate.
right track, wrong track always kind of leaves you with that question: are we judging a president, or are we judging just the overall sense of life these days?
Absolutely, and the fact that you have this significant majority saying that the country's headed in the wrong direction.
You know what it is?
a challenge.
It's interesting because we haven't talked that much about that thing that happened this summer where Joe Biden had a terrible debate and he was expected for 18 months to be the candidate and then he wasn't. Do we have any indication in any of these early numbers how Kamala Harris
I love the raspy voice. Did I tell you that, guys, already?
performed? I mean, it's a hypothetical.
I was going to say favorability is probably what gets us there most closely. I don't think we have those graphics ready to pull up, but Joe Biden, if my memory serves, is something at like 41% favorable based in exit polls, which was a question that was asked. She is at something like, I want to say 48%. So she is, or 49%. She's outpacing where both Joe Biden and Donald Trump were. But Savannah, I'm so glad you brought this up. We called Delaware like an hour ago, right? Joe Biden's home state. And it made me think about what a different race this would look like, how different tonight would look if Joe Biden were still on the ticket. Vice President Harris has done this thing where she's tried to both distance herself from President Biden. She told me in our interview just a couple of weeks ago, Joe Biden is not on the ticket. Like, I am the one who is running on the Democratic ticket, which she's right. She is on the top of the ticket. But at the same time, she has not distanced herself in a super clear way from a lot of his various policies. She has said that she feels some loyalty to him, of
Well,
course.
the ads that have been run to great effect in a lot of these battleground states tie Kamala Harris.
Oh, she felt that President Biden did a great job, and there's nothing that she would change. Shut the fuck up.
Nevada goes red. So these pink states probably go red. Washington, Oregon, California are almost certainly going to go blue. Well, let me put it this way.
They are going to go
Washington
blue.
will go blue. California will
All
go
of them
blue.
will go blue. Oregon is going to go blue.
It's going to go blue. It's going to go blue.
It's
I
going to
have,
go
like,
blue. Shut
a
up,
very
you fucking
small
idiot.
amount of copium that Oregon can be flipped.
You look
but
like a
it's not.
retard with your fucking hat on, by
That's
the way.
that's my dream. That's my life dream. I need to live long enough to see Oregon go red. I need to see it once in my life, once in my lifetime before I fucking die. I need to see it happen.
Oh, I can't watch this guy.
What happened to Pennsylvania? Hold up.
I don't want to talk to this guy.
You know.
Well, right, but that's about, you know, that question's coming when
Yeah.
you have an unpopular.
All right, let's go to TYT on their breakdown. All right, guys, TYT, watch them melt. They're going to melt the fuck out. Here we go. Oh, they got a fucking commercial. Fuck you, dudes.
Incumbent. We want to go to NBC.
Absolutely, and the fact that you have this significant majority saying that the country's
Macomb County, right there, Asheville. It's been through so much.
North
work.
Carolina!
And
Bye-bye!
Poll results in his hot little hands.
But were you
Trump's up
calling
by
him a horse?
4%.
That's like, I'm not sure if you were or not.
4.5%.
Sam's a tall drink of water, but he's no horse.
Bye-bye.
Man. So listen, along the lines of from what he was reporting, and I just checked out those Hurricane Helene counties. We can show you the ones that were affected by the floods. Let me go, hold on one second. Here we go. So these were all the counties, the 13 counties that were affected by the floods where people could vote in other parts of the state if they weren't able to vote in their home county. It's interesting. I was going through the numbers. It doesn't look like there's any kind of drop-off there. That's actually better news for the president because there are more Trump voters out there in the western part of the state, with the exception of the blue dots
61
like
in?
Asheville, places like that.
And he
Here's
has
where
like,
a lot of the vote is
4.5?
still out. Charlotte, Mecklenburg. Look, Trump is on top right now statewide. Mecklenburg is the place where Democrats, I'm going to keep going back to Mecklenburg when we talk about North Carolina. This is Charlotte and then the surrounding suburbs. They need
Orange
to drive
Outlook,
up the
how are
vote
you?
here. It is a majority-minority county. Hispanics and African Americans, they have to drive up the numbers here. When they lose race...
So, yeah, I think you're pretty correct on that, which I researched today. My hair looks like fucking shit. But Orange Outlooker, NBC exit polls, which is NBC, which is left leaning. NBC exit polls have independents at 6 points plus for Republicans. Yeah, I stated that earlier about an hour and a half, 2 hours ago. I stated, which when they brought it up, I said independent voters throughout the whole United States was up by 6 to 7%. I stated that about an hour and a half, 2 hours ago. But thank you for that. I love it. Confirmation. Thank you very much. Thanks, Orange Outlooker. I appreciate it, man. Thank you very much. But Trump's looking good, man. He's up in North Carolina. He's looking good. He's going to get Georgia. I think he already got Georgia. Or he's going to get Georgia. If he gets Georgia, North Carolina, Wisconsin, I'm like, Kamala can have fucking Pennsylvania. I really don't care. He's going to win by probably 185. So here's my electoral map that I've been promoting. And I got every one so far correct. It's my 319 for Trump, 219 for Kamala. North New Hampshire. I got. I said this is the only state that's going to turn red out of all these. New England areas is always blue, but of course New York just was confirmed for Kamala. But I don't know, man. New Hampshire hasn't been decided yet. We'll see. But we're having a fun time here, man. Thanks, guys, for showing up. Smash that like button. I appreciate it. We're having fun here.
This is along the southern border, right above South Carolina. Seems to be holding his own. Anson, 92% in. This is actually a big flip. Let me see what this looked like in 2016. So this is interesting. Clinton won in 16, Biden won in 2020 with 92% of the vote in.
I love
Trump
my
is on
bye-bye.
top right now. Again, not a large county. You're going to see there's only about 10,000 votes here, but we're kind of reading the tea leaves and seeing where everything's at so far. Again, statewide, 63% in. This is the only battleground state that Trump won in 2020. That's why we're watching it so close. It was very close. It was his slimmest margin. 63% of the vote is in. We're still watching and waiting here in North Carolina. As soon as we can make a call, again, too early, we're going to project it, guys.
Tom, you had a little something for everybody in that, no matter who you're rooting for. We got a couple of results to read to you right now. These are ballot measures. We saw the abortion measure go down to defeat in Florida. It had a 60% threshold in New York. It passes easily. 71% of the vote is the margin there. We'll go to Maryland. There was also an abortion rights measure, and that easily passes as well. Both of those blue states. I'll bring Laura
why they
Jarrett
vote
into this
for it.
conversation because we
That's
do
why
have
it's left up
10
to the
states
states.
that have
Let
these
the states
ballot
decide.
measures, and obviously Democrats have hoped that would help their fortunes, and especially in these battleground states.
New York, obviously not a place
Thanks,
where people
Despair.
think of abortion rights under threat, but the initiative there was broader than just about abortion. It had to do with anti-discrimination principles more generally, reproductive health care a part of that, but it was also about
Anti-discrimination. What the fuck are you talking about?
Right.
There's laws that protect against that.
places like New York. But you think about a place like South Dakota, a completely different story. We still have to wait to see what happens there. Arizona, a different story. Missouri, we still don't have enough in to be able to make a call.
Bye-bye. And forgive me. Let's see if the brain's still working here at 9:45.
You got a big set of cards there,
This is a late night for the Today Show. But Nebraska has
How insane is that, dude? Like, they already said it. Hold on.
To be holding his own. And
under threat, but the initiative there was broader than just about abortion. It had to do with anti-discrimination principles more generally, reproductive health care a part of that, but it was also like what happens there. Arizona, a different story. Missouri, we still working. But
Nebraska has two measures.
Damn it. I can't get it.
No, this is
There you go. Look in the background, guys. Trump, 168. Kamala Harris, 81. It's looking good. It's not over. Let me tell you guys, it's not over.
a late night for the Today Show. But
Let's refresh it.
Electoral votes. There is the breakdown of 440.
Oh, Trump did get Ohio. Nice.
64%
That's a good
of the
one.
vote in Ohio. And again, Donald Trump is the winner there.
Look at that
and
map.
there's where it takes us on the road to 270. Donald
185.
Trump with 185.
He only needs another,
electoral
what,
votes. Harris
85?
with 81.
all right, let's go to Savannah Sellers. We always need not
Trump
one,
only
but
needs
two
85.
Savannah sitting at the desk
That's
at
it.
any time, if possible.
covered.
Exactly. Savannah, I mean, you've been looking a lot into the youth vote, and we were just talking about abortion. And for young women, that obviously is a galvanizing issue for many of them.
It's far from over.
For young women, it is their
100%.
top issue.
It's
and
not
that's
over. It's
where
not even
we're really
close.
seeing a huge gender divide.
I'm like,
Also
Trump
for
looks
young
good,
women,
but
42%
we expect
saying
that
it
on the
is
East
their
Coast,
top issue,
Midwest.
to just 10% of men saying that it's their top issue. When you talk about men, it's what you guys were mentioning earlier.
It's like we just got to worry about North Carolina, which he looks good in. Georgia, he looks good in. Pennsylvania is still early. I think Pennsylvania was like only at like 5% or 3%. So Pennsylvania is a big one.
Said just a little bit ago, 60% said they supported.
But he was looking good in Wisconsin, I think, right? So that's good.
2020. So continuing to watch that. Abortion was also one where I saw a lot of activation on those college campuses all over the state of North Carolina, just talking about getting out to vote for the presidential ticket with that being attached to it. Of course, with the issue being attached to Harris and within Michigan, as well as in Arizona. Arizona's an interesting one, though, because, of course, as I'm talking to the expert,
I hit every state so far.
The state of ASU.
We're going to check into the blue wall here, and we have a new characterization in the state of Wisconsin. Our decision desk now calling it too close
23% in.
You can see Kamala Harris out front right now.
I'm not worried.
23% of the vote in there, but again, too close to
I am
call
not worried about
in Wisconsin. Our election night coverage continues next with another batch of poll closings, including a critical swing state. We hope you can stay with us.
All right, they're taking a break. Let's see what else I got here for you guys. Let's go TYT breaking down. TYT is probably fucking like going off right now. Let's see what TYT. How's Sensor TV doing?
So hard now. Their customers are not spending money. I own I do a B2B. I have a B2B service. I make commercial signage. When my business goes down, it's because people are not opening businesses.
Yeah, they don't need signs.
Yeah. Wow. So we've seen a major decline in revenue and sales over the last 4 years, which is why I switched from Democrat and became a Republican. And now I'm on the forefront to get the message out, that Trump needs to be in the White House.
Welcome aboard, boys. Tonight,
I'm glad to be here.
Sign companies back. We're going to get jobs back.
Yes.
Thanks for talking, man. It's awesome to talk to you.
My pleasure.
Ed, that's back to you.
Well,
or Pat.
And apparently,
these guys are so fucking drunk right now. It's hilarious, man. It's the best ever. TYT fucking having a TYT is probably having a conniption right now. Here we go. TYT's probably flipping out right now.
For Trump I think the average person that votes for Trump, there certainly are firebrands out there who are going to chase whatever tail he's got, right, boy? The majority of people want the same thing. I mean, for me, I always try to reduce things down to first.
All right, guys, we got a comment here. Orange Outlook Looker, thank you very much. Yeah, PA, Pennsylvania is at 33% counted. Harris leads by 5%, which is nothing. But NYT has slight lean Trump, which is good. They're tipsy for sure. Oh my God, the one podcast I've been watching here and there, Censor TV. Yeah, they're fucked up. Excuse me. I'm getting there, but I'm just a little buzzed. I'm not even fucking drunk, but a little buzzed. But I'm having fun. I got off tomorrow. I took these 2 days off because of election. I know I was going to stream it, but I took the last 2 days off today and tomorrow I got off. I'll recover. I got no more beer. I only got one more beer left. That's it, but it is what it is. 16 people here. We had 475 people through the room. Thank you guys. Smash that like button on your way in. Yeah, let's have some fun, man. Let's listen to the craziness of TYT. Oh my God.
Trump he's a guy that some people have a hard time voting for one reason or another.
No, they don't, dude. It's pretty obvious how good he is.
If you're fine with the way that party politics are working right now, the two-party system in America, if you're fine with the way that's working, then it would make sense to choose the person that you like the best.
Mm-hmm. Why are you wearing a fucking red tie?
You
fucking
find
pussy.
the biggest bull in the china shop and let him loose, right? And that's kind of the thinking amongst my crowd.
Shitty analogy, my friend.
Move to the side so we can, reset a little bit. But because you're right, you and I disagree on very little. It comes down to how we accomplish the things we want to accomplish, not necessarily the things we want to accomplish in most of these arguments. So
what are these things you want to accomplish?
Stuff if we're stuck in the mud with these guys.
What are these accomplishments, you fucking idiot? Name it.
The way that they use Wall Street
They don't want to name
military
it.
industrial complex to enrich
They're
themselves.
idiots.
It's unacceptable. And it's not just the Republican or the Democrats, by the way. Both of these parties do this stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you're right in that
What are these fucking things, you fucking idiot?
Trump is, I used to think this was impossible, but I guess Trump proved me wrong. The idea of a single individual totally
Tommy from the Bronx is right. Tommy from the Bronx is right.
Managed to do that, right? The neocons of the Bush administration are no longer popular.
Oh my God!
Republican electorate.
Anna
But at the
Experian.
same time, there are some serious issues that come along with that, right? So just recently, Trump was talking about at a rally that he wouldn't mind if the journalists at the rally covering the event were shot at. And that kind of irresponsible rhetoric really bothers me.
A parent joke, but
he himself
yes, there we go.
has been a target of that political
There
violence.
you go.
And I just wonder what your
Wow,
thoughts
Anna.
are in regard to his unwillingness to kind of tone it down, take the temperature down, and
Oh, that's nothing, Anna. But at least you admit that. Like people try to assassinate him.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, here's what I'll say about that. Yeah. Even on.
Where's your fucking American flag pen? And you're fucking. Oh, you fucking idiot.
You have had the same idea, the same comments, and I've said them. Look, I don't.
These are
I don't
Proud
pull
Butters?
punches just because somebody's on the same side as me. I don't do that.
Mm-hmm.
And I agree with you to some degree. I like the rhetoric that he uses is very effective when you're talking to North Korea or China or Russia or Mexico or whatever, right? It's very effective to use that kind of rhetoric. Not so much when you're talking to your own people.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't. And this is a managerial style for him. That's how he manages is through that particular style. And
Boring.
Results, but officials think they will be able to move a little bit more quickly. But at this hour, it's much too close
Trump's
to call
picking up.
A tight race there.
Trump's
Difference
picking
of
up in Pennsylvania.
48,000 votes. So we will see how that shakes up. About 9:53, we've got more polls set to close soon. Candidates hoping to strike gold in the silver state, Nevada.
Yeah, despair.
Rolling their
I agree.
dice.
Oh, what the
We're
fuck is
heading
this?
into the final stretch. More poll closings across the West, including another battleground state.
Nevada and its 6 electoral college votes could be critical.
I got Trump on that Nevada. See, I got Trump for Nevada.
Both sides going
100%.
all in, trying to win the state by targeting its large population of service workers.
No tax on tips. We will continue our fight and eliminate taxes
Shut
on
up,
tips.
Kamala.
We're
you
moments
fucking
away
idiot.
from the first results from Las Vegas and the rest of the state as our decision desk gets ready to make new calls on the road to 270. And that brings us to NBC's Steve Patterson, who's in Reno, the biggest little city in America, and a key swing county there. Hey, Steve.
Hey, Savannah.
Man, look at those guys behind them. If they are not Trump supporters, I don't know what they are.
Maybe about 5 minutes before the polls close, or do they? And I say that because the lines are still ridiculously long. I'm in Washoe County, as you mentioned,
Yeah.
in Reno. This is the
Vote for Trump.
Washoe County complex. It's like where all the government buildings are.
Liar, Kamala. Bye-bye.
If you come this way, you can
You're
see the
fired.
sign, Snakes beyond the county recorder. That county recorder means you have 40 minutes to go left if you've reached this point. Meanwhile, though, we're hearing about lines that continue to be long all across the state. Southern Nevada, there's a place called Nye County where we're hearing lines that are up to 3 hours long. They don't have enough machines per people in that county. What that means is, unfortunately, because they cannot really release the data on how many people have voted, who has voted, some of the returns until the last person in line across the state has voted, it means numbers are going to be very slow. They can obviously tabulate sort of in person. They can tabulate the early voting. They can tabulate the mail-in ballots, but they can't release any of that data until the last person has left the line, which means it's going to mean a lot more coffee tonight for people that are trying to watch the vote. Also, one thing to keep track of, the nonpartisan vote. That's the reason why we're in Washoe County. This is an incredibly purple county. People vote the issues. They vote their feelings. They don't vote party line. which leads us to talk about nonpartisans. It is a third of the electorate in this state, higher share than Republicans, higher share than Democrats. These folks, we're not sure which way they're going to vote, which has been confounding pundits. And it's been really tough for people trying to read the tea leaves and what exactly the numbers mean. I've spoken to both campaigns in the state. Both seem to think that they have a Trojan horse. Of course, Democrats seem to think that nonpartisans
Big news
are
here.
younger,
Big news here.
diverse.
Big news. Big news.
Republicans-
Big news coming in. Big news coming in. All right. So Stay Safe is showing Polymarket, which is a betting site, and then Trump just jumped up to 80%.
Trump of fucking NASA or SpaceX rocket.
Polymarket, a betting site, just jumped up to 80%. Trump is winning on the betting site. That's awesome. You saw that, right? That's good indication. Betting sites really give you a good indication on what's going on. So, yeah. Trump at 80% on the betting sites.
Clinton in 2016, obviously, and Biden in 2020. The split was only 2%, a little over 2 percentage points. That's why it's a battleground for us. It's one of the reasons why we're watching tonight. I'm going to give you a primer on Nevada. What you have to understand is a lot of Nevada is Clark County. It's Las Vegas here. This is 3/4 of the electorate here. If Democrats can turn out their voters here, there is no way that Republicans can catch up. Between Las Vegas and Reno, which is Washoe County, this is the battleground county here. About 15% of the vote here. The vote in Washoe actually is more reflective of the entire state, much more than Las Vegas is. It's reflective because it's a mix of both Republicans and Democrats. Democrats have been able to hold Washoe County for a couple of elections now. If they can hold it tonight and do well in Las Vegas, it's game over there. But look at all of this Trump country in the middle. It's not a lot of people, but it is rural desert. With the exception of Elko, you have some population centers there. And this is where Trump hopes to run up the score. Something else we have to understand, I'm going to zoom out a little bit about Nevada, is that you have people from Northern California who have been moving since the pandemic into Reno, right? And then Southern California moving into Las Vegas. People from California find it more affordable. They find it that they can get more for their money. Because of that, housing prices have gone up. So the economy and housing prices are a huge issue in Nevada. And finally, the last point I want to bring up here is that the unemployment rate right now in Nevada is over 5%. It's the highest of any state in the entire country. So the economy is going to be huge
Biden.
here. And you got to
Kamala.
remember, Trump came out with his plan about no tax on tips. You have all those service workers and the service unions in Las Vegas. Democrats quickly adopted that plan because they knew it was a good idea.
For the Republicans
Unclear if
too,
it's
as
ever
well.
going to become law or if they can even do that. But it was a plan that caught a lot of attention in Nevada, guys.
And a populist appeal, definitely.
And I think I'm glad Tom was talking through those points here because I think of Nevada and I think economy.
Whoa! Donald Trump at 191. Let's do a little math here, guys. All right. A little math. A little calculator math. All right. Trump's at 190. All right, let's go here. Hold on. 191. 191. All right, let's do 270. That would be minus 191, right? 91. Trump only needs 79 to win. That's it. 79. He picks up North Carolina, Georgia, which hasn't been decided yet. That's another 30. Let's do minus 30. Trump only needs 49. Minus New Jersey hasn't been decided yet, which is weird. It's looking good.
Economy, right? You talked about the Republican governor, that largely driven by anger over pandemic shutdowns on the Strip, et cetera. No tax on tips. I'll also tell you another number. I think it's $3.80, just about $3.79. That's the price of a gallon of gas in Nevada.
Sorry, guys. I try to be funny at times. Hopefully you enjoyed that.
Is a big factor in this state, as are the Latino population, of course, and that's another factor. That
Democrats
we're watching.
for a long time had a big registration advantage, but that's all but disappeared. And as you mentioned, a Republican won statewide office, the governor's race in 2022.
It's also one of these states with an abortion ballot initiative as well, and a state that the Trump campaign believes you could see some ticket splitters on that.
And it's a competitive Senate race in Nevada as well.
Someone wake Kamala because it's time for the fat non-binary IT to sing. All the fuck, dude. How those fucking the endorsements from all those singers? You know, what's her name? Megan Thee Stallion. 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 By the way, it's a male horse. But Megan Thee Stallion, twerking on stage. Yeah, that's good for the kids. They're gonna like that. All the rappers, Bruce Springsteen. Fucking embarrassing.
3 years is paying some dividends for Trump.
All right, there's the countdown. We are waiting for another batch of closings, and this will bring us to Battleground, Nevada, which is our last battleground state we've not heard from, or the last to close the polls. NBC News can make a projection now in the state of Utah. NBC projects that Donald Trump will win in Utah and take those 7 electoral votes.
Montana.
And we go further west into Montana. 4 electoral votes. Donald Trump, the projected winner in Montana tonight. Here's the map. The road to 270. Donald Trump now with 201. Harris with 81. That's the road to 270.
Embarrassing.
Well, let's put Nevada
Harris,
on the map
embarrassing.
here. It is, as you might expect, too early to call. And if you remember, in 2020, we didn't get a result in Nevada until Saturday, so we could be waiting a while. In fact,
Oh,
you can
yes,
send
we
your-
remember.
Oh, we remember. You can send your
Don't
mail
even,
about-
exactly.
Don't even bring
Pennsylvania,
it up.
Trump
That
is
was
on her
triggered here.
doorstep
Okay, Pennsylvania,
with 43%
too close to call.
in.
I gotta say that was a Saturday call as well. In
I told you Trump was going to pick up. She was ahead by like 4 or 5%. Trump picked it up. He's within 0.9% of winning Pennsylvania.
over to the state
Told you.
just nearby, Wisconsin. The
Look at this, Wisconsin, 35% in.
Making some
Woo!
progress. Too close to call.
Georgia!
Too
Woo!
call, but we are getting to a
80% in.
higher number. We can get down into the counties in just a bit with Tom Yamas. He's right over there, North Carolina as well, starting to count more votes. Too close to call. And finally, out west, the great battleground state of Arizona. Too close to call. That's another one that may take several days before we get results. So let's go.
See what
to
they're saying,
Tom,
several
and I
days,
really
several
am
days, several
Pennsylvania.
days,
We
several
cannot talk
days.
about it enough.
Yeah, rig it.
It may
Go
all
ahead.
hinge on Pennsylvania,
Try to rig it.
just as it did in 2020.
Yeah, and earlier I was talking about Eastern PA. Guys, now I have to talk about Western PA. Go Steelers fans. Let's start in Pittsburgh and Allegheny County here.
Trump has it.
66% of the vote, and let's compare it to 2020. Slightly overperforming. That's good news for Harris because that's what she needs to do there if she wants to win the state of Pennsylvania. And look at this. Butler County, you'll remember, that's where that first assassination attempt took place, just miles from
course,
Pittsburgh.
Butler-
Look what a
Butler-
different
of
place
course
this
he's
is.
gonna-
Trump is on top.
Of course
71%
he's
of the
gonna blow
vote
it
is
away.
in. He got
Oh, come
65
on.
in
No,
2020,
wrong.
65%. He's now at 64. He's essentially
gonna
performing
blow it
where
away.
he needs to be. I also want to see how the vote is in these Western communities, Western PA communities, because fracking was a big issue here. Vice President Harris had
Come
to
on.
change her position
Seriously?
on that. Washington County, right here on the border, Trump with 60% of the vote. Let's see how he did compared to 2020. It's about the same. Westmoreland, right next to here, it butts up against Allegheny County. 47% of the vote is in. He's at 65. So he's kind of where his marks were in 2020. Remember, he has to
check
do a
out the
little
other
bit better.
counties, you
Erie's the
fucking
one
idiot.
that we're going to be watching. This is the big swing county. We only have 1% in. The reason why we're watching this is because Erie almost always picks the winner of the election here. But we only have 1% in Erie County. But we'll be watching that. Let's move east now because I know we have a lot of people from the Philadelphia area on the anchor desk tonight. See how
big
what's
one,
happening over there.
Philadelphia. Where's
Let's start in
Philadelphia?
Chester
This is a
County.
big one.
Okay, so I'm going to give a quick whip around
Yeah,
here.
Trump's up.
2020,
Told you.
remember.
I
So
knew it.
Harris has to drive up the vote in the suburbs just
She
like
does,
Biden did.
dude. I knew it. I knew Philadelphia, which is huge. That's like the biggest. Trump's up 3% in Philadelphia from
Performing there,
2020.
only a quarter of the
Huge.
votes in. Let's get to Philadelphia County here.
43.
79%. She's going
Trump's
to want to
up.
increase those
Huge.
numbers again. We're still waiting on a lot of
Huge.
votes. It's still very early. Remember, some of these counties are going to report
my
late.
God.
Monco, 28%
Cares
in.
about Monco.
69% overperforming there. This is where Governor Shapiro is. You may remember that. She closed out her final ad sitting right next to Governor
Philadelphia is
Shapiro,
biggest,
making sure
of
the
course.
people of Pennsylvania saw that. And then I want to park on Bucks for a while, and then I want you guys to talk a little bit about Bucks. 24% in, but this is the county, the ring county around
Yeah,
Philadelphia.
they had a problem with fucking election fraud in Bucks.
Could make some inroads here. More working class in
You're
some
gonna
of
say
those
that? No?
neighboring suburb areas, counties. They say Southern Bucks might be a little bit more Trump country. That may have changed this election. We're going to have to wait and see. But you can see here the numbers aren't as high as they were with 24% in, 56% of the vote. Trump's going to have to try to run up the
Doesn't
vote
matter.
a little bit here if he
Only
wants to do better.
24%,
I'm going to
he's
look
fine.
at one more area before I send it to you guys. This is the swing here. Northampton almost always picks the winner in Pennsylvania. This is Easton. This is Bethlehem.
up
That's that
Foreman.
whole Lehigh Valley area there. Biden was at 49. Harris is right
Trump's
there.
up
Look, guys,
Foreman. Good.
it's tough to draw any kind of information on who's on top
By a
or
little.
who's lower right now. Still too close to call. Trump's on top, but only about 17,000 votes. You remember the spread in 2020 was about 80,000 votes. So a lot of votes still out here. One thing I do want to mention, there was an exit poll out of Pennsylvania on Latino voters, and they broke for Trump in a major way.
Yeah, they will.
That could possibly be a deciding effect here in Pennsylvania because you're talking about 600,000 Latinos that are registered to vote.
right.
Guys, back to you.
Can we talk about the amount of money that is spent in some of these races? Pennsylvania, I'm just looking here, Pennsylvania, Biden, Harris, plus the DNC, $131.7 million.
Yeah, 314 million, I think, overall when you add both campaigns together.
$1 billion
Suffix.
if you throw in
What's
the
up, man?
Senate
That's
race in
right. That's
Pennsylvania.
right.
No, on one state. I remember making a big deal like 12 years ago. We had a $1 billion presidential
It's not over,
campaign.
though, guys.
One state.
Still early.
Isn't that so funny? Because it started out as a tie, and now tonight we're ending
Trump's
up,
up
and
in
it's a
Pennsylvania.
tie right now. But we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we're going to be living and breathing Pennsylvania.
That's interesting, though, what Tom just mentioned about the exit poll. And again, do your caveats, but
Dude, look at the Senate. The Senate's looking good, too, in the House.
Trump to win the Hispanic vote in Pennsylvania would be
Let me hop
pretty
out of my
huge
seat
because there's a big Hispanic population in Pennsylvania, especially in that Lehigh
Just
Valley.
say no to communism.
Puerto Rican
Of course.
population in Pennsylvania, too, the most of
I
any
agree.
battleground. So let's talk about where that is. And I want to start with the national Latino vote here. And Savannah, love you for the grain of salt caveat. We know that these exit polls could shift a little bit. But here's what's so interesting here.
We're going to find out the
Kamala
winner
Harris,
in
of course,
about
the
an
vice
hour.
president who is winning the Latino vote over former
We're going to
President
find out
Trump,
who wins in
53%
an
to
hour.
45%. This is nationwide. But the number that you want to look at is this
By
45%.
11:30,
That
we're
is
gonna know
because
who
of the
wins. It's gonna
overperformance
be
of
Trump.
former
Here we
President
go.
Trump nationally among the Latino vote. And you can see it here. He's 45% this year. 2020, I mean, this is a double-digit plus overperformance.
Minnesota, yeah? Really? Minnesota? Oh, boy, that's huge.
Nevada, looking at my clock,
Minnesota's
the
huge,
polls
right?
closed like 7 minutes ago. It is
Minnesota?
a similar story here. If we can pull up Nevada, you can see Latino voters, about 17% of the electorate there, broke for Kamala Harris, 48% to Trump, Donald Trump, 46%. But again, it's about the overperformance. He is doing better with this group than he did 4 years ago. Again,
Yeah, dude, of course. He's been doing better in every demographic, especially the young people.
This is something, and Chris and I know will back me up on this, as we've been talking to our sources around the Trump campaign. What did we hear again and again? That they thought they were going to overperform with black Latino voters. Latino men, an interesting and important story here tonight, guys.
I want to bring in someone from our insider's desk right now. Jim Messina was campaign manager
Cubans
for
are
President Obama's
celebrating in
reelection
Miami.
in 2012. Jim, what are you seeing
It
here
should
right
be.
now? And what are each of the sides telling themselves based on this data?
Yeah, it's a great question.
Look at this fucking guy's face, dude. Let's look at this guy's face. Green eyes. He looks like he's wearing lipstick. Not gonna lie. Looks like he's wearing pink lipstick.
Look at Bucks County. When I was Obama's campaign manager, I was obsessed with Bucks County. And so far, it's looking like very early numbers, but she's doing really, really well. Which is Latino vote. That is a very strong number for the Harris campaign, and they're going to want to do better. But the thing around the exits that we haven't talked enough about is really the senior vote. Kamala Harris is doing better with
Trump's
white
up.
seniors in the exit polls
gonna
and
get
some
it.
of the early
He's
results
up, almost
than
2%.
expected, than a little bit better than even Joe Biden. You'd rather have those much more high propensity voters and a lot of a bigger overall number.
Unless they still at like 3 o'clock in the morning, and then all of a sudden Harris picks up 40,000 votes, right? Yeah, we gotta watch Pennsylvania.
Better than he did in 2020, which has to concern the Harris campaign.
And we talked a lot about young men who were breaking for Trump. We saw the MAGA hats.
He won Miami-Dade. It's been years since anyone has voted Republican there. That's a great sign. Great sign.
Have a little bit of excitement here. I've talked to
That's
Harris
great sign for the Hispanics. So that's good. Great.
in Penn State.
Thank you, my Hispanic friends.
Look at the lines in the Philly college campuses. They feel
Pennsylvania!
really good with their ground operation. They have the best ground operation
Almost
person
50%
in
in.
American politics, and Jen
Trump's
O'Malley
up by
Dillon is
almost
the chair,
2%.
who has built $1 billion
My man
field
Trump is
campaign
looking
for
good.
this moment.
Let's go.
And they're really going for it on the college campuses, and they kind of need it right now.
Jim Messina, good to see you. Thank you.
All right, we've got a winner to announce. Kamala Harris takes Colorado as expected.
Of course, she was going to take it.
Used to be a battleground years and years ago.
Colorado's a bunch of pussies.
Democrats in the last couple of presidential cycles, and here's how it shakes out. With 54% of the vote counted in Colorado, they vote by mail, and those ballots get to be counted
It's not a swing
quickly.
state.
So we
Who
see
cares?
that Kamala Harris will take Colorado, so we can fill out the map just a little bit more as we lay out the road to 270, but those big battleground
Nothing on
states,
New
we
Jersey,
have
which
yet
is
to
really,
call
really, really
one of the
weird
battleground
for me.
states for Kamala Harris right now. Her
Nothing
best
on
path
New
remains
Jersey.
those
Nothing in
three
New
industrial
Hampshire.
Midwest states, Pennsylvania, Michigan,
That's
Wisconsin.
weird for me.
Donald Trump flirting with Georgia and North Carolina and perhaps Arizona and Nevada. It'll be a while before we get results there. We've got Garrett Hake, who is at Trump headquarters in West Palm. And Garrett, what's the mood there? What are you hearing?
Savannah, I've been talking to Trump campaign officials, and look, we all know the cliche on election days where you hear campaign sources say they're feeling cautiously optimistic. What has happened in the last half hour is my sources have stopped using the word cautious to describe their optimism. They are feeling increasingly confident as more and more votes come in, despite the fact that no battlegrounds have been called, that their theory of the case is being proven correct. And what I mean by that is the Trump campaign set out at the beginning of this race to expand the Republican Party. They knew they couldn't win with their old coalition. They had to get more younger voters, more black voters, more Latino voters, even by small amounts to join their coalition. In the battleground states, they are seeing that happen. And if it does happen, it would be a historic realignment of the parties. Now, again, none of these battlegrounds have been called, but with all the battleground states now closed, the voting is done, except for the folks who are waiting in line. They feel like there's not much else left for them to do but watch and wait in an increasingly optimistic atmosphere, both here
Senate
at
is
West
looking
Palm
good
Beach and at
for
Mar-a-Lago, where
Republicans
Trump
too.
and his closest allies, friends,
Senate
and
is looking
family
good.
are watching.
They only
the
need
results
5 more
come
seats
in.
and they're good.
Savannah.
6.
All right, thank you, Garrett.
All right, let's go with Peter Alexander
Republicans
with the Harris
135 in the
campaign
House.
in Washington, D.C. What's
Good.
the optimism level there tonight?
I think there's certainly a level of anxiety.
Anxiety. Look at everybody out there. Like, oh, what's going on?
Telling me that, just look at the state of North Carolina. Josh Stein, the Democrat, winning his effort to become the state's governor. That we were able to project a while back, but obviously not the same for Kamala Harris, at least not yet. That indicates that there's clearly some split ticket voters there. Some folks who will be voting for Josh Stein as governor, but then Donald Trump as president. Otherwise, we would have a projection already in that state right now. They say that is an indicator that gives some anxiety right now going forward that North Carolina may not be a state that they're able to win.
It's embarrassing.
If that happens, and these are all ifs, it's all very early here.
Wisconsin.
That does again shrink
Trump is
their
up in
path
Wisconsin.
to victory to 207.
I fucking told you.
Relying heavily on
Wisconsin, dude. I had her as what? Trump's up in Wisconsin with 40%
Many
in.
of the last several days.
Did I have him
up
for
there,
Wisconsin?
And I was in the urban
I
centers
did
where
not.
the Harris
That's
campaign put
huge.
a lot of its energy,
So if he
including in
picks that up,
Philadelphia, and particularly
that's
in places like
329.
Philadelphia, where they were sending buses
I'll
up
switch
there,
back to
knock on doors
Harris for
to help
now.
swell the number. They're really relying on big numbers in places like Philadelphia and the collar counties that surround it. They need to run up the numbers among some of those suburban women in particular, the suburbs more broadly, right
fuck
now
that.
and in Philadelphia. So that's where a lot of them are hanging their hat, at least according to the allies I'm
Here we
speaking
go,
to
everybody.
right now. We're going to keep
The
a
next
close eye on
hour
it
will
as this
decide.
progresses.
All right,
We got
Peter
one more hour
Alexander,
left.
thanks very much. I think we have a
One
call
more
now
hour.
in the Texas Senate race. NBC News projects that Ted
Cruz
Cruz
got it.
will
Good.
retain his seat again in Texas.
That was actually,
Democrats have taken some big swings.
I'm like, they were
in
worried
recent
about
years
Ted
in
Cruz,
Texas,
but
but
actually
then
in
able to
Texas,
land
but
a haymaker.
he got it good.
Colin Allred will come up short tonight in his bid
Everybody's
to
worried about
unseat
Ted Cruz losing.
Let's go to Chuck on this because Texas is the white whale for Democrats.
Everything she
Chuck
does is
Schumer,
fake.
The
100%.
Democratic campaign committee
She's
threw
a
money
fucking
in
idiot.
Texas late in the game,
Dude.
thinking maybe there was something going on.
Kamala Harris is fucking low IQ. She's stupid. She can't answer questions. I'm like, how could she ever win? I'm like, if she wins, this country is doomed.
We're not going to bother with Texas and Florida. They're too expensive to do, and they had too many incumbents to defend in Ohio and Pennsylvania and all of that. Then Allred just kept hanging around. So they thought maybe late money.
Wait. So Rob Schneider is on X? Am I on X? Yes, I am. Rob Schneider, you said? Rob Schneider. Rob Schneider. Dude, what the fuck am I doing here? Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Don't drink. Rob Schneider. Where does it say he's live? Media. Replies. Ghost. I don't see him live. Send me a link if you got it.
Texas, when you've got over 60% Latino men moving in Texas towards the Republicans, that's realignment. That is realignment that's happening.
And I think we have another Senate call to make
Bye-bye.
in the, I believe, in the state of
Another
Maryland.
projection in Maryland.
NBC News projects
Kamala
that
Harris.
in Maryland,
Oh,
Angela
Senate.
also Brooks will win. And there's against Larry Hogan, former governor, difference 171,000 votes there.
Maryland is a fucking shit
So
show.
here's the Senate at this hour. The Republicans have picked up one.
Oh my God! Look at the Senate guys. They only need 4 more seats to take it over. They have 9, 15, 16. Democrats need 16. Republicans, they have one net gain. So Republicans only need 4 more seats.
Seat. They need to pick up 2 to
Embarrassing.
take control of
Embarrassing.
the Senate. And the ones hanging in the balance right now in terms of that are Ohio, Sherrod Brown in the fight for his political
just
career
tweet it.
in
Okay,
Ohio.
gotcha.
We've got
Thank you.
Michigan we're watching. Alyssa Slotkin trying to hold on to that seat after her retirement there.
And Montana would
And
be
Montana.
the flip. If it flips,
Oh,
that
there
would
we go.
give Republicans control of the Senate.
Absolutely. I
Oh,
think
gotcha.
Montana
I'll
and
retweet
Ohio are
that.
the two, if you are Republicans, that you're watching quite closely to see if they can flip those states. I do think it's notable when you think about the realignment that Chuck is talking about. You think about the state of Pennsylvania, the Latino voters, the split there. The fact that what Trump is running on, remember, is his first day in office to start a mass deportation plan. A lot of folks have asked him for details about what would that
Thank you, everybody. We had 502 people through the room already in the last 3-4 hours. 3 hours.
based on what
Thank
we're
you.
seeing so far
Great.
amongst Latino voters, that is something that has resonated with them. Democrats making that late play to try to win them back, and so far, based on what we're seeing, didn't work.
And yet
Amazing.
the exit polling also shows that more people do not want to see immigrants deported if they are here illegally here. They want to see a pathway to legal immigration.
No, deport these fucking people. Deport them. Put them on fucking planes, on buses, ship them the fuck back. They're destroying this fucking country.
Intrigued since a Saturday night surprise at the poll.
It was a huge question mark. If you woke up on Sunday and you watched
Harris,
the press
embarrassing.
with Welker, it was a huge headline, right? People woke up on Sunday, and according to the Des Moines Register poll, Harris was up by 3 points.
People don't want to predict Georgia or fucking North Carolina yet or Pennsylvania because
We have some voting data now. 45% of the vote is in, but let's look at Polk County. This is the biggest county, the most people. This is Des Moines, the capital here. So she's on top,
please.
55% to 43%.
Yeah.
94% of the votes in. But look at Trump's margins. Trump's actually doing better than he did in 2020. Let's go over
Stop.
here to another county.
she's not going to get
Dubuque-
Iowa.
Dubuque County.
I'm like, Trump's got Iowa at like 9, 10, 11% over his years. Stop.
both those districts. In both those.
She's not getting Iowa. They predicted like, oh my God, Kamala Harris is up 10 points in Iowa over the last week. Fake news.
This would be a shocker if Republicans lost Iowa. Remember, Trump won 98 of the 99 counties in the primary. And when you go back to elections past, he won by 8 points
course he
in
did.
2020.
8,
He
like I
won
said,
by
8.
9 points
8,
in
9 points, I told you.
2016.
Just like I said.
So my point here being that if the trend was Iowa was going to turn blue, she has to be turning out the votes in Des Moines and in other places. And right now, that's not happening.
Of course it's not.
We actually have a call
Trump, of
right
course, is
now.
Iowa.
Let's play the music here. Projection, and Iowa will go red, as was widely expected until that poll.
Bye-bye!
Right there, Trump wins the 6
Bye-bye!
votes of Iowa, and so we can see the breakdown there with about half the vote counted there. So there was this.
I'm sorry. All these motherfuckers, TYT, came out with a video. Let's go over this. I gotta pick out the fucking assholes. I gotta expose the assholes. Well, listen to this shit, dude. You ready? Here we go. Let me find it. Fucking all these fucking people like TYT. Dude, TYT. They spell Iowa. Not a hard fucking. Here we go. TYT.
Okay, so I want to break down all the polls for you guys, and I'm going to tell you caveat. 6. So definitely go vote. And then buy our vote t-shirts on shoptyt.com. Got a great collaboration.
Let me find this fucking video because I'm pissed off right now. These fucking idiots. It just happened. Hold on. It was like 2 days ago.
Collaboration, collabo as the kids call it, with Oaklandish. All of a
Yeah,
sudden,
let's
we're
watch it.
cool. Okay, so we'll put the link to shoptyt.com, or that's easy to remember. Anyways, in the description box, that's
Shameless promotion. This guy always promotes his fucking shit because he's losing money.
facts, so you know exactly who's winning, whether we like it or not. And
Thank
so,
you.
and in this case, it might turn out that we do like it. And so it's going to be super exciting. We're starting at noon, and you can break it down for you guys. New poll out from a really reliable pollster that has nailed it within 1 to 2 points in most of the elections in recent history in Iowa. And she now leads by 3 points. That is unreal. But that's not the good news. That's because
How fucking embarrassing they didn't take the video down. How embarrassing they didn't take the video down after Trump just won by like, what, 9%. Embarrassing. They just came out with this fucking 3 days ago.
still, I literally can't believe she's going to win Iowa, and she might not, right? But the underlying
Yeah, Jank, be safe.
numbers is where the really great news is, because she's delivering on 2 demographics that she absolutely needs, and she's crushing in them. And this is the thing that I told you would be the key to Kamala Harris's victory if she wins, right? And so, but it's not surprising. You'll see in a second. But first, let me read you a bunch of polls that came out Friday to now. So just in the last 24 to 48 hours.
We don't care. New poll, shocking new poll. Kamala Harris takes the lead in Iowa. I'm sorry, what happened here? Trump takes Iowa? What a fucking bumbling idiot, dude. I got Iowa, by the way. Man, my prediction is 100% spot on still, guys. My prediction is looking good still.
In the last couple of weeks of this campaign. Nora?
Tarika Junkin, thank you so much for that information. Senior White House correspondent Ouija Zhang is in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania for us tonight.
Hi there.
And Ouija, we're so interested in what's happening
The
there
brown,
in
the
Philadelphia
brown buffalo,
and the greater state of
the
Pennsylvania.
brown
I just
fat
spoke,
buffalo,
with a source
Doom
close
Wolf,
to the Trump campaign
5
that says
subs.
The
believes
fat!
the Trump
Thank you very
campaign
much.
brown
believes that they have
buffalo. Thank you.
overperformed
Thanks
in
for correcting
these
me.
rural counties.
Thank you. Thank you.
And Nora, so much has been made about that because they specifically went after voters. In
Oh,
those
TYT
rural
gets money from
counties in deep
Qatar,
red
or Qatar.
counties that
Of
may
course he
not
does.
be typically engaged in elections. And I'm hearing the same thing from Trump sources who say that they are doing even better than
Trump
they thought they
is
would.
up
Here
in
Philadelphia, I can tell you that
Pennsylvania.
a city commissioner says they expect to have the count wrapped up sometime between midnight and 1 a.m., which is very significant
Wow,
because that will
good.
tell
That's
the
early.
story
It's really
about
good.
whether
That's
the
good.
base
Pennsylvania's
for
gonna have
Kamala
that.
Harris turned
That'll
out
be
like
tonight,
they really
then.
worked
good
for
tonight.
them to do.
We'll know by
And
1
I
o'clock
just
tonight,
wanna
12
means
o'clock.
we don't have to wait like
So we got like an hour and a half.
that you
That's
guys have
good.
been talking about here in
Pennsylvania's
Philadelphia.
huge, of course.
We know that the 3 wards with the most Puerto Ricans
Puerto Ricans.
have been turning
Puerto
out in
Ricans.
record numbers, and so they are very.
What the fuck was that? Sorry. Actually, we don't really care about Puerto Ricans, so we're gonna go to commercial break. What was that? What the fuck just happened?
Well, let me start with this.
What the fuck was that?
What is the answer then? Do you know
I like my Puerto Ricans. Why would you? Why? Why would you diss my Puerto Rican friends, dude? Of course we. Virginia. Ooh, close. Close in Virginia.
In Virginia, we move to Nebraska right now. That race also too early to call. Less than half of the vote.
Bye-bye!
Still a ways to go there. We move to Minnesota. And
Bye-bye!
Kamala Harris right now. That's too early to call. Trump out to an early lead. In Pennsylvania, this is one of the big battleground states, could be the biggest. 19 electoral votes, too close to call, the characterization.
I'll be right back.
Wisconsin, another battleground. Here's where it looks right now. Too close to call, a difference of fewer than 8,400 votes there right now, and 47% in, so more to count there as well.
Brings us over to Tom Yamas, who's looking at Wisconsin. And what are you seeing in these early numbers?
So a quick reminder, when you think about Wisconsin, think of 20,000. That was the vote difference in both 2016 and 2020. That's what decided the vote. Trump won in 2016. Biden flipped it in 2020. Right now, 47% of the votes in. We want to dive a little deeper and look at some of these counties. We're going to start with the biggest one, Milwaukee. Again, we're still waiting for a lot of the vote in Milwaukee. We're expecting this a little later in the night. 51% is in. Let's see how Harris is doing compared to Biden 4 years ago. She's down about 3 points, 3 or 4 points, 2 points, actually, we should say. But we're still waiting on the vote there. Let's go over to Madison. This is Dane County. This is where the University of Wisconsin is. This is one of the fastest growing areas of the state here. 75% for Biden in 2020. She's 2 points down, but again, 75% of the vote is still out. Let's talk about the Republicans now. We talk about the WOW counties. These are the counties around Milwaukee. The first one, Waukesha here. Trump's at 59.6. 77% of the vote is in. He's slightly underperforming by a percentage point or two. Let's go over here to the O and WOW, Ozaki.
Hello.
55. He's at 54. So, a slight change, but almost around the same margins. And then Washington doing much better. 50% of the vote is in, 49. He was at 68 in 2020. He's now up to 70. The other part where they do well in the other part of the state, in Green Bay, it's called the BOW. So, yes, it's the BOW and the WOW. Bow wow. I know that's pretty funny.
Wow, Trump's going to take Wisconsin.
Anyways, Brown is Green Bay.
Did I have him in Wisconsin?
Trump is 52%.
I did not.
He's up big time here, but again, only 33% of the vote is in, and there are a lot of Democratic
wow,
votes
make
in
it
Green
Wisconsin
Bay as well.
wrong.
We're going to come down here to the O
That's
and
good
Bow
for him.
out of Gamey, 54-57. Again, he's overperforming there, and then finally in Winnebago, 36%. I want to show two more counties you guys may have heard of, you may not have. Racine, these are suburbs of Milwaukee, getting closer to...
Guys, Trump might have over 330. Trump may actually have over 330 electoral votes. All right. So I might be wrong. I might have under predicted. Is that a thing? Under predicted? I think I did.
Positivity here that they're looking at. Sauk County is one of these counties that we watch that usually picks the winner of Wisconsin. Sauk is one, and Dorr is the other one. You've probably heard of Dorr if you've been following the political headlines lately. Our data out of Dorr is a little skewed right now, so we're going to wait till the numbers get corrected there for right now. But Sauk County, we can look at 48% is in. Biden won this in 2020. Trump won it in 2016. 47-50. You can see Trump's overperforming there. But again, still a lot of the vote is out. We're going to have to wait and see and what happens. And in case you're wondering,
all those outer counties on the west side, they're all
Clown Hall of Fame. So if you ever want to go down there and you're near Madison, drive over to Sauk.
Small counties.
We're getting to the witching hour. We got the fun fact alert from Tom. Welcome to the fun fact. Yes, exactly. Let's go to Stephanie. Gosh, she's in Philadelphia and Pennsylvania. A lot of hopes riding on Pennsylvania for the Harris campaign. What do you know?
Yeah, there certainly are.
Oh, she's lesbian. She's a lesbian.
Tabulation center. This is where they're going through all those mail-in ballots. And, we've been noticing in recent weeks and months.
Nothing wrong with lesbians. I'm just calling it out as I see it.
Years ago. And this place is a perfect example of some of those lessons that have been learned. You may remember in 2020, the tabulation of the mail-in ballots in Philadelphia took place in downtown Philadelphia, and it was basically chaos. Now they're in this...
Dude, Philadelphia is looking good for Trump, and that's the most votes in Philadelphia.
And they are doing tabulation inside here. We're actually not allowed inside, but it's going on as we speak right now. And one of the unknowns...
All my homies in there are just like, damn, dude, Trump is fucking killing it, bro. That's what they're saying right now, dude. All the homies counting right now, they're just like, damn, fucking my boy Trump is killing it in Philadelphia. Not Pennsylvania. Philadelphia, bro. That's what they're saying.
To give an idea of how much more time it is going to take. All of that, more transparency, this more security, so things go much more smoothly. So
I can see that my Bidar.
Back with our panel and guests, former Missouri Democratic Senator Claire McCaskill and Mark Lauder, former Director of Strategic Communications for the Trump 20.
Yeah, they don't look too happy.
Both back. How's the blue wall looking right now, Senator?
I just got to say.
How's Kamala's blue wall looking? Oh, embarrassing.
It looks like the pollsters got it right in this election because at these blue walls, if you look at Berks County,
You're not looking at any blue wall, bitch.
County, she's overperforming. It's going to
she's
be
not.
razor close. I don't
No,
think
it's
there's any
not.
question.
It's not
Now,
razor close.
What we're going to have to figure out
After what I
is,
saw, what they stated,
do we have a country where an election can be close and people can accept the results?
All right, talk about this. Here we go.
I'm beginning to worry about that if these are all really close and they go the way of Donald Trump,
I
don't think there'll be any problem.
Well, Mark, we live in a 50-50 world. I mean, we do. I mean,
We really do.
And it's not going to stop after, Wednesday or beyond.
Bye-bye! One of the things I'll tell you I'm looking at right now is Philadelphia itself, because while Kamala Harris has her margin, the numbers aren't there. About 2 points behind right now of where Joe Biden was. There's a 471,000 vote difference to offset the rural areas. Right now, with 50% of the vote in, the last time I looked, she's on pace for maybe 390,000, maybe 400 or so.
Not 500.
That's
Bye-bye.
Margins hold, and that's a projection.
It's my thing. I love it.
She needs to be above 450.
Yeah.
And if we're down there
It's
in
not
that
close.
race, 'cause right now it's about 190,000 vote difference with 50% in.
It's early, but I mean, it seems like
Dude, my fucking niggas be fucking voting for fucking Trump, dude, in Philadelphia. They're like, we're sick of this shit, bro. Homies are doing it, man. Love you, bros. One for my homie. Let's go.
See that they're overperforming in rural areas. I think they're trying to cut their losses in the urban areas and in some of the suburbs. It's not always working, but I think in some of these key battleground states, it's panning out right now.
Claire, what are you hearing from the Democratic side?
Well, first of all, I think that there's a lot of people on the Democratic side that are paying a lot of attention to what's happening with Sherrod Brown and John Tester right now.
How about that? Yeah.
Because the fact that it's been...
Wait, we got an update. The spare doctor projected in Georgia for Trump. Thank you for the update. That's beautiful. I think it's 16, right? 14 or 16? That's beautiful.
50-50 country.
That means Trump only needs 40, 45, 50.
Senate. And let's assume for purposes that Trump wins the presidency. They're not going to have more than 51.
Assume. I think you guys already know this, but anyway.
And you have a couple of Republicans that are not all on board with some of the Trump stuff, like Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski.
Yeah, Minnesota's looking really good for Trump, which I'm
the Senate is
surprised.
frozen.
I didn't
in
call
either
that.
administration, depending on how it goes. So now's a time that I think that, regardless of how this turns out, I think the leader of this country needs to realize.
Oh my God! The Senate. We only need 3 more. That's it. They need 10, 14, 16 more. We only need 3 more. That's great. Amen.
It's time to quit dividing and try to unite and figure out if we can't find ways to work together.
God, it's
We've
going to be
divided Senate, I
ugly.
mean, already. The status
Ugly.
quo is, essentially tied with Democrats having control with the tie-breaking vote of Vice President Harris. We haven't even talked about the House, possibly because it will be weeks before we know. But Democrats are hoping to take back control of the House. They only need to net out 4 seats, so those races will go. But once again, I mean, you just look at a country, to Lester's point, that is very divided. And this is what the pollsters were showing. And right now, so far, that is what the results are bearing out.
And I will say, we're sitting here, it's 10:30 Eastern time. This is kind of a little bit of a strange moment. We have some data in, but not all. We have a lot of exit poll data in, but not a ton of vote count yet. We still have our ways to go. We haven't called a single key.
Damn, Trump is close in New Jersey, which I thought he was going to be. I'm like, he's like 8% off,
The
but
strategies from each of these campaigns. The vice
It is
president
really
did something
close.
very specific. She
I
looked
think
to
it was gonna get it, but-
once she got into the race not too long ago, she looked to cast Donald Trump as a danger to democracy, but she also looked to make the positive case for herself and why she should get another 4 years. Her campaign spent so much time in places like Wisconsin. Think about that Ripon visit, the birthplace of the Republican Party, bringing out Liz Cheney, former congresswoman on the Republican side. I think everybody knows who the Cheney family is, trying to reach out to this tiny slice of people who aren't quite totally in their tribal corners. Former President Trump looked to supercharge his base.
But
Savannah.
it's so interesting because you say it's a tiny number, and it is, but these were Haley voters, a lot of them. I mean, Kamala Harris went around with Liz Cheney, and they went to these
Adam
color counties.
Kinzinger, all these, yes.
And in Arizona, we saw, Jimmy McCain and some of these big names, former Republicans, Jeff Flake, who are out there. She was trying
Trump,
to find
210.
those moms,
I need 60
those
more. That's it,
suburban
guys.
women who just
60
had
more.
enough with Donald Trump.
Georgia, Pennsylvania,
Let me just pause the conversation very quickly
Wisconsin.
because we have a call now. I
We'll
believe
judge it.
in Nebraska. Okay, this is NBC News projects that 3 of the 5 votes will go to Donald Trump. 3 of 5, you ask? That takes me to Tom. I'll let you explain it.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Again, so Nebraska, remember, they give out their electoral votes for the popular vote, whoever wins the state. They also give them by congressional district. From what you just reported there, projecting one of the congressional districts, it's going to be District 3. It's going to go to Trump. There are 2 other congressional districts, 1 and 2, that we're still watching. Nebraska District 2, this is the big one that we've been watching. It's the swing district. The other one, Nebraska 1, usually goes red. We're still waiting on some vote there. It hasn't been called yet. But again, Nebraska 2 is the big one because if it came down to that 269 scenario, we would come here to Omaha. Nebraska District 2 is Omaha, which is Douglas County. It's also a neighboring conservative county, Saunders, and a little bit of Sarpy as well. I think we just can't call it. The difference is 22,000 votes. That's what the difference was in 2020 when Biden won the state. So Democrats are in good shape right now. It's unclear how much of the vote.
Embarrassing.
Come back and see if we can get how much of the remaining vote is out in this state. We can't check it just yet. As soon as we have a call on Nebraska 2, we'll bring it to you. It's one electoral vote, but in a razor-tight election, each electoral vote is important, guys.
All right, let's take a look at the battlegrounds. It's 10:35 in the east, 7:35 in the west, and we've got all battlegrounds closed right now and votes being counted. And too close to call is something say a lot over these next few moments. That's the story in Pennsylvania.
Trump up
58% of the
Nice.
vote in there. In Michigan, also too close to call, the battleground state where both candidates time alongside Wisconsin as well. Too close to call at this hour, still counting about half the vote in there. Let's go down south, the Sun Belt path. Georgia, too close to call. Biden won it by a hair in 2020.
3 points.
Donald Trump trying to get too close to call. In North Carolina, we're still calling it too early to call, so we're waiting for more
3%
vote there,
with 84%.
even though 84% of the
Bye-bye.
Arizona, too early to call, too. We just had the polls closed there about 90 minutes ago. They got to wait a little bit before they can even start counting votes there. And same thing in Nevada. It'll be a while there.
man.
And in fact, if you mail your vote in Nevada,
Try to fucking steal it, you motherfuckers. Try to fucking steal it on election night. When we saw in 2020 that Trump had it in 2020, election night, 1 o'clock in the morning, all of a sudden 3 o'clock in the morning, wow, all these fucking votes came in for fucking Biden. Yeah, don't try it again, bro. We're watching. We're fucking watching. We know.
we're starting to get more vote, and maybe we could look at some of those bellwethers.
And realize this, on the websites, betting websites, Trump's at 82%. Betting websites. Bye-bye!
Won this in 2020. Hillary Clinton won this in 2016. Why am I highlighting this county? Let me move the map over again. Center County. This is Penn State. This is Happy Valley. This is a university county. The Democrats should be on top right now. Again, there's 6.
Nope. Not in Penn State, bro.
But Trump is on top right now. I want to go back to Eastern PA again, which has changed because a lot of people from New York and New Jersey have moved to the eastern portion of the state. We're talking about Northampton. This is one of those bellwethers, Savannah, you were talking about. It almost always picks the winner going back to like the Kennedy years, I think. Trump won it in 2016. Biden won it in 2020.
Bye-bye!
Now Trump's on top. 73% of the vote is in, so there's still vote out. Those things could change. Again,
Hilarious.
it's still early. We're not calling these counties as well. I want to zoom in here. This is Berks County. I'm going to zoom in. Reading, PA. This is a city where Hispanics are the majority here. 92% of the vote is in. Trump is up at 56. It's not a huge surprise, but what it shows is that he's overperforming. He won this county in 2016 and 2020, and tonight he's overperforming.
Holy
Again,
shit.
some of that vote is still out, but we're watching that. Finally.
John, Dark Matter 2525. I would like that $100 in $1 bills shipped to my address on Friday. Okay, so thank you. I won $1,200.
53.
I hopefully won $1,200.
Be determined by 40,000 votes, 80,000 votes. Every little bit matters. If they're looking at the map right now and you're a Republican, you're probably feeling a little bit better. But again, I just want to say it's still so early in the night, and there's still a lot of vote out. Philadelphia County, just because this was brought up on the set earlier, 62% of the vote is in.
Embarrassing.
Biden was at 81.
Embarrassing.
She's at 77. A lot of the
Embarrassing.
vote is still out. But again,
embarrassing. Trump's up like fucking 4% on that county.
Staff Vice President
Embarrassing.
Pence said you're obviously a longtime Republican operative. You think there's not enough vote for her to
TYT.
make up
Whoa,
that.
whoa, whoa. We'll get to TYT. The spare doctor. We're going to go to TYT here very soon. Yeah. Give me like 5 or 10 minutes. We'll get to TYT. They're fucking in denial, of course. Anna might not lose it, but Cenk will.
Options. I'll leave it to the brilliant minds in the decision desk to figure it out when that happens. I'm not nearly that good at math, but it's starting to look a little more encouraging. And when you see the Latino vote come in, when you see some of the closing of the gap with the young voters, it's starting to add up.
Well, let me just jump in on that because there are several.
Pennsylvania young voters have fucking skyrocketed in Pennsylvania and in other states too as well. That just shows you we're not putting up with this fucking bullshit.
Improvements from his performance 4 years ago. It is Latino voters, as you talk about, Mark. It is voters under 30, as you talk about. It is independents. He doesn't mean he's winning them, but he's doing better than he was 4 years ago. Here's where her improvement is, and this is interesting. It's with seniors. It's with voters over the age of 65, and we're starting to see that trend for her as well.
You said
No, oh my gosh, Savannah.
And I just want to let everyone know that we noticed.
It deflected off your shoulder and hit me squarely.
Look at all these guys are try sound all happy and shit, but they're disappointed.
Say on the air because we're chit-chatting constantly. But the seniors piece of it is interesting because think about who actually gets out and votes, right? Who is more likely to get out there and vote? It is seniors. So there's some fascinating dynamics at play. And as we're all talking about, 10:40, we're only on our first cup of coffee.
I think one of the
Kill the seniors with fucking COVID. There we go.
fascinating. You think about how close, what a tough slog Pennsylvania is as we watch this come in. And you think about that decision that she made to have Walz as her running mate, as opposed to Governor Josh Shapiro. So as we watch this come in, and even on
60% and Trump's up by 2%.
what would Pennsylvania look
insane
on the ticket? And
Governor
you have
Shapiro,
to think folks are thinking
well,
about
I mean,
that.
if she loses Pennsylvania, you can guarantee that story is already being written. I mean, Senator McCaskill, Josh Shapiro has, even in pretty red counties, is a very popular governor.
He is, but so is Walz in the Midwest. And I think what her decision was, one of judgment, where she looked at somebody who had a resume just like hers, and she looked at someone who was much different. He wasn't Ivy League. He wasn't all smooth. He was relatable and
tampons him, putting fucking tampons in the fucking men's bathroom in middle school and high school. Fucking embarrassing claim. People are done with that fucking shit, dude. People are done with that shit with fucking Walz. Fuck that fucking pussy. She should have put a Shapiro. Yeah, he's a Jew, but he's Pennsylvania. That would have helped you tremendously in Pennsylvania. That would have helped you way better than picking Walz. That fucking pedophile. Fuck that piece of shit. Probably is a pedophile. That motherfucker. Tampons in middle school. Fucking 13, 14, 15-year-olds. Yeah, we're going to put tampons in the men's or the boys' bathroom. Fucking pedo motherfucker.
hopeful as I would like them to be. I still think we have a path, obviously, in the blue wall states. And I don't think anybody knows how Nevada is going to turn out. And I think that is another one. We could have
Trump 3%.
four
Georgia, he got it.
states that determine the presidency that are all decided by less than a half a point.
Yeah, okay. Thanks for that.
That's so 2024, Senator.
How's that?
Let's go to NBC News correspondent Allison Barber now in Gwinnett County, Georgia. Allison, how are things going there?
Hey, Lester, so we're starting to get initial numbers from the early voting in this county. Initially, they were a little delayed in uploading some of those to the public because they said they were having difficulties with their software of getting a clear image. They were going line by line with a Republican watcher, a Democrat watcher, and other election officials getting those votes up. But now they have those reported, and based on the percent of early votes that are out, Harris is leading in the early votes that they have tabulated in this county so far. But still, they haven't counted any of the precincts that reported reported today. That process still happening here.
Bye-bye.
So you see these people coming in. They're all people who have come from the different precincts in this county. There are 156 precincts in Gwinnett County. What they're dropping off right now, you see these purple bags here. Those are provisional ballots, in addition to a lot of blue bags. And the blue bags, I'm told, have official election material that had to be returned, pamphlets, things that sort of gave directions to the election workers. All of that stuff coming in now. It's coming in waves. The first wave of stuff that was brought in from precinct captains on.
I'm going to predict right now, even though Pennsylvania said they'd be done count by 1 o'clock. I'll tell you right now, Pennsylvania's going to have a problem. They're going to say, oh, we need a few more days. Something's going to happen there. In Georgia, same thing. I think it's going to happen. Georgia did it in 2020. So we know this, guys. It happened in 2020 with Georgia. I don't know. He might not need those two states, but if he takes Michigan and Wisconsin, then we're fine. But I don't know, man. It's pretty sketchy. Point. Waltz is abusive to his kids, at the very least. He yanked his son's arm. Yeah, I saw that on stage during a rally. Yeah, he yanked his son's arm, and you see the look on his face, of course. He looked very angry for like a split second when he yanked his son's arm. But he said, oh, I was trying to get my son away from the teleprompter. Teleprompter, when you look at distance-wise, he wasn't even near the teleprompter. The little screen, the little clear screen. He wasn't even fucking near it. And Waltz is, I would say he's abusive. Sure, he doesn't like to have a retarded kid. Sorry. I lived with a stepson that was high-level autistic. Like, he didn't want to even, like, do his homework. When you played video games with him, he didn't like losing. And it was hard. It was hard with him. And we got around it, and I did the best to treat him good and make him happy. But very hard to deal with. Sometimes you get angry sometimes with kids like that, and it just happens.
At 11:30. Savannah.
All right, Ellison, thank you so much. We're going to take a short break right here. Many more poll closings coming up at the top of this hour, including California and its whopping 54 electoral votes, and a look at who's ahead in the race to 270 on election night.
Oh, here we go. All right, what do we got else? All right, what else we got going on? We got Gavin McGinnis all drunk. Let's check out Gavin. Probably all fucked up. Come on, Gavin.
3 a.m. Surprisingly, they were all for Biden, not one for Trump. And that was the angle of the cheat. I think they had a...
Oh, shit. Anthony Cuomo is drunk as fuck. Look how red he is. He just had a bypass surgery, too. Like a year ago. He's drunk as fuck. Look at his glass of wine. He's fucked.
Early. And the early voting has been counted. What we're seeing now is the result of live voting from the people in this country the way it should be. So I'm kind of happy about that.
Damn, Anthony is fucking drunk. So is Gavin.
Where they were bank robbers, and Ben Affleck goes, I got a bad feeling about this security guard. He tucks his pants into his boots. I see him checking his watch all the time. I think he's too good at his job.
Yo,
Let's not rob this bank.
Anthony's drunk as
and they
fuck.
did rob the bank, and they got caught and shot.
Townies? Was it Townies, that movie?
I think it was Townies.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I'll never forget, like, he tucks his pants into his combat boots. I don't want to rob this guy. And that's how I feel about this election. I think the DNC has been like, look, guys, we've been fucking up. We had weekend at Bernie's as a
Gavin
president.
doesn't look too drunk.
Then we got
which is
this
surprising.
random packy chick. So it was giggling. Let's sit this one out and look like we're fair with elections. We'll report people who cheat. And then if we're, my theory is that the DNC had handed over this election like a week ago. They never wanted to win.
Maybe even sooner, Gavin. I can't imagine.
Dude, look how fucking drunk Anthony is. Insane. I've never seen him like this.
Kamala, the day it was announced she was now this unelected candidate. But the professional politicians You know, they all looked at each other and went, she's got to be our sacrificial lamb here. She's like, we got to let this play out. Trump is going to win. He can do one term. We could do whatever we can to stop him from doing what he's doing, but there's really no way to stop it this time. We'll give Kamala this mission. She'll like fall on the sword. She don't even know. I think she honestly thinks they were supporting her and she has a chance. It's pathetic. But now I honestly think they put her up there as the sacrificial lamb.
It's a possibility, actually, we're saying. So, all right, let's go to this.
For Republicans there, so we watch that closely. We're watching Ohio closely as well. This race too early to
go,
call. Senator Sherrod Brown looking for a fourth term against Bernie Moreno. Let's take a look at the Senate map now. Take a look at where things stand. Again, as you can see, Lester, Republicans with one pickup, but we continue to watch Montana and Ohio so closely. Again, could Ohio be a state where we see a split ticket? Split tickets, as we've been saying throughout the course of this evening, have been diminishing.
Democrats came in with a tough map to defend.
Very tough map to defend, bracing for potential losses. And again, Republicans don't need many pickups. They need 2 seats if Vice President Harris wins the White House. They really need 1 seat if Donald Trump wins. So right now we are looking at 1 pickup.
Just put it this way, right? If Republicans don't end up winning control of the Senate based on how this map looks, it would be a shocker, right? That's a huge storyline of the night. I mean, it's a big storyline either way because control of the Senate matters for a lot of the reasons that we've talked about. But that's how the map is.
I'm telling you right now, I feel since Trump's ahead at 210, I feel some sketchy shit going on tonight. I just feel it. I'm off tomorrow, but we'll find out tomorrow. Well, we'll find out tonight, maybe. Depends. If he gets Georgia and North Carolina, I think he's good. And Pennsylvania. Well, dude, if he gets Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, it's just all over. He already won. But we should find out who wins tonight. Trump's up in Wisconsin with almost 60% in. That's good. So, I don't know, guys. What do you think? We're going to find out tonight in the next hour and a half? Hour?
Means
by
a
12
long
o'clock?
time. We can put it that way, right? I mean, I think that's
I'm about 60%. We're going to find out who wins tonight.
looking towards Pennsylvania, just in chatting with
All right, well, let's check back into the presidential race, and we'll take a look at the road to 270.
Look at that map. I can't believe New Jersey has not been called.
It is 10:51 in the East, and here is where we stand right now on the road to 270 electoral votes. Those will be the keys to get into the White House in the next year. Right now, we want to go to Peter Alexander at Harris headquarters to really gauge the temperature in the room. Peter?
It's not good.
Well, we're outside, and it's a loud one here, but I can tell you if you get into the crowd here, it's particularly quiet in terms of their sense of optimism right now. That's how one Harris ally just described it to me a short time ago. I ran into a longtime Democratic source, a person who was close to the Harris campaign, and I asked them what they make of the results they've seen so far. They said, honestly, this is not looking so good for us, but then they quickly put on a smile and said, but you know what? We just got to keep smiling for the night. That may give you a better understanding of where they feel like things may be going right now. It remains early. A lot of votes still to count. But I'll tell you what I just heard from a Democratic lawmaker right now who just wrote me in part, quote, it's pretty concerning. I just keep reminding myself that 8 years ago, all the trends in the first few hours showed Hillary winning, and then she didn't. But obviously, this is not the return we were looking for. It gives you a little sense of the way that some of those people supporting Kamala Harris are feeling this evening right now. Again, a lot of numbers, a lot of data still to be counted right now. But as Claire McCaskill said a short time ago, some of the early results we're seeing in some of those places, North Carolina, Georgia, are not looking as positive as the Harris campaign had been hoping. It doesn't mean that they still don't have a path, but it does certainly increasingly mean that they'd have to succeed in holding on to that blue wall. Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. And frankly, speaking to some people in some of those states that are involved with the Harris campaign, they said that's where they are seeing some concern that that's going to be a tightrope that they have to still try to walk tonight. Buster?
And Peter, we were just talking here. There's a sense that the polls were, in fact, right. Are they getting that sense that the polls are really reflecting what we're watching?
The polls are right. Another question, if the polls are right.
Divided country, right? So the idea that our last poll showed at 49-49 is sort of a overall popular vote,
right?
that may be pretty close to where this thing ends up. But remember, for the Democrats to win the Electoral College, they generally have to have a better advantage as it relates to the popular
they
vote.
need
So
270.
if the country's evenly divided in terms of a popular vote, that may not be enough for the Democrats. Still a long way to go. Obviously, nobody here is leaving. They're still waiting to hear from the vice president. They recognize this may be not just a matter of hours, but days right now, and they're still hopeful that people are waiting in line, including on those college campuses. They point to campuses in Pennsylvania in particular, some of the campuses out west in Nevada. They're still circling on the map as a place they think that they're have the ability to perform well in right now. But, frankly, that's the candidate assessment for the people I'm talking to, so I pass it on to you.
Yeah, and as we said, none of the battleground states have been called as of yet, so we continue to watch.
But they're as close as they can.
88% in Georgia, guys. 88% in. Trump's 3% up.
Hi there, Savannah. And one thing that we're hearing is that just heard from the
Georgia's gonna fuck around. So is Pennsylvania. I'm telling you right now.
absentee ballots. All of the early vote, all of the mail-in vote is counted here in this warehouse. And this update is despite the fact that there was a little hiccup that we saw earlier today. I'll show you what happened. It was on these tabulators that we see. And if you look closely at that red sticker there, they say that that flap was not locked. The tabulator was sealed, but the actual flap there that opens up, it was not completely locked. So what they did is they got a bipartisan group together. They went through to all of the 13 tabulators, high-speed tabulators in this entire facility, and they went through and emptied them out and restarted the count of some 30,000 ballots. Now, despite that, they say that they're moving along fairly well. When you look around here, you see at each of these stations, the election workers, the election clerks are counting those ballots. And, when you talk to operatives in the state, one thing that they're focused on is what will come from the vote here in Milwaukee. And I talked to a Republican operative who said he's, quote, feeling very good about what they're seeing on the Republican side. They say when you look at Dane County, that vice.
Damn! It's looking good for Republicans in Wisconsin.
Meaning what the Democrats should be getting in this area of the state. But when you look at the amount of vote that's here, we know there's about 107,000 ballots that have yet to be counted, and we are still hours away from that being sent over to the county for the public to see. So it's expected to be a long night of counting here in Milwaukee.
All right, Shaq, thanks very much.
Let's go over to Tom Yamas, who's over at the big board. Couple of things. Let's look at North Carolina.
You got it.
Still too early to call. And how about Virginia?
Yeah.
It's a blue state. Haven't called it yet.
We'll talk about both those because both states have interesting things happening. So first off, 85% of the voting, if you're asking yourself, why is it too early to call? Why hasn't NBC News projected this race just yet? Because listen, there are still 875,000 votes that are out. So we're going to wait till we can make a clear projection there. I do want to highlight some things. I've been talking about Charlotte, Mecklenburg County all night long. This is where Democrats had to turn out the vote. This is where races are won and lost in the state of North Carolina, is in Charlotte. Clinton at 62, Biden at 66.7. Harris is at 65. Remember, she has to win this state because they lost it 4 years ago. She has to be doing better than Biden. And now I want to take you to the Black Belt. Again, these are the counties that there's not a ton of people, but they're largely African-American counties. And I'm going to go to compare this to 2020. And I want you guys to watch these numbers. Remember, the number on the left, it has to be higher. The number on the left has to be higher. So we're going to lock this in. Let's go through here.
Not looking good.
And just watch. Every county, she's underperforming. With a lot of the vote, there's still some vote out. But in almost every county, she's underperforming. Again, this is the Black Belt, high proportion of African-American voters here, and she's underperforming. Not a population center, but if she wants to win North Carolina, she has to be doing better there. I know you were asking about Virginia. Savannah, let's take a look at Virginia. We haven't called Virginia yet, and if we, just to give you context, the last two elections, it came kind of close in 2016, about 4 percentage points, 4 or 5 percentage points. In 2020, Biden grew that lead much more. It was about 10 points there. Tonight, here's where it's at. 77% of the votes in. There's about a 2% spread. I'm being told by our politics desk, a lot of the vote that is out is still in the Northern Virginia suburbs. This is the Democrats' sort of their sweet spot where they're going to drive up the votes. Also, Richmond County, a lot of African-American voters there, too, that could possibly vote Democratic. But listen, Republicans have been making inroads in there as well. We can take a quick gander. How much time we have? About a minute? 2 minutes. Now we're going to say goodbye. We'll come back. We'll dig into those northern suburbs in just a minute, Savannah.
Let's do, because, northern suburb resident Chuck Todd says you can't count.
We're waiting on that vote.
You're waiting on that vote. But I want to go to
Copium.
Mark Lauder on this. Also, I think a Washington, D.C. former area resident. So you get to weigh in on this, too. And you too, Senator. I mean, Would you have expected that Virginia would take this long to call? I mean, is this concerning? Does it give you any other trend lines?
No, I mean, I saw a lot of energy, and I live in Northern Virginia as well. I've seen a lot more Trump signs in people's yards where 4 years ago, 8 years ago, you would have never dared put one up there. So I think there was a little more of an emboldened activity, but you know you're not going to win that area. But I think this does point to what we were talking about we see going on in Philadelphia, which we see going on in some of the other Charlotte areas. She's underperforming in the metro areas, which is where she needs to overperform.
I think when it's all counted, when everything comes in Northern Virginia, and Chuck's not here, so I'm a little nervous. But I think she'll end up winning Virginia by a comfortable margin. And I think when you actually analyze the data, what you're going to see is there was more enthusiasm in the rural areas of Virginia than there was for Biden. I mean, I think we need to start saying out loud that, what is different between Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Everybody thinks they're exactly the same on policies, but one is a woman of color and the other is a white man that everybody was really comfortable with, that were moderate.
Wow, how racist is that? A white man everybody's comfortable with, and a woman of color. She's not a woman of color. She's Indian. She grew up in the culture with her mother as India, right? So Indian, from India. That's where her parents are from. Her heritage is from there. Her father is Jamaican, right? So her father was not around too much when it came to her life. So she grew up underneath the culture and the heritage of India. So, oh God. Why do people get this so wrong? It's insane.
Well, and had known him for decades. So I think you're seeing more Trump support in some of the areas where Biden could cut in. And you're not, but Virginia's going to be fine. She's going to win Virginia.
But you might see that maybe in like a Lackawanna County or something in Pennsylvania, that same dynamic that you're talking about.
Yeah.
We shall see. Okay. We want to pause just a moment. We've got a lot more to get to. Top of the hour, we're going to have the big poll closings.
All right, let's see what we got here. TYT, are they exploding yet? Hold on. Let's see if TYT has fucking...
Even if there is a victory, but I don't know that any of those will end up being corrected, and we may...
Man, this guy's a big fucking dork. What an idiot.
Yeah.
Fucking cuck.
Democrats have to, this current batch of Democratic leadership has to be defeated in primaries. They're losers through and through. They'll never learn any lessons. This campaign that Kamala Harris ran was insipid. Just a big nothing burger. So, and you look, I don't think Kamala Harris should have come on this show. She can't handle this show. She can't handle anything but talking points. But Tim Walz, what are you doing? We had all these we got all excited about Tim Walz. He's a populist guy. He's a guy who's proven that he can get bills passed, got great bills passed in Minnesota.
Yeah, he passed bills, putting tampons in boys' bathrooms in middle school and college.
Ran a terrible campaign.
He did a great job on that.
Okay, listen, Farron, I appreciate you, brother, and I want everybody to realize Ring of Fire, excellent show. Not only really smart, progressive, economically populist, just the same way in so many of the ways that TYT is, but also really honest. And I appreciate that about you, Farron. So thank you for joining us. Really great having you here.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. Everybody check out Ring of Fire. All right, guys, as we go to the break, I'll just read some names, come back and read some more names. Wolfpack 56, Diva, Donnie, Danbert, No Bacon, DZ829, Hot Husband, Guru Plays Drum. The reason I'm reading those are the beautiful people who either became a member or donated through.
Man, he's really fucking plugging this, isn't he, for money?
To all the people who actually believe in honest programming and trying to make it.
See, this is how dishonest TYT is. They have Kamala Harris at 179, so they're just predicting the West Coast for her to make her numbers look better on TYT, right? So these aren't exactly what the votes are right now, or the electoral votes in each state that are won and decided. So even though she's still at like 91 or whatever it is, TYT doesn't care. So they predict what she may have in the future. Insane. Just to try to make it look like it's closer. How embarrassing is that, man? What a fucking piece of shit fucking talk show this is, man. They've always been bad for fucking many years. 10 years. 12 years. They're horrible.
This community is cares about what's real, not just partisanship, not just the political parties, but wants to do some good in the world. And
it's a money grab. Them covered the election. Let's be honest with you. When it comes to TYT, they don't care what they say. They just say what they believe in, and that's it. And they don't care about opposing opinions. They don't have people that could bat them. They don't have Republicans on. They don't have people with opposing views on their channel ever. All they are, it's a money grab. That's all it is for them. Sign up on TYT. Do this. Become a member. That's what they do. Here we go, right here. Here's this thing right here.
TYT, we understand this. That's why we're not going to price gouge you or use inflation as an excuse to raise.
There you go. There you go.
TYT membership is not your typical subscription.
TYT membership. I told you. I just said this.
$4.99.
I just told this.
So what do you get for that price? For starters, you're getting exclusive programming, unique, exclusive designs from Shop TYT, access to a member's.
I just said this. I'm like, not only like I just stated that they're a money grab. After I just said that, within like 20 seconds, 15 seconds, they have an ad. Membership, $4.99, so cheap. Oh, support us. They're a money grab. That's all they are. They're fucking pieces of shit.
Dozen progressives elected into Congress. That's amazing. You did that.
Yeah, you did that. You did that. Give me money. They're horrible, dude. Horrible.
Crack the code of early voting and finally glomming onto that, even though Donald Trump is sending a separate message.
Well, one might argue now, if you look at the 3 Trump elections, 1, he obsessively made sure people didn't vote early. 2, he didn't. 1 was at 16, and then it's this one. So you may be onto something, but
you're a dork.
I think the bigger story is their ability to expand the electorate. He used to have a ceiling of about 47, 48. That's not the case tonight. He expanded it another point or 2. That's significant, as we know, in a razor-thin environment, even if you're just adding 50,000 to your voter rolls.
All right, so look, Trump's at 214, Kamala Harris 145. So we got some states that
I mean, there you go, right?
Want me to do it again?
Yeah, I mean,
it also works for Lambeau Field. That the last 4, literally, the election.
Trump needs 56.
You don't want to have a losing team.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Programming, yeah.
Here we go. No, just that our elections, our last election was decided by 80,000 voters in 4 states that would fill.
But can we also remember one other thing here? Because she was trying to do something as a sitting vice president that had never been done before. Succeed an unpopular president. Okay? Hubert Humphrey tried to do this, and he came 1 percentage point short. It was a very close election. The electoral vote wasn't close, but it was a very close election. But he came up short. Al Gore tried to do this. While Bill Clinton's presidency was popular, Bill Clinton, the individual, was not. We all know he came up 537 votes short.
Jeez, even Trump is fairly close in Maine, which is weird.
President to win was George W. Bush, with an outgoing president that had a 60-plus approval rating. He was at 41%. I mean, that is, you are asking somebody to overperform in a way that we may find out was politically impossible.
This sounds a little bit like a postmortem, so I want to make sure we
No, and I don't think we're there.
We have not called.
And let me give you the view from the Harris campaign.
And by the way, they know if they win, it's going to be like this. Like, their path is razor thin.
That's exactly what they're saying. There's this new memo that is out now from the chair of the Harris campaign that was sent to staffers, obtained by our Monica Alba and our team that covers the Harris camp. And this is exactly the point, right? Which is why I wanted to jump in here on this. They say that the closeness of this race is what we prepared for all along. They still see data trickling in from Sunbelt, but all along they knew it was going to be blue wall. I mean, listen, to a degree, of course, this is what they're going to say, but they say they think they're still feeling good about Pennsylvania, overperforming turnout in Philadelphia and some of these areas. In Michigan, they say there's still a lot of vote to come in. In Wisconsin, there's still
fucking 12% in Minnesota. Trump's at 60%. Embarrassing.
A lot of vote remaining. General Malley Dillon says in this memo, we've been saying for weeks this race may not be called tonight.
I'm going to interrupt here because we do have an NBC News projection in the state of Oregon. NBC News projects that Kamala Harris will win in Oregon when the votes are counted. Here's where there's the breakdown right now. 220,000 vote difference, 45% of the vote in. But again, Kamala Harris, the projected winner there. In our road to 270, you see it there on the screen, 214 for Donald Trump, Harris with 153. The big prizes, still no calls. We continue to wait.
Interesting that memo is focusing on the blue wall. That's all but saying they're not expecting a North Carolina victory or a Georgia or...
Those are two states. I'm just looking at this on my computer. I don't see either of those two states mentioned here. They do talk about Nevada and Arizona. It's going to be a bit, but the bottom line is they feel like this race is not going to come into focus until the early morning hours.
The fascinating thing about what Hallie just read, Chuck says this feels like 2016. That's almost verbatim a memo that we got in 2016 saying we're focused on the blue wall. Everyone's focused on the blue wall. No one panic. And this, we have a lot more vote to count. So I want to be very cautious in saying this. But tonally, it is fascinating that is the message that they're sending.
Well, not for nothing. They did their last rally, Kamala Harris in Philadelphia on the
whole
eve
last
of
day.
the election.
All she did was focus on
which is exactly what
They had their eye on the ball.
2016.
I mean, you can't say, right, they didn't do that in 2016, right? She was doing Arizona, she was doing Texas, and she sort
the
of...
night before was in Philly.
True, but they sort of didn't do the blue one. To their credit, I mean, she lived in Pennsylvania, but I'll tell you this, we'll see. There's probably a lot of people wondering who should be the running mate? Who should be on this Democratic ticket?
We had that discussion. Some people will... If she loses Pennsylvania, there'll be a lot
and
of...
if that's the only state, right, that'll be the hand ring.
Because Josh Shapiro is a very popular Democratic governor who was on the short list for vice president. Let's bring Savannah Sellers into this. I mean, what are you reading out of the exit polls? Are you seeing any trend lines? I know you've got your brief. You really look at young voters, and you've got your finger on the pulse there. What stands out?
Absolutely. I'll start with some numbers and then give you some anecdotal information. First, let's talk about first-time voters. This is not just young voters, but that's 57% of these first-time voters are under the age of 30. They are breaking for Trump. That is a major reversal from 2020. 53% for Trump right now, 46% for Harris. Back in 2020, 64% went for Biden. Something that I've been tracking, and I've been even watching it tonight on apps like TikTok, on apps like Instagram, when you just talk about like who's popular, who do people like. The Harris campaign had such a robust internal social media play. They had this team of 20-somethings. They had very little oversight. They were allowed to kind of post what they wanted, react in real time to trends, to the news cycle.
We remember Brat Summer and the whole Brat
They
scene.
co-opted that immediately, exactly, which, by the way, is a compliment
grow my hair
to
out.
say Brat now. But for
Oh,
former
it's
president,
over, guys.
there wasn't so
Trump
much
won.
going on
I'm done.
internally. It was not as robust.
I'm like this
He had
6
this
fucking
sort of
swing states.
grassroots
He's up by
organic catch-on on
2,
TikTok.
3,
I've heard so
4%.
many
So
young people say to me, in a
pretty much
positive
won.
way also,
Congratulations.
he
I'm going to
is
bed
a
like I
lead.
did in
His
2020
things travel
and wake
far.
up
It's
and find out that
funny when
he
you
stole
see
the
this
election
information. So
because
many young people, therefore, on these
it goes
apps
like
were
this.
served content
And then,
straight from
Biden
and straight
won, but
about the
I
former
don't think that's going to
president.
happen this time
And we're
around. I think
hearing
we're
so
good
much
this
right now. I'm
time.
hearing that in lines
So,
in Arizona. Gotti
Trump's
was
gonna
mentioning
win.
that earlier. It's so
I'm
much. It was
predicting it
because
right
I
now.
heard
He
him on a
won.
podcast.
So,
It was because of this thing I saw on TikTok.
100%.
I
He's
also
done.
heard from
He's
a
got
voter
it. So.
in almost
Like
every
I said, I
single
think he'll be around like
swing state and
295,
multiple,
300.
several of them,
Maybe a
including
little bit over that.
Pennsylvania.
He'll probably
Voters
like
who
around
were
305.
eligible in this age group to vote in
295, 305. I'm
2020
going to
who
say.
did not,
I
and
think
they
my
came
map
out
looks
tonight to vote
good.
for the
I'd be
former
so
But,
interested. He's winning
I
the
think
youth
it's
vote
100%
in these
still my map.
exit polls. I'd be
Yeah, it looks good.
fascinated to see what the
Maps-
gender
my
breakdown
map's
is
so
there
good. I
too,
think
because
it's 100% on
this
what
poll with
has been
young men,
decided
and
so
that was
far.
a concerted effort
But,
by the
Trump
Trump
has it.
campaign, and the
Going to
Joe
bed.
Rogan and
I'm tired.
the
We're
bro
done.
wave. Seems to
You
be
got
real.
it.
Ears, okay?
You guys
I'm
rock.
One who votes and one who's going to be voting next year.
Great time. Thanks, man. Nah, petered out, man. Thanks for staying here the whole night, man. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. Much love. I'm going to bed. I'm tired. I'm like, it's 11:30 almost, dude. And Trump's going to come on right now and make his speech. And, you know, I want to watch that in bed. I got a burger. I got to cook up real
The
quick.
gender gap on this first-time men,
grow my
Trump
hair out. It's pretty fucking
62%,
awesome.
Harris
But,
36%. First-time women, the gap
Yeah, he
is
got
this
it, man.
year.
I think
Trump
he has it.
46%, Harris 53%.
I'm 85%
Young men
positive. I'm
turnout
going to
is
say
real.
85%
People who thought
positive.
that young women would be voting in droves for
I'm like
Kamala
just
Harris,
seeing with,
especially because of
you know, you got everything in. The 6 states that they just showed, it's like over 70% already
been
in.
saying,
So,
which is that
and
the
Trump
person who
is like
ultimately
on 6
winds
out
up
of the
winning
7.
this war of the sexes is the candidate
6
who
out of the
does a
7.
better
He's fucking
job
like
appealing
3, 4,
to
5%
the
over.
weaker
So
gender for
he
them,
has it.
whoever's weaker
good.
for them.
We're good.
And so we've seen
Paul
Trump
Agent,
not
they're
only
copying
clearly
and
energize, drive up
needed.
young men.
I don't.
with,
Yeah, they're going to try to steal,
various
but
different racial
I think
backdrops,
it's. I think it's good
but
this time
also
around.
chip away.
I think there's too many lawyers out there right now in all these swing states
among women
for Trump, and
to
I think
be, based on what we're seeing so far,
great night.
less
Thanks,
than
Al.
his lead with
Have a
men.
great night,
The
Al.
gender gap is interesting,
Tell your
but
family I
also,
said hi.
as we've
Al.
alluded to here on the
Yeah, we're
table,
good.
the education gap is also
So,
becoming such
we had
an interesting
570
storyline here.
people
Talks
through the
about
room
kind of a
tonight, man. It's
realignment
insane.
in this
Pretty
moment
good
and
for
where
4
we
hours,
are.
3 hours.
That's another thing to be
Good,
watching
4
for
hours.
tonight. Again,
Good,
it
man.
is
We had a good time,
11:11
man.
Eastern
Through the
time,
room.
but there's still plenty
Hey
of votes
guys,
to come
much
in.
love.
Tom
Trump
right now. Tom, I'm
2024.
looking at Wisconsin. Looks
We're
like
gonna see it decided by
60%
probably
of the
like 2,
vote
3
in
o'clock
there.
in the morning.
You're picking up
I'm
some
not waiting up
things.
that long.
Share 'em with
Yeah,
us.
too close to call
I
right
got some
now.
burgers I got to
Trump
cook
on
real
top
quick
50%.
for bed.
The difference is
And
39,000.
then
Remember,
some potato
the
chips.
last two elections
I'm gonna
in
eat.
Wisconsin,
So much
presidential
love to you
elections,
guys.
20,000 votes.
You guys fucking
was
rock.
The difference between both
I think Trump
candidates
has it,
here.
man.
We
Like
want to
Trump's
go back to
right now in
Madison,
Wisconsin.
the
Trump
capital of
is
Wisconsin,
56%.
Dane County. This is also
She's
the
at
site of the
42.
University of Wisconsin as
They
well.
just showed it.
92% of the
It's
voting.
done. If he
Harris
picks up
doing a little
Wisconsin,
better
it's
than when
just
we
done.
last checked in
You're
with her,
thinking
but
she's gonna
again,
pick up all
she's
the
slightly
blue
underperforming Biden. She still
blue
has
belt,
time
they
to
called
catch
it.
up. There's still 8% of the
Trump's
vote that's out.
leading,
We actually
so
know exactly
it's
how much
done.
of the vote is out. About
It's
30,000
done,
votes
so.
remain there. So
All
maybe
right.
she picks
Love
up
you
the
guys.
margins
It was
there. We
fun.
also want to talk about
We had a good
Milwaukee.
time.
This is the
Go
biggest
Trump. Let's fix
population
this
center in
fix
the
this
entire state
fucking
of
country,
Wisconsin.
man.
Right
Right?
now, 54% of the vote is
Much
in.
love to you
A lot of that
guys.
vote is
Have a
still
good
out. It's
night.
probably going to be a little bit
Bye-bye.
until we can call
Bye-bye.
by itself.